Hello everybody, we are back. Satisfactory live. I think we should give this name, or this series, like a kind of a name, like Behind the Factory, or something. Behind the Belts. Because that's what it effectively is. For those who don't know, maybe you're watching the VOD later on, we're doing the in-between stuff. This doesn't actually get listed along with the rest of the series in the playlist. Instead, it kind of stands alone. Maybe I'll make a separate playlist just for the live streams, but didn't want people kind of having the curated, edited episodes and then hitting like a 4-hour block of me doing belts, which is basically what this stream is going to be today. So, effectively, what we're going to be doing on the right-hand side of the screen is belts, pipes, and storage. So, if you've been following along the series, the Let's Play series that I've got for the game, we're currently at the level of placing in a bunch of these machines into this massive copper Caterium factory. A lot of, well, I don't know, I was going to say a lot of the belts have done. That's not true. An example of what we need to do for the belts has been done, and we have to replicate that over and over, and then make some connections on the kind of segments that I've made that aren't actually hooked up yet. And then we're going to see if we run into any problems with that, because, you know, I've planned out as much as I can, but ultimately you kind of have to lay the stuff down to see, is like, okay, does it all fit as you anticipated? Hopefully it does. And, hello to everybody in chat. Thank you very much for being here, and for the kind words. Will there be no walls? The walls will come last. I do all the insides of a factory first, and then the cosmetics on the outside at the end. So there will, of course, be walls. There just isn't any right now. So I've got a blank inventory. I've got a bunch of material down at the bottom. Actually, one thing I need to go and do is make a run for iron rods. So I'm just going to have to quickly do that. One thing I'm lacking, and then we can get started. Hang on just 1 second. Really need to add a mute button, because I'm just a bit sniffly. Hang on. There we go. Hopefully you didn't hear anything. Hello! Anyway, thank you, keep doing what you do. Appreciate that. Glitopa? Glitopa. Just catching my chat. Thank you for being nice when you started up. I had this as a background window, and at first I was like, who the heck is talking? That's the thing, I didn't want to scream or shout. I was trying to ease into it. Ease into the volume as well, just in case it was too loud for people. Hey, Craig. Alright, my iron should be just down there. In fact, we could just take this with me. I'm good. Yeah, I have had a bit of a weird sleep day. I woke up after about 5 hours of sleep, and I just couldn't get back to sleep. So, and, you know, I was doing things during the day and everything, that was fine, but then it was really starting to creep up on me, and I was like, oh man, I don't know if I should stream while, like, being very tired, basically. So I had a quick nap, slept for about an hour and a half, and then woke up maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago. So I'm still kind of getting back to it, but, yeah, other than that, though, feeling fine, you know, just didn't really sleep well for some reason last night. My volume was at 1%. Alright. Throw this down. Wow, I don't even know what currency that is, but 2,000 seems like a lot, so thank you. That's a super chat from VTWXR. And they say, hey Darren, I recently built my PC to be able to play this game. I'm really having fun with Satisfactory. I'd like to see how you go about planning your factories. Yeah, I appreciate the super chat, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for that. I don't know what currency that is, so I mean, anything is always appreciated, but it could be like a huge amount, or it could be like a very normal small amount or something. Either way, really appreciate it. Don't know how to even check or like look that up. The longer it stays a super chat, the more value it has, I think. And I'm not seeing a cooldown even starting on it now, so just thank you. Appreciate it. It's rupees. Appreciate it all the same, so thank you. Yeah, so a lot of people ask me that, like, how do you plan out your factories and stuff? And I don't know. I feel like I don't really have a good answer for it. Someone was like, you should make an entire video just on how you do the planning. And I'm like, I really don't think it's anything that special. About 19 pounds? Hey, man, that's a lot. So thank you, yeah. 1 hour nap is a quick nap. Well, it takes me a while to get asleep. I probably slept for about an hour, but yeah. I mean, that's quickish. There's no way I could sleep for less than that. But yeah, when it comes to planning factories, like with this one in particular, it's obviously a really big build. It might be a bit too big, you know. I kind of do this. I keep doing this. but I wanted to use a lot of the copper that's in this area. So basically, I think the way I planned it out was I looked around at all the copper nodes in the grassy fields area that we could kind of hook up to a road network. And then I added up all the copper ore that we had. Then I looked at the recipe for copper ingots. And we have the alternate recipe for pure copper, which mixes, oh sorry, this one, which mixes water and copper ore together. And I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. There's this, like, I'd like to do that, right? Use all the copper ore we have and get as much copper ingots out as we can pretty much get possibly for the ore that we put in. That's what this recipe does. So it's not the highest volume recipe technically, but it is for the ore that goes into it. So it gets you the most out of the ore. Anyway, so looked around. So how do I plan a factory? Looked around the grassy fields biome. Checked out. I think there was like 8 nodes or something to do with copper. I was like, okay, 8 nodes. Add up all those numbers, and I think we got 4,800 copper. And then basically, having a look at that copper recipe, I go, okay, 4,800. If I was to use all of that, it would, you know, produce whatever that is times that amount of, I think it's like 12,000 ingots. I'm like, okay, that's a lot of stuff to do, and it requires water. So I was like, okay, well, where do we find water then in grassy fields? So I was like, well, there's this location here. There's this one. There's strips of little bits of ponds and lakes of water around, and then there's the, the blue crater, big crater. And basically, we'd already used all of the water in Blue Crater, right? There's no air space left for it because that's where our power plant is. Sorry. That's where our coal power plant is. These two are too small. So I was like, well, we have to use the coast. We would have to if we want that much surface area for that many machines and that much water. So that's how I planned it, right? That's how I figured out what amount of copper we're going to use and where we're going to build. And then the approach was, okay, how do we build it? Just very quickly, get us all up on the same page. I had this idea before of having roads, right? So we have these roads where all these trucks will be pulling this ore from. They'll gather the ore in all their little locations, and that'll be in the next video where we'll see that happen. So there'll be a small little 4x4 mining hut that we can put down in a blueprint, or we can make it bigger if we use multiple blueprints, and then build in a truck station into it. Trucks are going to come along and feed into this place, just constantly delivering ore in. Now they can deliver pretty high volume, so it's not like the traffic's going to be crazy or anything, but they will have to be constantly moving to and from their locations, you know. So there's at the very least 4 trucks on the go, but there's probably going to be like 8. As one drops off, one will be kind of picking it up. Anyways, so then it's like, okay, well, this place is going to require a lot of refineries, right? And that recipe, it's something like 400 refineries, so we need a large surface area. You don't really want to build refineries on top of each other, especially if they're going to be requiring water, which is down below. Kind of want them all to be on the same level, so your pumps all have to be the same height. And then knowing that people are following along, I wanted things to be relatively spaced out so we can kind of, I guess, make things as easy as possible to build along with, especially for something this size. So we have a floor for the floor downstairs, which is just for water, right? It's all the water down below. We have the logistics, and then we have the machines. And then it's like, okay, what do we do with all that copper? To be honest, I don't know yet. I just know that this is going to be the copper refinery for my game for a long time. And in theory, we could always build in... We can just always extend it further out. This can go really far out if it needed to. Or we could build separate copper into their own bespoke factories, you know, if they're needed in the middle of a supply chain somewhere. But this one should handle everything we need for a very, very long time to come. I mean, 12,000 ingots, you can divide that up into many different things, you know. You can make wire, you can put it into other alternate recipes. You can make wire, cable, stators, loads of stuff. Copper sheeting, pipes, all that kind of stuff. So that's how I plan it generally. That's how I plan this one. The smaller factories have a bit more going on with them when I do plan them, because they'll actually have the... I'm just going to turn off... What's it called? Global illumination. When I built the modular frame factory, just very quickly, we'll just have a look over at that. I actually can't see it, but it's just over there, right? When I built that, that has a beginning and an end. I know exactly what I'm putting in and exactly what I'm getting out, and then I kind of configure the rates, I guess, the production chain, I guess, you know, and the rates that go into it in Excel, or I just draw it on paper. I actually drew that one on paper, and then I make a little Mila note document, which makes it look kind of nice, like a flow chart, but I have to kind of design that. Anyways, so that's basically it. Hopefully that kind of explains it. Right, so get back on track. This is my little storage area. Just going to drop off some of those things that I don't really need. And what we could do first, I want to start connecting up some of the belts, and I also want to do some of the logistics underneath each area. I think that would actually be good to do. So we have to go into logistics, and then we have... Yes, this is the ones that we need. Oh yeah, I wrote this down actually. Yeah, I still have the piece of paper actually, that's good. So yeah, I just need to work out how many of these we'll need, or just add a bunch to my to-do here, and then we can just build up some of those materials. So 1800 copper sheeting, which hopefully I have somewhere nearby. There's copper sheeting up here, so we need 1800. You can fill that really quickly. Just once I get this inventory up and running, then I'll just catch any other bits of chat. Cable, cable. We need steel beams. And iron plates. Okay, that'll get us started on some of the belt work. So, whoops. Let's begin. I'm just going to pull my mic back and lean back a bit so I can see chat a bit better. Anyway, it was on a call, so what's the plan today? I really want to make them like you do. So the plan today is just to add... So on the right-hand side of the screen, it says belt, pipes, and storage. So you need to have watched really the previous video if you want to know where we're at in this build. There's been 2 videos so far for this build, and there will be 1 more. At least that's the plan. And hopefully before Christmas as well. December 25th. So there should be another one later in this week. And effectively, yeah, we're just going to hook up all the logistics. So I've got the format now, right? So if you've watched the previous video, you'll know the layout of the build. Actually, I should bring up the floor plan document every now and then so you can refer to that. But we know the layout of the build, and all these refineries have to go in, so I got to hook them all up. So I'm basically just going to stream hooking them all up and chatting with you guys and then see if we run into any issues. Because there could be spacing problems that I have to work out. Then we got to do the water pipes and the extractors, and then we got to do the storage. The reason I'm doing it on a stream is because in the video we did 1 section, and now we just have to do that over and over and over again. Now, technically this factory can't even... I don't have the power bandwidth to turn all this on. So if people are following along, you don't have to do this, really. You just need to get some of the refineries up and running, and then in the next one I'll work out where we're going to be... like how much assemblers we can really build and how much we can utilize. But I'd like to have it as much in place as possible and then just turn it on. And that's why, if you remember, we unlocked the power switch in the previous episode as well at the end. And that's because I'm just going to power down, I think, like something like 60% of the factory. Probably even more. And then eventually, like when we need it, we'll just power it on. So it's a future-proofed factory. That's the idea. It's crazy there's only 5 days. I know, yeah, it's for me, it feels very, like it's come up very quickly. Alright, so that's 1 block. That's block A and B. Oh yeah, something I need, actually. I probably should have... Nah, it doesn't really matter. Does it matter? Yeah, it kind of does. I need to see exactly how much we need in terms of which groups are which. Oh no, I'll remember, actually. It shouldn't be that difficult. Yeah, because H and I are over there. I'll remember. So this is group A, isn't it? And this will be group B. C, and it just keeps going down that way. Pretty sure it does. As long as I have that in my head, then everything's fine. Yeah, so just to get us started, one of the things we're going to do is start pulling down these ones. This is as much as we can actually power on for now, but I can work that out later. So just going to... What am I missing? Iron rods. How is that possible? Hang on. I did a blueprint for this. This doesn't require iron rods. Oh, because it's just the splitters. The mergers require them. Okay. Alright, actually, you know what? Let me just... I'm sorry to have to do this right at the beginning, but I'm just going to drive back. There's just some material just over there. I'm just going to drive back over there, pick up some quartz crystal for the signs. Because it'll help me orientate a few things. And then also just get those iron rods, which I meant to pick up. I just get a bit distracted, obviously, on the stream. Sorry about that. Let's do it really quickly. And then we won't have to run back and forth for a little while. Should have enough to build 60 of these. And I think it's something like 6 per block, so we should be able to do quite a few blocks. Anyway, is it worth it to make a gas mask? Oh my god, so difficult to read and drive. Or just blow everything up? I think it's worth it. There's no harm in having it, right? You might, yeah, there's no harm in having it. You've got that head slot, so you might as well pop it on. Just for the times that you don't have nobelisks with you, maybe, or just for certain areas, maybe you don't want to blow them up. I don't know. The fact that you can blow up everything now really does beg the question of why you'd ever need it. But actually, thinking about it, yeah, gas mask is still good because you need to put in the filters for... Oh no, yeah. Do they use the filters for the radioactive suit? I guess so, right? They must do. Because you turn the filters into ionized filters to stop radiation. And I assume you pop those filters into your mask, not into... Oh, I need the quartz crystal. Not into the suit itself, in theory. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know where they go. You don't see where they go. Just something consumes it. So I assume that it would be the gas mask. So in that regard, it might still be somewhat useful. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Alright. Let's get back to it. When are you putting a ceiling at the modular frame factory? The modular frame oh, over there? I don't know. Maybe never. Yeah, I don't know. It would probably just be a, you know, roof with some glass skylights in it. It's a different filter. I know the filters are different. My question is, so think of it this way. If you've got a gas mask, you wear it here. When you wear the radiation suit, you wear it here. Now, when you make filters, like for gas, they're in your normal inventory. It's not like they sit on your head, but I assume it's the gas mask that's consuming them. Now, when you turn them into ionized filters to protect against radiation, you could almost say that it could be the suit that's consuming those. But I think it's your head. I don't know. Basically, my question is, does the ionized filters work without a gas mask? I don't know. That would be the reason for making one, I would say, these days. Hopefully that makes a bit more sense. Just want to say I appreciate your 90-degree turns and belt organization. Makes my logistics OCD happy. Yeah, nice. My friend who I play this with is kind of spaghetti. King of spaghetti. Yeah, you gotta have those 90-degree angles, man. It just makes everything so much easier to track when you go back to it, you know? Makes it much more easy. And also, knowing that people are following along, we want to basically make it as clear as possible where things are going. At least that's how I have it worked out in my mind. Because some people have said, like, they're doing it in my Discord. They're actually a bit ahead of me now. They're building belts on the ceiling and stuff, and that's cool. It looks neat and everything. I like that. But it means that you can't see what's really on them. And I'm like, I don't know about that. You kind of need to be able to see. Now, I'm hoping to put all the belts in and then build walkways around these things that make sense. And also, where possible, leave the bottom open so we can just run under it. So this would be breaking the rule there. But most of the time, we can run under these things, and then we can change the material of where we feel like there is a safe path to walk to something else. And that'll be like our delineating line between, okay, don't walk there, don't walk here. And we could put some signs and stuff down, or patterns, which could look kind of nice, I think. Something else I want to address, actually, I'll mention this in the video. A lot of people said, like, hey, a pump does the same thing as a valve. No, it doesn't. They do both stop backflow, so that's true. But this one allows you to actually set the rate specifically, which I can't do it right now, I guess, but because nothing's flowing. But it's not connected to a source. But you can set a rate, and we may end up doing that, especially as we slowly power the place on. Not that you need it, but, you know, feel free to not do what I'm doing if you want. But a lot of people complain about water not working, and I've tested that, and it does work. So I'll be using the thing that works, you know. All right, anyways, CC Refinery Logistics, that's what we need. So this is going to be group... Just to make sure, that was group A over there, so this is group B. Group B needs to be 2 meters off the ground, so we have to use the 2 meter variant. And I think it just has to line up with the other ones right in front. I'm playing the actual Satisfactory music now, but I gotta say, really don't like it. Alright, we lined up, so this cross-section thing has to be lined up on the bit of the, whatever, foundation right there, and that's basically it. So we lock that in. Switch to blueprint mode now, and this is where it gets a little easier for us. Then just go 1, 2, 3. And just do that all the way down, then we hook up these belts. Alright, just to make sure that's all good. Are we lined up? We are. If we're lined up on the end, then all the other ones should be correct too. So we don't need these last bits here. Yeah, I might go grab my Minecraft music. Wish you could make your footprints or footsteps more quiet as well. By the boombox. That's true, yeah, the boombox has some decent music in it. How much is the electricity consumption if the refinery is turned on? Yeah, so let me actually bring up the loose production diagram thing I have. It's very rough draft. Bear with me. Honk. So this is it here. That's the copper ore. That's the this place is doing Caterium as well. I keep calling it a copper factory, but it is both. So it requires this. The pure copper recipe requires 320 refineries, and this one will require 65. It says 320 and 65. The copper sheets require 52. So let's go 320 plus 65 plus 52. That's all the refineries. 437. A refinery takes 30 megawatts of power. So we're looking at about 13,000, you know, probably 14,000 when you include all the pumps and the water extractors and stuff that's needed to get the water up here, and the miners and stuff. So 14,000 megawatts, I guess, to run the place, and that's not including the assemblers that will actually break that stuff down then further into different things. So I have loosely, like I said, this isn't final, said that this is what we're going to make. You know, 45 constructors are going to make cable. We're going to make fused wire out of Caterium and copper in an assembler, I think. So there's lots of machines still to add on to that. So I'd say by the end, you're looking at maybe 20,000. Probably. Current megawatt production that I have in this world is 4,800. So obviously we can't even power this on at all. But that's why I just want to get all the logistics done and make sure everything's laid out correctly. Then we can power on the blocks. They're all broken into blocks, so we can just power on the blocks that we want. And plus, this is built with tier 5 belts in mind, but we only have tier 3, and that's why eventually, like, we're not even going to be able to put everything on these belts. We'll only power on the first few in each row. So, have to figure all that out as we get further onto it. We just switch that off. There we go, the game should look smoother again. Recently gotten into Satisfactory and been watching all your videos to help me get started. Thanks for walking through everything for this newbies. Very much appreciated. No problem indeed. Sorry for taking on big projects sometimes. But after this, we'll do some smaller ones again. Hopefully make some people less intimidated, I guess. Right, so just going to connect up everything on this line first, and then we'll do the pipes. Actually, we can do the pipes separately later. It requires a lot of material. Alright, that's hooked up. Let's just do it on this side. I'm trying to speed up now that we've done it once. We'll be able to do this a bit quicker. Alright, is that done? Alright, so that's one block done. So that's 2 out of 14. So we just have to do that 12 more times. Shouldn't take too long. I mean, I might just put the things down and then just actually go around each block and hook up the belts. That would probably make more sense. So that was A and B. We're now down to C and D. So C and D need to be 4 meters up. So it's this one. A little bit higher, more raised than the other ones were. And it's always difficult to work out exactly where we need to go, so something like that has to come forward quite a bit, probably more than it'll allow me, yeah. Just looking at this one is now lined up, I think. Yep. Alright, cool. I forgot this was scheduled for 8. RIP. Yeah, it's interesting. Some people saying like, oh, you aren't saving this for the video on YouTube? No, well, so basically on YouTube, in the last video I did, I hooked up one block to show everyone that's how you do a block. Now I'm gonna hook up every other block. It'd be extremely repetitive to do that in a video. I mean, I would just time lapse it, but I thought it'd be fun to stream it just because some people want to see it, you know, and it's kind of like an opt-in thing. If you want to see me doing the belts for every block, you can. We can chat about the build, and then also maybe come across any issues or problems. Like this seems like it'll be a problem. Which I'll talk about in a minute. Probably going to remove that and amend it, but the ones on the ends can stay there. I think a 2x2 tower would probably work best in the center because it's not leaving us much room. This is the white tiling here is our central band for belts and stuff, and this takes up a lot of its space, and if I want to do the logistics for this block, this is in the way. So I didn't think that. I didn't think it through. So that's probably going to have to move, or just be removed, or shortened. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And it's just time for people to chat with me and talk with me as well. But I've been having a busy week, so would have loved to have this done already and have a regular video out on Tuesdays, which is what I normally do. But because it's Christmas and everything, just been quite busy, having to go out a lot more, more than I do. Basically, go outside, go shopping, get little bits and pieces, organize a few different things. I live in Ireland. Well, I live in the UK, sorry, but I'm from Ireland, and I'll be going home to Ireland for Christmas, not for Christmas Day, but just soon after. On the 27th to the 31st, so I won't be here for 4 or 5 days, basically. But I've got almost presents now, and Rosie, my girlfriend, wrapped them. I put the labels on them last night and everything, so all that kind of stuff takes, life just takes a bit of time, and it kind of ate away at some of the time I was planning on doing this stuff. So I was like, okay, so as you don't go without Satisfactory on a Tuesday, I'm here for the stream. And then I'm hoping I'll still have time during the week to do the video. You're basically seeing what I would otherwise be doing on my own anyway. Alright. Oh yeah, I said I wasn't going to do that. I'll leave these not hooked up for a bit. It's fine. We'll go over these later. Let's just keep doing these blocks. So that's going to be 4. This should be 4 as well. This is D block. I'm back from meetings. Hope you're well. Thanks, Will. I am. Yeah, I was just saying earlier that I didn't sleep very well last night. So this is where it gets a little tricky, actually. Might want to start adding in some extra refineries, because I'm not sure where the floor holes exactly... Oh, no, I guess we could still line it up. Yeah, no, I can still line this up. Yep. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the 4-meter one, right? Yeesh. Think there. I'm always trying to line this one up first. Makes it easiest. Are we aiming the right way? We are. So that's, I think, it's in line with these, and that is in line with the one on the end. Yeah, so that seems like the right spot. Okay. Where in the UK are you at now? Yeah, so I live near... I'm in West Sussex, and I live near Horsham and Crawley. Kind of in between the two. I've been here for... nearly 9 years. I'm having problems with roads, and I was going to look at what you did, and I was wondering if your game save was updated. No, the save will be updated once I finish this factory. I didn't want people finishing the factory before me and making videos on it. By using my save. So the latest save is from 2 videos ago, I think. By the way, did you see that building idea that I left in Discord for you? That's Tally Matt. A lot of people leave different things in Discord, so you'd have to be more specific, especially if your name is different on Discord. Let's just say no. Going outside, gross. I know. Can you imagine? I have problems. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Are the last ones aligned? I think so. We're aligning these. That's correct. Yeah, these will be aligned. As long as this is aiming in front of that, that's fine. This is aiming in front of that. There's obviously not that I didn't finish the line of refineries here, that's why. That's okay. That's all good. So you just got 3 more to go on this side. Then we'll just hook up the belts. Although now it's getting tougher because it's like I've got less and less refineries to judge. But as long as we just keep it in line with the ones in front of us, we should be okay. It actually says that's in line. But it's not. One over. Not sure what it's lining up with. That should be right. So just to double check that, so this is on this foundation line here. If I just run straight forward, yeah, that is correct. Okay, yeah, not sure what's up with that, but okay. Check out the Discord. The other one, I'm not sure which one you think isn't lined up, but we'll go over them when we add the belts in a minute, so we can go back and check in just a moment. Because obviously you have to connect these belts to each other, so I will check it. Go over these things twice. Looking at this one factory, I feel it's going to end up taking at least half the block limit. No way. Although a lot of the foundations are doubled over, actually thinking about it, which isn't ideal for the object limit in the game. But I believe the object limit was increased with this update as well, so I'm not too worried about it. The Factorio music hits different. We could put on Factorio music, maybe. I do like, actually, Factorio music for building inside the big factory. I like the Minecraft music when I'm kind of building outside or exploring around and stuff. Let's roll with the Factorio music for a bit. Alright, that'll come on now in a second. Alrighty. It's Matt6500 on Discord. There's a pic of Boston City Hospital. I don't think I did see that then, actually. Or I can't remember it if I did. I do constantly... I look at my Discord all the time, probably too much. But yeah, I don't remember that. Feel free to just ping me on it again, or post it again or something, or just ping me and then link to that message if you can, or something, and I could check it out. But yeah, I don't know, I get a little overwhelmed with all the amount of ideas and things people send me, and they're asking me to check all these different things, so I'd like to just get this factory done before I really start taking on other ideas and things. But yeah, I genuinely like seeing what people come up with. People are doing really interesting things with this logistical floor as they build ahead, and they're posting it. And they're running into those problems that I've created, basically. That's why I say never build ahead of me, because it might not be all figured out fully all the time. The machines and everything are, but sometimes particulars with the layout might be a little different. Alright, and this is the final block on this side. We'll hook all this side up first then. It looks like it's lined up. Oh, I just realized something. They need to be raised. Not all of them, but just I think this one needs to be redone. Because you have... Damn, yeah, hang on. Crap. Oh, I have to redo this one as well. One thing that can get us orientated really quickly, though. Going like this, blueprint mode to there. Move it over 3 and then change it to a 6. Actually, I have to change it to a 6 first. I forgot to raise it, basically. We're locking that in. And we're going 1, 2, 3. Alright, that just makes it a little easier anyway, so it's not too bad. We'll get all this material back. Thank Beavis for blueprint dismantle. 1, 2, 3. And at least we didn't hook it up yet as well, which also makes our life a little easier. Alright, same has to be done for this one. And then the final one needs to be 8. 8 meters. Man, locking holograms and deleting blueprints, oh my god, this game is just so much better now for this. Anyway, what would be your overall planning towards truck stop miner factories scattered all over the map? Or one giant, where all roads lead to one mega factory? I do like the idea of this mega factory concept that some people do. I've never tried it. I've never finished the game either, so, take everything I say with a grain of salt, really. There's one of the reasons I decided to move away from... Well, first of all, I like variety. Variety is the spice of life in video games for me, and just in life in general. So I like to be in different parts of the map and have a interlinked logistical web, right? So my plan is to have little trucks getting all the ore in a particular area, feeding it to a factory, making something, then that factory sends it to a transport hub, and the hub connects to several other hubs around the map, so anything can move around to anywhere. That's the concept that I'm going with. It takes a while to build up to that. It requires, but it uses everything. We have roads with trucks, we have trains for longer distance, and we'll have drones to refill remote truck stops with fuel and stuff. Now, you could avoid all of that by having just a mega factory and having trains just deliver everything into you. There's one problem with that is it's very performance intensive. Having everything in one location can really tank your performance once things get busy. Now, you can kind of have it all in one location, but spread it a little bit out further. That could be a little bit better, but generally, if you're having one kind of mega factory in one sort of even biome, it can be a lot for the game to handle. So that's one deterrent, I would say, against doing that, but not the total deterrent. But yeah, there's something nice about the idea that you know that everything just has to reach a certain part of the map. I would certainly like to do if this series ends one day, which I'm sure it will. Maybe I'll do another one where we do try and just make everything in one location. I feel like that'd be a good, fun thing to try and do, and make this big big factory complex with like all this stuff in it, and all these different sections and segments. You need vehicles even just to get around it. I think that'd be pretty cool. And of course, people have done this kind of thing. So I don't know, but if it was me, like the reason I'm doing it separated is because I think it's probably easier that way, not to do it in one big factory. I think so anyway. Also, you get to see the entire map and every biome and explore around a bit. Being in one factory means running back and forth a lot to get everything back down there early on. But certainly, I think it'd be a fun challenge to do. Never finished the game. How many hours do you have? I think something like 1,000. Yeah, I've got like 1,000. I spend a lot of time planning in this game for YouTube. If I was just playing on my own, I wouldn't be so careful with how I build, and I'm sure I could have finished it by now. One of the reasons I got really close. I got to tier 8 and I did most things in tier 8 and then stopped in my old series. And if I was just playing on my own, I would have just finished the game. But unfortunately, it was like 65 episodes into that series, and the views were just really low at that point. So it made it really difficult to make videos because the builds were taking longer and longer because they're so big at the end. And I worry about this series having that same problem. But that's why I actually haven't numbered the episodes in this series. It's to hopefully just bring people in at random bits all the time. Like, hey, we're doing oil. Hey, we're doing trains. And making it beginner friendly and build along hopefully should also mean that it kind of stays a bit more evergreen. Like people just find these videos and maybe just build that particular factory the same way I did. And then some people are building the entire series my way, which is cool as well, obviously. But I'm hoping this keeps the series alive longer in the long run. Alright, I'm just going to hook these up now. Can't remember where I was going with that. You save load balancing only? No, screw that. That sucks. Oh yeah, I was just saying like, yeah, I could have finished the factory otherwise. Yeah. I feel like it. I still would have had to put in another 100 hours probably just to get the final bits together, but I was pretty close. Could have done it. Definitely could have done it on a small scale and just let the game run, and then I would have been able to do it, you know? Because you can just leave it for a few hours making those final products, I guess. Alright, so I'm just going to go through this now, make sure things are lined up, and make sure all our belts are connected. So we'll just stick with the tier 3 belts for now. So they're all connected, that's all good, and they're at the right height. I guess if I just stay in the middle, probably I can spot which ones need to be connected. So they're all good except for 2 connections. Anyway, to be fair, I don't think I'd ever complete the game either. It's like Minecraft. So much to do, you just never get there. Yeah, that's a... I think I have completed Minecraft. Pretty sure I did once. I'm pretty sure when they added the Ender Dragon, I was like, oh yeah, we're doing that. But I haven't done nearly the amount of stuff you can do in the game now. That's for sure. Are you planning on using signs and stuff for cosmetics? Yeah, definitely. I actually have them built into some of my logistics even, just on a small scale. But I'll be using them upstairs in a bigger capacity. If we just take a really quick look. Actually, I think I could just make it. This is belts going to different places. I have the signs built into the belts so I know where they're going. So one belt reaches 2 sectors and has to be divided. So that was just a way of even using signs on a small scale just to let me know where things are. But signs hanging down from the roof saying which group is which would probably be good. What's the next big project you're planning in the future? I don't plan ahead beyond what I'm doing. My mind can't take it. But, well, other than very broadly, right? So I know that we need iron. So basically, here's what we've got so far. got a sort of makeshift little quartz production area. I have a steel foundry, although it's very small capacity. It only makes like 20 per minute of 3 different types of steel goods. We have copper production. Again, I call it copper production, not copper factory, because it's just out in the open. We have an iron... oh yeah, that's a temporary motor production area. There's the iron production, which is down here as well. There's the black powder production, modular frame factory, and now a copper caterium site. So the only factories I've actually built will be the modular frame factory, the steel foundry, the coal power plant, and the one we're building now. So after this, I need an iron factory, like a standard iron factory that makes a bunch of different iron goods. Now, I'm not going to do it massively. I want to have smaller videos just for a little bit, and then we'll ramp up and do a bigger one later. Probably for the motor factory, actually. So yeah, so I need to kind of... The next thing I'm going to do after copper is either a small quartz factory, a small... What was it? Oh yeah, I was going to do caterium actually, but that's built into here. Yeah, so either a small quartz factory or a small iron factory. When I say small, like still decent size, like probably the same size as like the modular frame factory, like making a couple hundred of something per minute, but just not like thousands, and not some massive footprint. And yeah, we're actually, I've already been making... Oh yeah, I forgot to add that as well, but there is a very small... I'll just pop that in now. Just over here, we made an oil production area. And that's making rubber and plastic. So I have 2 containers full of the stuff, which is great. It means that we can actually advance the next milestones pretty soon. So what I've done for these ones, they're little man symbols, or little worker symbols. Regular, near, yeah. Yeah, just want to keep them consistent. So that's oil. But yeah, we've got lots of little bits going. That means we can advance the next milestones pretty quickly. Then there's going to be the fuel generator. So I feel like iron factory, quartz factory, we'll wrap those 2 up. And then our bottleneck will really be power. So I think a power factory. Like a proper one. Fuel generators. Fuel. Oil. Big oil facility. Yeah, that's really what will come after that. And that'll be the next big build. So 2 smaller builds and then 1 big one, I think. Again. Alright, those are hooked up. Are you making a central place to include the hub anytime soon, like a main base? Not anytime soon. When I get trains rolling, I guess probably then. But we're talking 5 or 6 videos away, and each video is 1 week, so again, not for at least a month or 2 at this rate. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of central storage, but I feel like I'm going to do it because everyone wants me to, but... Or loads of people always suggest it, but I actually never really have problems going to get materials. Like, I just don't consider it a big deal. I've said many times before, often what I do is I'll have like I'm going to have a transport hub before I have a central hub. And that will receive all the materials in grassy fields, like everything we make, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Everything that's an end product of a factory will go there. And the idea is that I can just load up a train and call it to wherever I am. And I'll just use... That'll have all my materials on it. I don't really know why I need a central storage, but I mean, everyone does it. I didn't use one in my last playthrough and I almost finished the game. So, I don't know, but a lot of people seem to complain about running back and forth. I don't really feel like I do that a lot or have that issue too much. Or maybe I just don't mind it as much as people do. That could be it. And I don't use an infinite inventory mod or anything like that, so... but yeah, with the idea of doing transport hubs, these large truck stations built with railways on top, I'm probably going to build them one north, east, south, and west on the map, and one in the Rocky Desert as well, or the Dune Desert, or whatever it's called, up in the northeast. And then I'll probably have a central storage to hook them all together. Alright, that's that row done. So just to double check that our spacing is correct, just pull down from the center at least. Yep, that's okay. If one's good, they all are. That's okay. Or they should be, I mean. Ah, this one's off. This one's off. It's facing the wrong way. Have to do that one again. That might be the one the person was talking about earlier. Yeah, obviously this needed to be, yeah, moved over a full foundation. Can't do that though, so we have to do this. I think that's right. Yeah, so I have to just do that one again. Subscribe. Thank you. Blueprint drop factory. Need iron product 1. Find iron node drop factory truck product. I don't know what you mean, Jacob. Sorry. Totally lost with that message. Still got a plan for road signs that I suggested in the last stream. I'd like to do that, yeah. I think that's a great idea. I was driving along recently and thinking like this would be pretty cool to add. It's just one of those things that I have to do. I just need to make the blueprint for it. But I love the idea of that. Going along the road and having those, I assume, like those overpass kind of signs or whatever. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Need to also figure out a kind of a coloring system that would make sense and look good, that we'll stick with. And let me just do that again. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, definitely will do that. Sorry it took a while to respond to that. Are you making a central place to include the hub anytime soon? I just answered that, so I'll have to go back about 3 minutes, because I literally just got done talking about that. When I get to the stage of oil, so going from to start making Dallas a 1980s show joke. When I get to the stage for oil, I so going to start making Dallas. But that's Dallas. Just listen to the theme. Yeah, that's funny. I haven't seen it, but I know roughly the joke, because I've seen it memed before. Not sure how far we need to cut that off. To there. Seems okay. Alright, just connect these up again. Oh my god, excuse me. I'll try to break up the stream so we're not just doing this one thing over and over as well, by the way. I'll go upstairs and maybe we'll add some refineries. That could be a bit different. And look quite nice, actually, when you do that. Alright, so just check again that these are lined up from the inside. Yeah, that's all good. Alright, great. Next one down. Okay, they seem good. Alright, there we go. So they're all hooked in. We also need to add those lifts as well, and then we also have to add the pipes. We'll do that in just a moment. Well, I guess we can start doing it now. We can only do it for the ones that are actually done, so we'll have to go add some refineries in a moment. Let's just add these ones in then. Not sure which angle to do it from, but we'll do it from here. Good morning from Los Angeles. Good morning. Good afternoon from the UK. How's the weather? I have a friend who lives in Los Angeles. Good friend. And I have the weather app on my phone for Los Angeles because I'm always just curious, like, what's it like for him over there, and also like the clock, the world clock, just so I can. Well, I know to do the 8 hours in my head now, pretty much, but. We're such good friends that like to keep tabs on how his atmosphere is, quite literally. But I saw recently it was like 22 degrees, and I'm like, god damn! Like a week ago, I was like, god damn, that was good. You have to have a lot of patience for this. Well, using blueprints makes it quicker and easier. But yeah, I guess so. It's a little bit repetitive, but I love doing stuff like this. Just pop on a podcast or stream like this or something, and just get to work. You know, it's very satisfying once it's done. I'm just going to do another row here, because these are all plugged in, and then we have to plug in the extra refineries. So this will be the final row for a little bit, then we're going to go upstairs and add as many refineries as I can. I'll have to run back out to our storage and see what we need. Oh, actually, I'm out of plates, so yeah, time to go now. many hours do you have in the game? About 1,000. Just over 1,000, I think. It is my job, though. My job is literally building factories. My job is basically building virtual factories and talking about it to entertain people and hopefully also inform them. 22 is nice, though. I'm in Oz and it's 28. We're talking Celsius. 28's still pretty nice, I would say. You're just on the border of too hot. Or getting to that point where it's like, yeah, a little too hot. I think 28's pretty good. 22, though, obviously, yeah, that is just like... That's like outdoors is just room temperature, isn't it? Would you do multiplayer? No. I mean, I'm not going to do multiplayer, but I might host a multiplayer server. I've talked about this before. We did host one before in Update 7. And, you know, we had a bunch of people in there. I don't have the time to play it. Like, I just don't have the time. I would like to, but I don't have the time. But I would like to host another one. But they say, and they've just said recently again, that the multiplayer is not stable for Update 8. Now, I haven't actually tested it or anything, but I'm not going to rent a server if they're going to make changes to it and stuff. Like, I don't know. I'll just wait until they say, like, okay, now it's stable. And then we'll get to it. So, I'd like to host one. I kept saying when Update 8 comes out, we'll host one. Then immediately they were like, yeah, don't do that. It's not stable right now. So, I'm just going to wait for a while until it becomes a bit more stable. It doesn't have to be perfect, but a bit more stable, and then we can host one. 32 in Brazil. Brazil. Sorry that I'm sniffling a bit. Hello, Kentucky. I'm watching from Burger King. Nice. What are you having, by the way? Shout out to Burger King. A lot of people hate on Burger King. I quite like it. At least the ones I've had. I think it's pretty good. Burger King burgers are better than McDonald's, in my opinion. But the fries in McDonald's are much better. Is Satisfactory your favorite game that you do videos on? It's pretty nice. But I don't know. I'd have to... Whoop. I don't know. It's tough to say. Like, I really like Anno 1800. I don't really do videos for that at the moment. I'm waiting for the next game to come out. Sorry, just one thing to keep my mind occupied here. What I wanted to do is just look up the actual machines. We need copper refineries. As many as we can. Let's just say 100. Let's say 60, sorry. Gonna require motors. I'm gonna get 5 motors, so I will have to drive and get some. I was making some in the background, actually, so we could just go and do that, actually. Is there some there? I thought I just saw. No, must have been just here. Alright, just gonna drive out there and answer that question now as we're driving. Where did I leave the car? It's still up there. Yeah, so I really like Satisfactory, right? I do feel very lucky to have any form of audience for a game that I'm like really enjoying. I'm not anywhere close to being burnt out on it or something like that. Really do enjoy it, and I feel like I'm still learning it and getting better all the time. But my favorite game that I've ever played on my channel, like what's the game that I like the most that I've ever played as a series, would probably be Anno 1800 or Ixion. This would be up there though. This might be 3rd or 4th. Frostpunk was also another one that I really, really liked. I want to love playing this game, but I always get frustrated. That's a shame. Hey, Shami, thanks very much for the super chat. And they say, I really enjoy watching your videos. Thank you very much. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's your 3rd super on the live stream. Hey, thanks. 29 in South Africa. Man, you guys are living it up. See, I actually really... I like winter, but I get pretty depressed in the winter months, basically. It's only really ever happened to me for the first time ever last year. I don't know if it was just the weather or not, but it definitely doesn't help when it's just really grey and gloomy all the time. So I would love to, if I had the money, just go to like LA or Spain or somewhere a bit more south and a bit warmer, but with just a bit more sunshine for one of the months of like either December or January or something. That'd be nice. Alright, decent amount of motors. So what are we lacking? Stators? Yeah, no more stators. And what do you need for that? Oh wow, we just consumed almost everything. There's some steel pipes left. No, there isn't. It's a glitch. Alright, we could actually drop some in here then. Let's go and refill these machines. I have what I need for that. Yeah. Thanks again, Shami. I've still had Rodney's message pinned. I'm just going to unpin that actually for a sec. Store. Right, just going to go quickly pick up some steel pipes and some wire, drop it in here, and it'll just make motors for us in the background. I would super chat, but money issues. Hey, no problem at all. And you're a channel member. Don't you worry at all. Hey, I just appreciate people being here. I mean, it helps a lot. It really means a lot, and it encourages me to stream more. I'm not going to lie about that, but don't worry, you know. Isn't America also cold right now? All of America. I'm sure Florida or California or something would probably be warm enough. I mean, they're still in the northern hemisphere, so they do obviously get colder in the winter months. But I think comparatively speaking, at least to the UK, probably quite warm. It's called seasonal affective disorder? Yeah, no, yeah. I looked into it a bit more last year. It was a real bummer last year. And I can feel it creeping a little bit this year. Generally, like my mood and everything, I'm generally pretty good. But often what happens is I don't really wake up until maybe 10 or 11 sometimes, because I stay up late and make videos late into the night, and then I go to bed or whatever. And what that does, unfortunately, is it means that you're missing even more daylight. And I think that just kind of catches up with me. So I'm really making an effort this year to kind of like make sure I get up earlier, go out more, just get more daylight, and do something more active. And that's been helping, I think. Alright, got most of what we need now. Oh yeah, I meant to say, sorry, so I'm all over the place, haven't I? So we got rubber production up and running, we have plastic, and a lot of the next milestones involve just adding those things. And then maybe making a few, like, modular frames or something on our own, like the heavy ones. Like 25 or something. So we can actually do probably the next 4 or 5 milestones all in one video, I think. I feel like I'm ready to do that. If you've built what I've built and just left it running, like a little bit of quartz, a little bit of everything, just running in the background, you should probably have enough to get those milestones done. I think fabric is like the only thing you have to actually craft. Have you looked into light therapy for the winter months? No. I'm not against therapy or anything. I've never tried it, but yeah, I don't. It's not. I feel like I know. I feel like if it's SAD related, right? If it's seasonal related, I feel like therapy isn't really the thing. I kind of know what I need to do. I feel like to get better, which is, you know, be out more. Basically, it's like a lack of sunlight, isn't it? And a few other things that kind of contribute to it. So I would, not that I'm qualified to say really, right? But I would imagine that it's more in line with, yeah, you should just try to make use of all the daylight that you can, be a bit more active, maybe go to the gym or something, and yeah, stuff like that, you know. I would assume that would help. It's really like not that bad, at least not this year. Last year, just for a couple weeks, I felt pretty down, and then my parents actually came over and just hung out with me for a while. That really helped. But it wasn't like really, really bad or anything. I would say if it was, but it wasn't. But also, yeah, I don't, you know, not to get too personal, but I don't really have like much money or anything, so I wouldn't really want to be getting therapy and stuff. Can't really afford it. And the time as well, actually. I feel like I don't have the time for it. Alright, so that's just going to keep production going for motors in the background. Just so that we can come by here, swing by, pick them up, go to our factory. So we've got that now. Pick this up as well. So what can I not carry? Where's the car? We might be able to put some stuff in the back. In the boot. I think it's already full of stuff, isn't it? In a little bit. No. I'll just leave. Oh, you can't put stuff back into that. That's funny. Alright, one sec. Can't make that. Can I make a container? Can't make that. Sorry, just deciding what to actually bring. That's a bit better. Alright, we'll come back for that later. Anyway, you should try therapy. I thought that way as you, but going helped in a lot of ways I didn't realize. I totally appreciate that. It's just like it's a time and financial thing. I know though. We don't need to go into it any further, but at the moment, I feel like I'm not in need of it. Anyway, Nordic countries call it therapy. Americans call it whiskey. Yeah, exactly. I call it gaming. Oh, we ran out of coal. As somebody who's in therapy, personally, didn't help. Felt like they just repeated what I said without giving actual advice solutions. Yeah, of course, that's the thing with it as well. You can take vitamin D. Yeah, I've been doing that as well, actually, yeah. Yeah, obviously it's a bit hit and miss. It depends. It totally depends. I don't... Look, I haven't taken... I've done it before, so I don't know. But I just don't feel like I would respond to therapy very well because it's... The things that would be getting me down really are just... I think it's literally biological. I don't think it's... I've got a pretty fine life other than that, you know. Other than some stress, other than that, it's pretty good, you know. I don't really have any problems, really, so to speak. Or like past history or any issues like that. I'm not like foundationally upset or deeply depressed or anything, so it's totally fine. I was just saying that last year, around the winter months, I think with the combination of stress from my YouTube channels and stuff, that just got me down. But this year, I'm not so bad. I kind of get mood swings almost this year, where it's like I'll have 1 or 2 days where I'm like, oh, that sucks, and then the rest of the week I'm like totally fine. So it's all right. I think I just need to get out, get a bit more active, make use of the daylight and the sunlight and everything. That'd probably be fine. Anyways, so let's just drop some of this stuff in here, and then we'll pick and choose what we need to continue. Let's do some inventory management here. I'd like to keep as many motors as I can. That's like my limiting factor for how many refineries we can build. Let's just drop 2 of these. Actually, you know what? Just drop that entire stack. This is only 12. Okay, so we need... If that's the case... Then I go into blueprints, we go to this, we can make 50 because it's based on the amount of motors we have. So we've got all the motors we need. We need 300 reinforced iron plates. Goddamn, I did not bring enough. Now I'm going to eat my words now because I said, oh, I don't ever run back and forth to my base. That's because I'm normally quite planned, or I plan everything well for videos, but I didn't really plan on that. So now I don't have enough of that. Damn, I'll have to go back, get some of those. Got a container full of them, 300. 200 wire. Be down here. Quartz crystal, we've got that as well. That's totally fine. Iron plates, cable, and steel pipe. Iron plates. Little cable. Encased industrial beams are there, and steel pipe. It looks like I'm not going to be able to fit this amount all in my inventory, actually, thinking about it. Yeah. Alright, so 50, making 50 is simply too much. We'll have to go down a bit further, maybe 35. I'm Norwegian. I can confirm that winter depression is a thing. Yeah, totally, yeah. Right, so... store all that stuff for a minute. So I need 350 of this. That's all good. Trying to get rid of stuff so I can see my inventory. Alright, there we go. So I've just got this now. Alright, that's fine. So in here we have the wire that we needed, the copper sheeting there, the cable there, concrete, easy, quartz crystal, done. The iron plates. Alright, so now it's just steel pipe, reinforced iron plates we have to drive and get, and then that. Okay, I'll just have to make a quick run and get some reinforced iron plates. And then we can make 35 extra refineries, and then we can make another batch of 20 or so after that. Alright, anyway, how do you plan the layouts and stuff for factories? I usually try, but then I just end up winging it. So I use Photoshop for the layouts. Well, it's a combination of two things. So I go into the game and I kind of scope out a location that seems like it would make sense. But then I also just go into Photoshop and I have like you know, you just turn on a grid in Photoshop, and you assume that every grid piece is one foundation. And then you just build like the sizes that you'd need for things, really. I know that doesn't maybe not sound the best. So normally what I'll do is I'll start with the perimeter. So when I was building out there, I kind of quickly went, okay, I'm going to like run in a line, putting foundations down in a big like block L shape. And then I go into Photoshop and I fill it all in then, that dimension. So it's like, let's say it's 100 by 50. 100 across, 50 across, or 50 down. Go into Photoshop, 100 across, 50 down. And then you see if you can put in all of the various machines and stuff, knowing how much they take up in the game for a foundation. And that's how I do the layouts. Alright, so 210. So we can just take as many of these as possible, because we'll need more later anyway. I've got to head back up top. I don't have a good way of getting up there from this side. That's why I play games. It makes us smarter. Yeah, it depends on the game, but for sure. Everything in moderation. Have I misread the blueprint, or have you just not put a ceiling on the assembly section? No, I haven't put a ceiling on that yet. Because there's not going to be anything above it, so it's probably just going to be a roof, you know? The winter blues, yeah, indeed. Just to drop in, say I'm missing the live stream as I have to work, but I'll catch you a bit later. See you later, Martin. Thanks for stopping by. Satisfactory knowledge does not make any sense. How come you can turn iron into iron ingots with a hammer? Because you're... Well, how can you build things with a build gun? You know, it's future technology, sci-fi technology. So I wouldn't worry about it. Hopefully this is the last night of depression, but at one point I got really good at hiding mine. But main thing is I'm not depressed now. That was a few years ago. That's good to hear. Yeah, I've got some people close to me that suffer seriously from depression, and it's really, really tough. I've only ever experienced it for a short amount of time. And I know people that like properly live with it. And they're like, yes, sometimes, rarely, they don't feel that way. If for a little bit. And it gets them really depressed when they go back into a depression, because they're like, well, is this just going to be it forever then? Like, am I always going to have this? And you hear about like really famous people that lived with it all their lives, and even though they're successful and you think they should be happy, they either commit suicide or something, or they just talk about how it never goes away. I think Jim Carrey would be one of those people at the moment who keeps talking about it. And it's good that they talk about it, but it's like, goddamn, you know, it's very demoralizing to think that it might never go away. Sorry for being so dark, but yeah, let's leave the depression talk there. But that's awesome to hear if you've managed to kind of pull yourself out of it and get into a better headspace. How do you... Oh, yeah, I read that already. Sorry, how do I plan the blueprints for the logistics? Well, I do a small section. What I'll normally do is I'll put down like 3 machines and then hook them up. And then I'll go like, okay, well, now I'll just try to wrap a blueprint machine around that. So I'll recreate that in a blueprint machine. And then that's how, you know, that's how you do it. So you build it once properly, and then you go, okay, like if this is the vision, how can I break this up into blueprints? That's what I did with this area here. So I knew that I needed 4 glass like 8 belts going up. So I built one myself, and I was like, yeah, I like this design. This is cool. Okay, now I'm going to build it in a blueprint machine so that I can then make it over and over again. So ultimately, you do things manually. And then you just decide how to break it up so that you can save yourself time in the future. Now, if you're really good, you could just forward plan it and do it in blueprints in the first place. I'm not that good. I need to see it to believe it. Wait a second, what am I doing? I'm making refineries. Go back upstairs, sorry. Yeah, so we just have to add on more and more of these refineries, basically. Is there a way to work at the upper limits of water pipes and oil pipes, 600 limit? I don't know, there's conflicting reports about this. Some people say that pipes are just literally bugged at 600. And I've tested it a little bit. I could go on about this for a very long time, so best not to. But I've noticed that... Let me just draw it on paint so we can visualize what I'm talking about here. I've noticed that if we have a water extract... Let's say a series of water extractors. and they're producing 600. Can we make this bigger? Right, just say we've a source of some sort, water extractors making 600. They've got a pipeline traveling along, and it just ends, right? And let's say we've got a couple of machines taking that water in a line, like so. Just like that as an example, right? And those machines are consuming 600. We can see it, right? We know that they're adding up to take 600. I've noticed that this will run at 100%. Right? The extractors are all running at 100%. They're doing their 600. But for whatever reason, and that never fails, and the number doesn't get backed up, right? Obviously, extractors have an inventory space, and you'll see that they can hold 200 water themselves. They don't. Let's just say that they're running evenly, right? There's only like 10 water being stored or something. Everything else is being shot out. Everything seems to be operating fine. These machines will run at something like 97%. 97 to 98 is the numbers I've observed. So there's a literal discrepancy. Like, if I've done something wrong with the pipe, then you'd expect the water to get backed up here, but it doesn't. So it's almost like there's a rounding error where some of the water is just evaporating. It's not going anywhere. Because this says it's running 600 per minute at 100%, and this is consuming 600, and it's not consuming it evenly. So there does seem to be some issue, and I'm not sure what that is. I'm pretty good at finding bugs in this game, and just in games in general. I used to make games, and I like to think I've got a pretty good eye for understanding how a system works and where it's going wrong, if there is something wrong with it. For example, the floor hole bug, right, was an easy one. And how to recreate it and then how to fix it and work around it. This though is stumping me a bit, because then other people do say, no, I've built something at 600 and it works just fine. I'll build a big water tower, for instance, and I'll feed water down and it flows at 600, and that seems to be okay. So I'm not sure why this doesn't work. You know, what's the bug, and why would using a water tower make it work? I'm not sure. Even if you don't even use pumps, you can see that just building this on a flat plane in a line at 600 sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes it doesn't work out. So is there a rounding error in the machines? Is it a rounding error here? Is there loss along the pipe segments somewhere? I don't know. But certainly I've seen it where you can do 600 and it does work, but I can't tell you, unfortunately, what you need to do to make that work. There's something up with it. For the coal factory, if you want to bring it up, that I've built, it was designed in mind with 600 water belts, or pipes. And when I built a little local system to test it, it worked. I built just like 3 or 4 machines, fed them what they needed, and overclocked them. And I was like, yeah, this works. And the pumps worked, and everything was fine. That was when I did 4 generators, and they were overclocked to consume all 600 water. Maybe it was like 4 or 5 or whatever. I can't remember exactly. Long story short, having 15 in a row and powering it all the way up to 600, I'm having that issue. There seems to be some water missing, and I don't know why. I think eventually I'll be able to work it out and work around it, but I have a feeling that they're going to overhaul Fluid at some point, maybe after 1.0, because there's a lot of bugs with it, and they seem to know about them. They've acknowledged it, but they don't seem to prioritize fixing it, and that makes me think like, oh yeah, they're not fixing because they're working on a different system for it. And that's one of the reasons that I don't build water towers, because it is an exploit. Not that I mind people using exploits, you can do whatever you want, but I don't really want to do it in a video, because I feel like teaching that back to people, it might get patched out at some point in the future, which then would break your save. That's why I feel like they maybe never will patch it, because it would break a lot of people's saves, because a lot of people do that exploit. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be just 1, isn't it? 1. Anyways, a bit of a tangent there, but what just happened? I think I just built 1 downstairs. I tried buffers, and that worked until the buffer got empty. Yeah, so here's one thing I've observed. This is kind of... I'm sorry, I'll answer some of the other questions in just 1 second. I've seen them. This is one thing that's kind of interesting that I've observed. and that we'll definitely be using to get this place running correctly. So very quickly, let's say we've got just one water. Let's just use an example, make it very simple, like one water extractor there producing something, and then we've got one machine consuming something here, and we just have a straight pipe that goes straight into it. Let's just say it's, to make it very simple, that's our pipe going in, and our flow direction is like that. Well, actually, really, to make this make sense, we'd have to say that this red block is a series of machines, right? So let's just pretend like that's actually a few machines on either side or something, right? It doesn't really matter. One pipe is feeding, let's say, you know, a couple different machines here in a line. All right, just something like that. You get the idea, hopefully. So there's 6 machines consuming something from a water source. That's all that matters here for a second, okay? So something I've noticed is, let's say we produce, let's say this is consuming let's make it easy, 300, and we're producing 300. So we're producing 300 water, and we're consuming 300 water here. All right, so everything seems even. And the water is going to be flowing along. Now, if we turn on everything all at once, what I've noticed will happen is, you know, water is going to basically fill this pipe, as it normally does, and then start filling into each machine. As it fills this one, and this one, these two first, they'll power on and start to consume a little bit, right? So they'll be like kind of consuming and getting, and consuming and getting, consuming and getting, because you're doing it manifold, and then you wait for this one to get it, and then you wait for this one. But the problem is that if these are refineries, for instance, they've actually got a storage capacity of 50 water, I think. And it seems like it basically means that if you do things manifold, because this has a storage capacity of 50, it's trying to fill up that first, before then it's going to overspill and flow into the next one, and it'll never fill up, because you're making 300 and you're consuming 300, so it's never going to be able to fill it, because it's always going to just consume what it needs, and then this will consume and this will consume. So what I've noticed is these will just keep basically running, and the first two should be 100%. These two will start to be like 90%, and these last ones will be like really jittery. I'm not explaining it very well, basically, but because of the inventory space of a machine, if you're only making the exact amount and feeding it in, it's not going to work out. It's not the same as regular resources, because even though regular machines, you can do manifold, pipes only flow at their max speed when they're full. And because you're pulling away from that fullness, you're not going to deliver the max speed along the belt or along the pipe to feed these, and they're going to go into the inventory as a priority rather than into, yeah. So it's a tricky one to explain because it's really messy, but because pipes only flow at 300 when they are full, at Mark 1, you're filling the inventory of the machines behind, and that's why you end up, if you're doing a manifold system, you end up with like this sputtering problems, and it takes an extremely long time, and it may never fill. So the solution to that is to not turn on these machines. And this is called priming. A lot of people, I'm sure, know this, but if you you say like, you're not consuming anything now. These machines are offline. What's going to happen is they'll fill. All 50 inventory will fill up, and the pipes will fill, everything will get flooded, and when this starts to get backed up, then you turn them on, and then everything's flowing at full 100%. Like, the pipe speed is as good as it can get, so the numbers will just make sense then. That's what I've observed, and that's what we'll be doing in this place. When I was testing out how these blocks can get their water and how they can get powered and everything, they need to be flooded first. Now, that's one problem there, is that this is a future design build. We can't fill all the machines at first. We will slowly, like, we'll ramp up the belt speed and turn extra ones on. So that means powering down a block, filling it, and then turning it back on when we upgrade it. So it's a bit more involved. Anyways, hope that kind of makes sense. Let me answer some of those other questions real quickly. Dan Rose said, have you considered playthrough of Dysosphere program? Yeah, they actually wanted to sponsor me for that, and I just told them, I was like, look, I just do not have the time. I would love to, but another factory game, there's no way. So, I'd like to play it, but I just have no time. Baboon says, thanks for all the effort. Teaching me how to enjoy Satisfactory efficiently. I'm at episode 8. Nice. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Will it work if you start the pumps first? Yes, it should do. It certainly makes everything go a lot smoother if you do that. And the same when you're upgrading the coal factory. Just turn... You can actually just click off the machine, and it should still fill. I think it has to be on for a second to receive some water. Otherwise, it'll never receive anything. But as long as it's hooked up to power, and it gets something in here, you can just turn that off, and then it'll be able to fill up to 50. Another way of doing it would just be to cut the incoming line of copper and just reconnect that belt when they're all full. I'll probably do it with power switches though, that's the plan. To actually use a power switch to say, we're powering these like in segments, and they'll come online once they're full. And the way we can test that is by putting a fluid buffer downstairs, which I've done. We'll check, actually we'll just have a look at it in a second now. Sorry, it's knocking me back when I was letting go of the thing there. Yeah, so do you see that little buffer? That buffer is there for one reason, and it's just purely to tell me if the pipes are now flooded. If that buffer ever starts to get full, just even a little bit, I'll know that all the machines upstairs are full. And then we can flip a switch down here to power all those machines on. That scaffolding is temporary as well, we'll get rid of that. That was just to maintain the pumps. Oh yeah, there's the refinery I accidentally built through the floor. Anyways, let's get back to it. Thanks again, Baboon. By the way, love the series. You do great at explaining things. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to go between big and small, I think. I just hope it doesn't turn off too many people. I mean, it does. Not to get all YouTube-y on you guys, but if you look at the views of each episode, like, we lose 10,000 people every time I put out a video, basically. Something like that. So obviously there's some people that are like, nah, screw this. Or they just get bored or whatever the series naturally, which can happen too. I'm very envious of YouTubers like I'm Kibitz and City Planner Plays. They do series, but they don't lose people. They just keep them. I don't know how they do it. Trying to get better where I just keep people engaged the whole time. I think also being consistent is important. And probably swapping between two different games doesn't help. But hang on, I don't know if I did that one right. Yeah, just making sure, sorry. I didn't mean to delete the one behind it either. Not a big deal though, we get everything back. Right, every block has 26 refineries. I have what I need for another 26. We can do an... Oh, actually, I don't need to do an entire block because they already have some in there. That's fine. Alright, let's just keep going. One. Great thing as well, they all have their recipes set already and everything. Love that. Is there an end game to this, or is it endless? No, there is an end game. I mean, technically what you're doing in the game is you're sending things up to the space elevator, right? Over to the space elevator. And there are milestones. So I guess the end game is unlocking everything you can do and achieving all of the milestones. That's like victory. And then there is like a message at the end of the game when you do that, I think. But that's like it. Obviously, the game is early access. I think they'll probably put something in there as a bit more of a, hey, you did it kind of thing. But, you know, it's basically a sandbox other than that. That's just like a kind of a guiding principle for you to follow. It's kind of like Factorio, right? It's like, hey, what's at the end of Factorio? It's like launching the spaceship. Well, people play way beyond that just because they can. Alright, we've got about 7 more refineries in us. Would you do a series with I'm Kibitz or another Satisfactory YouTuber? I'd consider it, yeah. I have no problem playing with anyone else. Just a matter of time. Most YouTubers don't really want to collaborate these days. It used to be a big thing years ago, but these days it doesn't really prove to grow your channel or do anything for you, really. people used to say I should play with people for Anno 1800 as well when they added all the multiplayer stuff. I would have been up for it, but nobody ever asked me, and I never asked anyone else. Excuse me. Hang on, I've just been logged out of my alerts. 1 second, I've never seen that before. I'm pretty new to the game, I'm enjoying it so far, but one thing that just destroys my soul is the building system. After 20 hours, I still don't understand how to make a right angle belt consistently. Very simple principle. I'll show it to you right now. It's very easy. I don't fault you for not knowing it, but it is very easy once you know it, so. Let's say we've got a belt here, and we want to do a nice right angle turn. So very simply, we'd have it like this, right? So we're on the same point. We come down, 1, 2, and then we go across, 1, 2. And that is it. That is always a right angle. So you just apply that principle to everything, like anywhere. It doesn't matter where you are, if you're really high up or low down. We have something like here, and we need it to turn here. For instance, let's just say that's where we wanted it to travel to. You just go like this. You go, okay, I'm going to line up with that. And I go over 1 and 2. Now remember, at this angle, I'm not just 2 across. But the fact that I'm just to the left of just by 2 foundations means it'll auto right angle itself. But to better illustrate that point, push that even really far up if you wanted to. We're still at a right angle because I just went from there, 1, 2, to the center point of where I'm aiming. That's it. 2 grid spaces. That's all you ever need to do. Same applies to pipes, everything. Just move it 2 away. And then you know, move it down obviously, and then you get your right angle. This is a real stream. I'm here, Mr. Free MF Hugs. Alright, I have to go get some more material, and then we'll just add a few more refineries, then we'll go downstairs, and we'll hook up the rest of these things. We need more iron plates for that. Oh, I left my car behind. Let's just go get that real quick. Take a drink, I'm super thirsty. Hey, boy. Thanks for all the subscriptions, by the way, in the earlier super chats. Do appreciate it. Really helps a lot. And the stream I did in Satisfactory 2 weeks ago was unbelievable. The amount of support in that was insane. So thank you. Plan it, then expand it. Your Blueprint Roads video got a lot of views. I think doing more things with blueprints will help. That's true. I wonder, is it because I was a little sensational in the thumbnail, a little clickbaity? I said, like, this changes everything. And it does, for me. But, you know, it's one of those titles where it's like, a little clickbaity. Well, it's not clickbait, because it is exactly what I showed in the video. It's not like I misled people, but it's sensational, you know? It's like that hyperbolic kind of YouTube thing. And that video did so much better than the regular ones. It just got way more views. So, you know, hate to say it, but you throw a red arrow on your video and suddenly you're getting 50,000 more people clicking it. And YouTube tells you that on the thumbnail analytics behind the scenes. It'll say like, oh, we fed... So an interesting thing YouTube's been doing recently is you can upload multiple thumbnails to a video. And it'll run a test to see which ones perform the best. And it's not just about who clicks the thumbnails. It's about who stays watching. So that's really nice, because it's like what was the best thumbnail that not only got people's attention, but also kept them the longest. So that's great that they do that. It's not like literally, otherwise they'd just be purely incentivizing clickbait. But yeah, this is the one here. This simply was not possible. Big red arrow, big red text. I feel like the thumbnail's actually not that good. I'd probably change that text now if I could to something like that. But and is it because of the blueprints, or is it because of the title? These blueprints change everything, you know? Building a huge refinery. Like, there's 100,000 less views on this one than this one. Don't get me wrong, I'd be fucking loving life if everyone was viewing 150k. I just want to have consistency. I wouldn't mind if everything was just 40,000 all the time. That'd be great. But it's the not knowing and the ups and downs which make it somewhat stressful to do videos and plan out things. Is it because this was really long and maybe all the people watching this were like, this sucks, I'm out, and they didn't continue watching? I don't know. I never really look into my analytics, so maybe that would hold some clues in there to see how many people did make it that far in, etc. But yeah, more I guess more sensational titles might keep people more interested. I look at someone like City Planner Plays for City Skylines content, and he's just better at the game than me anyway, and he's a much bigger channel, but he's one of the bigger guys. And that's interesting. This has had like 2 or 3 different thumbnails as well. He's definitely done that thing, but every video he does just gets like this consistently high amount of views. I'm so jealous of that because I just love to have some sort of consistency to it. Yeah, that was 3 weeks ago. That was 7 days ago. I guess it does fall off for him as well, on occasion. Anyways, whatever. It's all part of the fun of the game, figuring it all out. I'm just trying to keep people interested, but I've decided not to go with episode numbers in this series, so that I can have those moments where maybe people do just join for the blueprints, or the oil episode, or the trains episode, like how to do trains, how to do oil. And then hopefully maybe they can, if you can capture a few of those guys, then maybe, or girls, they can maybe then go, yeah, I want to see what else he's building, or watch 1 or 2 other ones or something, you know? I gotta say, no offense to City Planner Plays, I hate the storytelling thing, but shout out to him for doing that. I don't know anyone else that does that, but when you join a video and he's like, Marcia May has been like planning this urban development for 6 months now, and the tax her tax returns have been leaked online, so the development has been halted in progress, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? But that's what, you know, shout out to him for doing that. It's not for me, but it's funny. But I really don't like that. I just think it's really artificial. But people clearly do like it, and he has that like art and stuff to show like these little characters and stuff. It's creative. I'll give him that. That's quite funny to me. But every now and then I tune into one of those videos, and the first 5 minutes is like people I've never heard of that don't exist, telling me or whatever like why the lore behind the decisions for building the town the way he is, you know. So I don't know. Maybe it is that storytelling effort that keeps people hooked a bit longer. What did I come here for? Motors, wasn't it? Yeah, we got 162 in there, so we can still build a few more of these things. So 160. That means we can do what? 16 more. All right, just need to pick up the materials for the rest of this stuff. So extra. Many people here, remember to press the like button. That's another thing I never do, is tell people like to do anything. One thing, again, this is going to sound so mean, but not to, I mean, he's a much bigger YouTuber, I'm sure he doesn't care. But one thing I really don't like that he says, he's like, click the like button for the sake of engagement. And he says it multiple times, and I know it's become a meme and people like it or whatever, but I'm like, I don't want people to do that. I don't want them to click it just to help the video. I want them to click it because they like the video. Or to I want people to comment. Yeah, that's the... And if you don't, and like... I don't know, man. I mean, I guess you're being honest about it in some way, but I genuinely want feedback, and I feel like that hurts YouTubers. That I'm replying to people all the time. And I do respond to older comments and everything. So and I just don't want people to ever think I'm lying or I'm being fake, because I just want the engagement. I would want the comments even if it did nothing for the video. The whole main reason I'm on YouTube is to see what people think of what I do and stuff, you know? But anyways, that's just a bit, that's the only other thing I don't like that he does. But everything else I think he does is great. So, what am I looking for here? Oh yeah, sorry, iron plates. I just couldn't remember where they were. And then this. Anyway, I think I found your channel on your video where you did a tour of your last Let's Play. I've been hooked on the series. Oh nice, thank you. The Factorio soundtrack is up, so let's do the Minecraft one. Game the system tends to have good results. I mean, there's nothing wrong with telling... He's not even gaming the system. He's just saying, like, hey, you know, if you like the video, leave a comment for the engagement or whatever to help out. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I think it's totally fine. He's not gaming it, really. And people are still listening and doing it. I think I should probably tell people or ask people to do it more. I just don't like the way he phrases it, because it makes it seem like he doesn't care. He just wants the engagement. I care about what people say. He might do as well, but he doesn't say it. So that's the only thing that I have, I guess, a slight bone to pick with him on that. I'm like, could you stop saying that? Because other YouTubers do care. At least I do. And when you say that you just want engagement,
kind of, you know, people might assume that I just want that and I'm just not being honest with you. But I am being honest when I say I want to hear people's feedback and thoughts. And I regularly implement what other people suggest in these videos. Anyway, at least you try to reply to comments. Most YouTubers don't. Yeah, I'm a smaller channel, though. I know I've got 100 and whatever thousand subs or whatever, which is great. And my views have picked up a lot, actually. So I'm not as small anymore, but I'm still relatively... I mean, for somebody who's a full-time creator, I am a small channel. You know, 2 to 3 videos a week with an average of like 40, maybe 1,000 views. I still consider it on the edge of small becoming medium. At least to me. So I'm able to read comments because I don't get that many. You know, I get like, what, 50 to 100 per video? That doesn't take long to read at all. Most people don't even warrant a response. It's usually just a sentence. You can read, think of how, it's like reading 50 sentences, you know, or 100 sentences. It really does not take that long. And I almost can't not do it. You know, I want to see what people are saying. So whenever I have a spare moment, I just take out my phone. There's a YouTube Creator Studio app, and it lists all comments across all videos. It doesn't filter them by the recent video or anything like that. You have to go into the video if you want to see that. So I just see the comments on all my videos at any time. And yeah, every now and then, like today I was responding to one to do with Frostpunk, which is like a 2-year-old series. They were just asking a question on something to do with Frostpunk 2. And it takes a few seconds, you know. Alright, we can do 12 more. Almost done. I've actually been making pretty decent progress. I've actually been doing quite a bit here. A lot of new refineries have gone down. All the logistics underneath is in place. Not fully hooked up yet, but in place, so that's good. Alright, we just have the one final block down on this side. Anyway, I don't mean to come across in any way bitter or something. I'm actually... Things are going really well. I'm very happy. And, yeah, I'm genuinely really happy with things going on. I guess I was just talking about, like, how... You know, just some things that be on my mind as a YouTuber. Like, how can I keep more people engaged? What does the future of the series look like? That kind of stuff. But everything's really good. You guys have been taking care of me really well. And I've had like the best month ever, basically last month, so everything's great. I downloaded your road blueprints because I couldn't figure out how to do your corners, the rounded bit. How the heck did you do that? Well, if you've downloaded the blueprints, you can see. But I actually did mention it in the video. There's corner pieces that you can use, little circular corner pieces. You have to unlock them in the Awesome Shop. That's how you get them. You have a plan for a motor factory? No. No plan or place in mind for it just yet. I want to do the iron factory first and then decide. I don't even know all the recipes for motors. I'd have to look them up and stuff and see which other ones could we use. So no, it's a bit too far down the line for me to think about like what dependencies that would have, so I haven't thought about it yet. How long have I been doing YouTube full time? I've been full time on YouTube since 2017. September of 2017. A long time. And that was I quit my job basically. It's a lot. I don't want to go over it. It's like a whole thing, and whenever I talk about it, people post it on Reddit and stuff because of the company involved. I worked for Creative Assembly for a while, but anyway, for 2.5 years. Anyway, I left there because I was unhappy at the company. I had a YouTube channel, and I was making about $300 a month on it, so really not that much. You know, my rent alone here is something like $1,500, not counting dollars. Actually, $1,600 probably. Not counting taxes and all the other things, not including bills or anything else. So it was not the type of money where you would leave a job and start doing that full time. I just decided to. I was like, I can make this work. And it was like one of the most difficult years ever. But I saved up about 10 grand, I think. Quit my job and I was like, okay, I'll work on YouTube for a full year. I'll have enough money basically for a year. And I'll try to spin this into a profitable thing. And I lost money every month for 12 months. And then I took a loan out because I started gaining. And it was like, okay, we're almost at the break-even point after a year. And yeah, then I basically took a little loan, a small loan, and like a couple grand, basically to buy me a few extra months. And then I eventually got to the point where I was just making enough profit to keep my head above water, and it stayed that way for about 2 years. I was right on the edge for 2 years, which is super fun. And yeah, then around 2019 or 2020, I started the kind of Let's Play channel. I started doing Let's Plays on the side because I was doing reviews, and I was kind of beholden to releases. So it was very difficult to maintain viewership when you don't know what is and what isn't coming out or whatever. And I was getting blacklisted by companies left, right, and center for being quite harsh. I wasn't getting things early, so I was also behind everyone else reviewing things. So very difficult, massively uphill battle. But it was my own doing that made that a challenge. Anyway, long story short, started the Let's Play channel, and that started very consistently having, it had much more consistent views in the background. So it was like, even though it was small, like maybe 2,000 views per video, it was very consistent. It was just like, yeah, people are watching this series all the way through. And because they're longer videos, about 40 minutes at the time, having 2,000 views on a 40-minute video is the equivalent of having like 10,000 on a 10-minute video, roughly. Because you've got more ad placements on it. The watch time is longer, people are on the video longer, and it's more consistent and more predictable, so it started doing really well. And just becoming more consistent. And then eventually it started becoming even to the amount of views and revenue I was making from the reviews. And then eventually it passed it. And then eventually it was 5 times more than my reviews. And I was like, damn, I'm putting like 2 or 3 days worth of work into the Let's Plays. And I'm putting like 4 days of work into the reviews. And I'm getting like a fifth of the revenue and the growth and stuff. Maybe I should just rip the band-aid off, stop doing these reviews, and go all in on doing Let's Plays. And that's what I did. And then eventually, and now here we are doing really, really well with it. I'm probably making 10 times what I was then. Do I still code games? No. Don't have any time. And honestly, my skills with programming have atrophied to the point where I'd have to learn a lot again, or it would take me a long time to ramp back up. I would love to make games. My only goal in life left is to make a game. Ashley Martin just said, of $1 million? I don't know what that means, but I'm nowhere close to making $1 million. City Planner Plays probably is. Anyway, so right, those are the refineries done. Let's see what we need to do next. And thanks for the engagement, Ron. We should do that now and just do it ironically. To be honest, I think he's doing it ironically, to be fair. Hey, Ron, thanks for coming to Tribune as well. Appreciate that. That's actually something that's been extremely awesome. Really good. Over 400 channel members now. 400. It's gotten so big that I've had to make multiple like credits screens for it because I can't fit all the names in. I never expected to get that many. Ever. Like ever. I thought even if I had 1 million subs I wouldn't have that many channel members. I just didn't think that many people would do it. Because, you know, not to tempt fate, but there's not really that much benefit to it other than credits, Discord kind of perks and things, and just like, you know, that's it. Because I don't paywall anything. It's not like I keep my blueprints behind channel memberships or anything. These are all the names that we have just at the tier 1 level. Massively helpful because every name here is basically contributing about 2,000 to 3,000 views worth of revenue. You know, just it's like $2, and that's like 2,000 views basically, maybe 3,000. It's like, goddamn, people are basically giving me the equivalent of like 500,000 views a month by how many of them there are, and it's so helpful. Like it means that the series, I don't have to worry about like the views on the actual videos as much nearly at all. Really, really amazing. So I'm very, very thankful for that. Shout out to all those names as well, and shout out then as well to the people at the higher tiers. I just did the credits yesterday. That's the all the 400 names in now. I do them at the middle of every month basically, or kind of around the 20th of every month. So shout out to those guys. Anyways, I tried to start YouTube, but I couldn't finish myself to upload any videos. On my account is a short Geometry Dash video. Hang on, let me just take a drink and then we'll get the next task lined up and then I'll talk a little bit more. Oh, small loan. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, the chat delay. It's probably my bad for reading so slowly as well. Yeah, it was a couple thousand, I think. Paid it back. All good. Debt free. Didn't have any debts when I started anyway, so it was all good. But anyway, yeah, I was just going to say, one of my goals in life is to make a game. I've got a couple of really good ideas. One idea is amazing. And I'm gonna say that my own idea is amazing. Oh, sorry, I don't need to go this way. I can't play and talk. You have to get some materials, and then we're gonna do the logistics again downstairs. But one of them is truly amazing. I'm just gonna tease you forever with that, and I'll tell you what it is. The other ones are just general ideas that I feel like are fine. They could be good games. Who knows? They're just normal kind of ideas, though. Like a Roman strategy game is one that I want to do. Kind of a mix of Imperator, Rome, Anno, and Total War, basically, but not. Wouldn't have the big battles. Obviously, as an indie developer, if you're doing a small game, you wouldn't be able to do that. But the map side of things, like a Paradox game, could totally be doable. And I'm over Christmas, I'm actually going to design it out further, because I find game design really fun, fun to do and fun to work out. And if you have a full design locked, maybe one day you could do something with it. All right, iron plates. So just going to drop these away, take some back. But the tricky thing is, I don't really have any friends who could help me with a project like that, you know? There's some other YouTubers I follow. Mr. Matty Plays is one I'm a bit jealous of as well. Not that big. He's a big-ish YouTuber now. But he like hired 4 people to start making a game for him. And he's got no experience in game development. And I'm like, how the hell did you find people that will just work for you? I'd gladly put all my money into making a game. All of it. Every penny I get, I would put into making a game. But I don't know anyone that would be able to make one along with me. Which is a shame, because I've actually got some friends with programming degrees, but they're more in the software side of things rather than gaming specifically. What else do we need? Let me just hook up some of these, queue up some of these blueprints, and it'll let me know what I'm missing. Oh, actually, we just needed the belts to connect to us. That's steel beams. And then the iron plates for the... Oh, and the mergers. The mergers need cables, don't they? I think that's it. Alright, with so much inventory space, I'll just take a few more things then. Let's just grab more of these. Yeah, I think that'll be enough. Alright, cool. Anyway, team up with Jace. Oh yeah, he's making one now, actually. He already has an idea, though. There's a guy doing Manor Lords. Yeah, that's really impressive. I mean, he's, I'm actually kind of, I talk with him every now and then. He's really nice. His name's Greg. And, I'm sure he's got a big brain. But, he is using Unreal 5. And Unreal generally. He's obviously, like, got experience with Unreal, which obviously does a decent amount of the heavy lifting for you. But clearly, and he's not just doing everything himself, but clearly, yeah, he's extremely talented. I wouldn't be at that level. I'm a mid programmer. I'm okay. I can do gameplay programming really well. I can't really do engine programming. I'm not good enough to do that. You need a lot more experience to do that kind of thing. But any kind of systems or gameplay, I can program in. Like, I can do inventory systems. I could make a Paradox game, like that kind of thing. But I wouldn't be able to make the map, you know, and all the regions and stuff like that. But I can put the systems in on top of it totally easily. The challenge really is doing the bottom part. Hey, I don't know how I didn't see that, but Rusher tipped $50. Thank you so much. And he says, I love what you're doing. Continue your videos and have fun. Hey, appreciate that a lot, man. That's a huge amount, so thank you. Especially around Christmas time, everyone's usually a little tight in the pocket, so thank you. Really do appreciate it. It goes a long way. Thank you. Alright, I'm sure if you put the word out that you're looking for help, yeah, it's difficult though when you want to actually get a proper team together and make something though. Because you know, you have to be able to trust people to not just back out after a month if you don't know them, you know. I just picked up a bunch of plastic because I was going to coat the floors, but I realize I don't have that unlocked. So we need to build an awesome sink, power it, and then pull the tickets out. I'd have to get more reinforced iron plates, which again, I just left all my plates downstairs because I didn't need them. So I guess we'll just keep building for now. Alright, so down to the logistics floor. And then we have to hook up all the segments here on the left side that we've just done. They need their floor hole, sorry, their lifts, yes. They've got all their lifts, and this is where I ran out before, so we'll just continue from here. Hopefully we're lined up. I have a good friend who's a game programmer, says on Vu. Dude is a genius. Works for Red Hat currently and is currently... Oh, sorry, he's trying to break free. Currently developing his own game right now. Nice. Oh, this might be the bit that was off. This is off. That's alright. How the hell is that? Oh, the refinery must be off. Because that's correct. Yeah, the refinery's off. Damn it. Alright, we'll go upstairs and fix that in a sec. Yeah, so, my plan anyway is to eventually make a game. It would just require me to... I want to get that design doc fully locked. I generally know most of the things I want to do with it. I've been kicking around this idea for quite a while. Again, I don't know if the refineries are off or if these are off. No, these must not be off because they're correct on that side. The refineries must have been misplaced slightly. Well, it's hard to tell. They're gaps up. Like I'm looking at the gaps between them. They look correct. Oh, that isn't lined up. That's not lined up. Maybe this is off. All right, let's cut this and then rebuild it. So we lock it to there. 1, 2, 3. That's better. Yeah, maybe that was just slightly off. That might be the one the person was mentioning earlier. Someone earlier mentioned, like, oh, you're off by 1. So that could have been it. But anyway, yeah, so I'm hoping to do kind of a design doc, like a full... You should be able to... When you're designing a game, you want to basically be able to play the game in your head or on paper before you even put any lines of code down. So you should know exactly like how everything is going to play out, ideally, before you commit to doing anything. And then you can build a game with all that knowledge. And hopefully that means that you'll have very little do-overs. Now obviously when you build the game and then you're playtesting and figuring things out, what the hell is going on here? That refinery must be off then. I'm so confused. There's no way lining that up. Oh, sorry, that's separate, isn't it? Yeah. Anyways, I think you get the point. Anyway, hi John, I really enjoy your content. I'm building a similarly sized factory right now, and it seems insane to me that you don't even have the regular jetpack unlocked yet. No, yeah. Yeah, that's true. This has been very future-built. Or future-proofed. One thing I'm hoping to get soon enough is the... Well, actually, I want to make a biofuel factory. I've never done that before. I think that'd be quite fun. And it's you're more incentivized to do it now because of the jetpack. The fuel for biofuel is really good. And turbo fuel is probably what I'm going to do when I get power. Or a fuel refinery going. There we go. Mistakes have been rectified. We are hooked up. Alright. That was a little painful. Hopefully it'll go a bit smoother down here. Let's start from the inside out. Let's get in. Time to start from the beginning. I would say it's a bit different if you're prototyping, learning, experimenting, but yes, if you have a final product in mind, it should be well thought out before coding it. Yeah, obviously if you want to experiment, you can use prototypes and stuff. That would help a lot. But I at least to me, I've got a very clear vision of what I want in my head. Because I've been thinking about it for 5 years, probably. So it's really just a matter of just working out all the individual systems, building it on paper. Like you literally put down pieces of paper and say, like, if I was to click this, what would happen? And I'm going to do that over Christmas because I'll be away from my computer. Excuse me. It's difficult to kind of do that thing on the side because I have a job. My job now is the kind of thing where it's just the more time I put into it, the better it does. So it's like, well, you should just put all your time into that then. And I really like it. Everything's great. So it's not like I'm complaining. But that's just one of those goals I have. Used to make games in college all the time, and I'd love to just be able to do that again. Alright, those are all hooked up nicely, no problems. Next row down, 2 more to go. 3 more to go. want to say thanks for you guys hanging out with me doing this. These little repetitive tasks. It's nice to have people here with me. Just be doing it on my own otherwise. What's it? Oh, sorry, I read that already. I read that already. Hey, fellas. Biofuel means you need to go harvest bushes and stuff, though, right? Yeah. That's why I've been saying every time I cut down trees or anything, I don't destroy anything. And I'm very careful with my obelisks. I'll cut down everything with a chainsaw before I then blow up the gas pillars or something, you know? Because it's all worthwhile having. So it's worth keeping, all that biomaterial. But not just that, if you get alien remains, those kind of things. But yeah, obviously it is manual. You have to manually feed something. But I'd like to have just a small little biofuel facility so that you go to a place, you just dump in the biomatter and it gets automatically sorted with smart splitters or even programmable splitters. So it'll go like, okay, alien remains go this way, wood goes this way, leaves goes this way. Sorts it all out for you and then just churns it all down into biomass, merges it back up, brings it to biofuel, and then turns that into liquid biofuel, you know? So that'd be cool. I just think that'd be a nice kind of thing to make. Alright, 2 more to go. How did you get the pipe connected to rotate like that? I did it in a blueprint designer, but the way you do it is basically like this. Alright, let's say we've got a pipe like right there. Put down a junction here. And then because that junction is there, we can hold control, snap to it, and then rotate our mouse wheel. Then if you just get rid of the sides, you're left with a standing vertical junction. So then obviously if you just wanted to do that on a larger scale, just drag this out to whatever distance. You can go really far if you want. And just drop these everywhere you know you're going to have one. You just hold control whenever they snap or whatever, you know. So on and so forth. Hopefully that helps. How do you get the part to place without going into your hotbar or your build menu? If you look at something and press the middle mouse button, you grab what you're looking at. That might be what you're referring to. Do the mycelia plants regrow? They give crazy bioconversion rates. I've heard that they do. I haven't tested that though. People say mushrooms grow back, but not the big ones. I think just the very small ones. But I don't know for sure actually on that. You can also just snap junctions and pumps to walls. That's objects to place. Oh yeah. That's kind of cool. Alright, cool. Just hooked up. Yeah, so let's just do this one next. Oxygen Evo. That's a great name, by the way. They super chatted £5 and they said, first ever super chat at 38 years old. Spend hours watching your Satisfactory videos to owe you a Christmas beer. Enjoy. For all your prices equal half a beer. Hey, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm actually not a big beer drinker, but I'd still take up that offer. So thank you. But yeah, normally what I drink personally, I drink cider, like a girl, I guess some people say. But no, actually, normally I actually drink whiskey. Bourbon and whiskey would be my go-to. Or also, I like Baileys a lot, so that's also quite girly. But also, yeah, my favorite drink is probably Baileys, but also Drambuie, if anyone knows that. That's like a kind of a whiskey liqueur. It's kind of like a very sugary, sweet whiskey liqueur. It's like a honey. It's almost like syrup infused with alcohol, basically. So I like that. Jim Beam, honey as well would be nice. But I'm not that big of a drinker generally. But thank you. Just thought I would give the lore on what I like to drink, I guess. I like cider. Different flavored ciders, Record League, and things like that can be quite nice. Beer-wise, if I am to drink beer, I normally drink something light like a Corona. Or shout out to Cobra beer that you get with Indian takeaways sometimes, or you could just buy it. But often these Indian takeaways will just include a Cobra beer sometimes if you go over a certain amount. Love those. They hit hard as well. Bailey's so mom of you? Yeah, man, I love Bailey's. I absolutely love it. It's easily my favorite drink. Drink it every other day, basically. I say I don't drink much, but I do have a glass of Bailey's, like, I don't know, once or twice a week probably at this point. Just purely for the... I just love the taste. Love the taste. Alright, so we don't have the refineries up there, so we don't have all our floor holes in place. We have most of them, though. We can get these ones done first. Alright, now that these are in position along this road, we can start thinking of the water extractors for these and where they can be placed. That's as much as we can do. So there we go. Sorry about the footstep noises. It seems very loud, but can't do anything about it. Alright, so we haven't done the outputs. We've just done the inputs. I think I'll just leave it at the inputs for a little while, because it can get quite repetitive. We'll just shake it up a bit, do something different. Holy crap, Max. Thank you so much. I'll read that in just one sec. But yeah, looking good, right? Looking good. All of the... Oh, I just realized my display screen is on. It lowers the frame rate if I do that. Should be a bit smoother now. There we go. There we go. Max, appreciate that. Super chatted out of his mind 50 fat ones, and he said you had me at bourbon. First super chat ever as well on this stream. So thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Bailey's is pretty good. Bailey's in coffee is quite nice. Yeah, my friend does that with it. So I got my friend into Bailey's as well, actually. From the friend I spoke about earlier from LA. And when he came over here, we were drinking Bailey's, and he always mixes it with coffee. And there's a coffee version of it you can get as well. There's all these different types of versions also, actually. Strawberry is kind of a nice one, too. And there's like a chocolate one. But I just like it standard. I'm not a coffee drinker either. I drink Gamer Sups. I'm an energy drink fiend. Used to be, but I eventually started drinking G Fuel. And I had a bad customer experience with them. When I ordered like 15 tubs, I think, at once. I like to bulk order because it comes from California. And it was missing one of the tubs. And it was one of the special edition ones. So I like replied to them and just said, hey, this one's missing or whatever. And they were just like, well, we delivered it. Like, we sent it. So, and I was like, well, I didn't, you know, I don't know. I didn't get it. So can I either get my money back or do you want to send that one on its own? They were just like, no, we actually have CCTV footage of us packing it. I'm like, well, I didn't get it, so I don't know what you want me to do. Like, and I was a customer who'd spent thousands, literally thousands, because I've been with them for like 3 or 4 years. And I was like, well, are you really going to like lose me as a customer over this? Do you really think I would steal one tub from an order of like $400 or something? And they're just like, well, we have the footage. And I'm like, okay, I don't care what you have. I didn't get the thing. And they were like, you could ask your delivery company what happened. I'm like, you're the one that booked the delivery company. It's not my company. It's not up to me to contact DHL or whatever. But anyways, so I stopped going with them then, and then I started trying other energy drinks. And after a while, I landed on Gamer Subs, and it actually is the best one. So I'm actually happy that this happened anyway, because it has the best flavors. Well, G Fuel has 1 or 2 flavors I kind of miss, but my favorite flavors are in Gamer Subs now. And the tubs are smaller, so shipping is less for the same amount of like servings, so that's good. And it's less chalky. It breaks up in water much better. Anyway, that's very surprising for a big company. You think they just... Yeah, I know, right? Especially since I'd understand if it was my first order, maybe. Because you'd be a little sus. But it's like my 6th order or something. I had like $2,000 on my account or something by that point. Hey, Ian. Or Lane. Not sure if it's an L or an I. I think it's an I. Ian? I'm only 12. I don't know about alcohol. Keep it that way. Got to get going. See you on stream, Vid, or Discord, or whatever comes first. See you later, Tally. How is G Fuel, by the way? Does it actually pack a punch in terms of keeping you awake? Yeah. Shout out to G Fuel anyway, even though the customer service was bad there. But G Fuel and Gamer Sups and all these other drinks, they're basically the same thing. But it's really just which flavors do you like. But effectively, what it is flavored powder with caffeine. That's it. The good thing with it is there's no sugar. And because of the no sugar, you don't really get this crash that you normally get with other energy drinks. It has a very slow taper off. I'm not sponsored, by the way. I wish I was. Maybe one day I will be. But yeah, it has a very slow, gradual fall off. So I think it's actually really great. I saw someone recently talking about this guy is going viral lately. He's like a programmer. You've probably seen YouTube shorts of him. He used to work at Blizzard. It seems like nice. I think it's Pirate Software. I think is the name of the channel. And he was saying like, oh, I don't ever want to promote energy drinks because I'm not going to promote it to gamers because they just sit at a desk all day. That's fine. You can think that if you want, but I found that it definitely gives you more energy and keeps your mind sharp while doing things on a PC. So that's why I drink it. I do think with all these things, you should probably do it in moderation because I noticed that obviously the more you do it, the less effective it is. So, you know, I try to do it around 4 times a week, and that's a pretty nice balance of keeping it out of your systems. Same with coffee and everything, right? Just try not to have it every single day, and you'll be fine. But it's very refreshing. Love the taste. And yeah, the slow fall off of caffeine or whatever, the slow burn rate is great. Why not have a cup of coffee? I'm just not into coffee. Coffee, I don't really like the taste of it. It kind of leaves a smell on your breath and stuff, and there's a lot involved in making it. You need, well, typically, unless you're just having it black, I guess, but you need milk and maybe some sugar. G Fuel for me, or I'm drinking gamer stuff, so it's you just put a scoop of powder into water and shake it. That's it. So, I don't know. And it has vitamins and things in it as well. So, probably all right. I feel like it's been around long enough now. We'd know if it was really bad, but I don't think it's too bad. Low calories, pretty much like no calories. I think in it. It's like 2 or 3 calories or something, and then there's no sugar. So, seems good to me. Anyways, what are we doing next? So maybe we should do. Oh yeah, we said water extractors and pipes. Let's do that. So I might have to head out and get more piping. Yeah, and then we can actually get our tickets and start paving some of the floors to be coated concrete. Make it look quite nice. Let's start doing that. I'll just be drinking tubs of pre-workout, to be honest. Some of them have a few extra bits in for focus. I would put a few scoops in water and just sip it all day. Yeah. Coffee is definitely an acquired taste. Yeah, like coffee's fine to me. I don't hate it. It's just like not for me. You know, I'm shrugging my shoulders. You can't see. I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, I'd have a coffee if it was offered to me, I guess, but I don't seek it out. And my partner, my girlfriend Rosie, she drinks tea like crazy. She has like 3 cups of tea a day, minimum. At least 1 in the morning, at least 1 at night. And she goes through tea like so much. But she drinks coffee a little bit. So I think we need to build an awesome sink. That in there. And then I could just quickly power it on. Pull out our tickets. Not sure how many tickets we're up to now. I'm gonna guess 34. 38. That's alright. Then we just need one of these, but I don't have the screws with me. Ugh. Oh no, do I not have screws? I'll have to make some if I don't have any. Guess I've never really needed them. I thought I left some here before though. There they are. One of the next milestones actually gives me a couple more inventory slots. Quite desperate for that. Right, so now print. Need those tickets. Right, 38. So we want to go to customizer, get the coated concrete foundation. Another couple of things I wanted to get actually just while I'm here. Factory ladder. Metal pillar, we've been using those in blueprints anyway, so I should have had them unlocked. And structural beam, also been using those in blueprints. Why not have these? Yeah, I'd get these as well, why not? How many tickets is that? That's 19. Walls, gates, we'll need them for the trucks coming in. Don't need tilted walls or anything like that. Foundations, double ramps, corners, nah, I'm good. Power. Wall power outlets for Mark II. Don't actually think I really need that, but if I do, I'll get them. Let's get the ceiling conveyor mounts and stuff. All right, there we go. 24 tickets. So that's coated concrete foundation material, factory ladder, metal pillars, structural beams, concrete pillars, frame pillars, gates, conveyor mounts, and conveyor wall mounts. It's gonna be a while before the next ticket. Hey, is there motors in there? No. Does your girlfriend play Satisfactory? No. She does play games a little bit. She's actually a community manager for Tiny Build. She's the community manager for Potion Craft, if people know that game. And a few other ones for Tiny Build. And she used to be a community manager for Prehistoric Kingdom before that. Yeah, we've been together like almost 12 years. Been together a very long time. And she plays some games, but she'll play like 1 or 2 games a lot, but not much variety of games, if you know what I mean. And what else? Like she played Hogwarts Legacy this year, all the way through. I think she's, well, actually she's quite close to finishing it, but she hasn't actually technically finished it yet. She's going through Potion Craft a lot now. It's actually a really quite a grindy game in a good way. So she's still grinding away at that. She played all of Stray, and she's into Animal Crossing, those types of games. Sims. Anyway, thanks for all the Satisfactory content. It's been company while me and my mates play on our server. And I've taken quite a bit of inspiration for your builds. Thanks again. Thanks, Curse. Cannot live without my coffee. Don't even talk to me unless I've had my coffee. Artificial sugar energy drinks are usually my go-to also. Coffee has too much acid for my stomach. Yeah. Also, I prefer it cold. I know you can get like iced coffee and stuff like that. I like gamer stuff because it's not hot. Will you ever introduce her to Satisfactory? Oh, she knows it well. You know, she used to help me out on my channel with edits and stuff sometimes. So she knows the game, but it's not really for her. I don't think she'd be into it. I'm just trying to think what I'm missing here, what I was going to do. Oh yeah, we can pave the ground now. And then what else was I going to do? Pipes. Let's just do the paving really quickly first, and then we can come back up here. Get some of that piping. Nice, it just costs plastic. We don't have to put down any extra concrete or anything. Oh, you can actually do a customizable filter. Oh no, it's gonna do both, yeah. Alright, cool, let's do it. Gonna go around those red markings for now. I hope I get to watch you guys play together in the future. Yeah, we've actually done on my, so when I did reviews and when I was a content creator in 2017, when I started out, I was doing reviews. Every now and then we would stream together. We played Don't Starve together. Actually, she knows that game really well, or a lot better than I did at the time. What else did we play together? We played a game called The Movies. I don't know if people remember that game. It's quite an old one by Lionhead Studios. Old-ish. And that was an awesome management game. I don't know if you can still play it, like if it's on Steam or something. It's such a shame if it's not on Steam, because it should be. Really great. It still plays great today. You have this like timeline of history. You start in the 1920s, and you build out a movie studio lot. You hire actors. It's almost like The Sims. They have like their wants and needs and their capabilities of different things. You hire writers, and you hire, you know, build writing rooms and stuff for them. And then the writers will work on scripts. You bring the scripts over into a sort of a movie studio. You build sets. Some of them are predefined, or you can make your own sets. And then you could also make your own movies by directing the actors and stuff, or you could just go with preset kind of stories and stuff. So cool. Love that game. And you're kind of building up the movie studios through the years. And then there's like the Hollywood, the awards every year, the Academy Awards, and it's really cool. Coded, yeah, the coded is so nice, especially when we have global illumination on. It's gonna get really dark, but we'll have a look at it anyway. I like just seeing the little reflections of the inputs and stuff on them. So much nicer when you go into when you turn global illumination on. Does Lionhead even exist anymore? No, I don't think so. The movie's awesome game show was abandoned. Yeah, they did an expansion for it called Stunts and something. I actually have it on disc. Have you seen the new Sims equivalent? Yeah, there's two. There's two games. Inzoi is one, which does look really good, but you know, skeptical part of my brain goes, well, we'll see it, you know, when we see it for real. And then there's another one made by Paradox that they've published. They're publishing a studio making one. Can't remember what they've called that. It's like the life of something game. Can't remember the name. And I just thought it was interesting. Like two games are doing The Sims basically around the same time. All right, let's go back to non-global illumination for a minute. I'll just keep paving these floors until I've got no more plastic, basically. How much did that use? Yeah, it doesn't actually use that much, so just keep going. This area will look really nice, actually, once we go up and down with this one. The strip lights. Something I'd meant to do, I never did it in the blueprint, was pop that back in. There we go. For City Skylines, the bus in Germany don't have two lanes for one route that go opposite ways. You have one bus lane that has two stops on both sides and just turns at the end stop and then goes back the other side. Yeah, that happens over here too. It depends on the situation though. Some places, like with busy main streets, will have bus lanes on both sides. So I think I've built it into a 6-lane road, so 2 lanes are reserved for buses. But on the smaller ones where it's just like 2 lanes or 4 lanes even, reserving one for a bus I think would make more sense. So yeah, I'd be open to doing it that way as well. Just depends on the situation. Yeah, I think that central tower is probably going to change. Kind of in the way. Alright, is that the central area done? Just want to use all the... We've got a little bit more plastic to go. Just use all this for now. Just coat this area. Some people coated the logistics floor, which I've never really thought about doing, but it actually looked quite good. Some of the screenshots they were posting in my Discord. Kind of tempting to do that. We could also build a couple extra towers or something, just to break up and do some bit more variety on the stream. It is a lot of the in-between stuff. And for people who are following along with this, you, as I've said many times, like, it can be quite intimidating looking at the amount you have to do, but I would say that you don't have to do all this. You could do it in phases. As you ramp up your belt speed and need more copper, you just add more refineries on. But it's good to get it all done once, just because it's like, well, at least that way I can just remember how I've done it now, and not have to remember how to do it in the future. Or you could just write it down or refer back to the videos or something, I guess. Alright, looks like that's it. So I normally paint the insides asphalt. That's normally what I would do, just to show you what it looks like. Let's go up to an area that has coated concrete all the way around. Anyway, every time you drop a video, it gets me to boot up Satisfactory, and then I realize how much work it takes and decide to wait for your next video to drop. I'm really looking forward to City Skylines 2, getting enough texture packs that you don't have to build an American suburban hell. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do with those like region packs they're planning on doing. But also, you can build European. But I feel like even the European plots don't really look European to me. Damn it. Actually, can I use a filter? Oh, I can. Nice. We can use a filter, so I won't go over the other bits anymore. That's good. Yeah, so that's the plan. That's kind of what I want to have the look and feel be from the different sides. Also, oh, I should have unlocked more patterns. Yeah, I want the like dotted line pattern, or the straight line, one or the other. The hazard line usually is actually the good one. Factory line. There it is. Yeah, something like that. But we can change the color of it, make it white or green, or not green, sorry, like that kind of teal color to kind of bounce off of that, or just yellow. Yellow might look good too. That creates your delineation between the two areas. It's an open plan factory as well. It's a bit of a pain painting inside these, to be honest. Just do this one block and then just at least then we can get an idea of the look and feel of it. Am I leaving bits behind? I don't think so. Alright. Do this side as well. Sorry, it's probably a bit disorientating for people. I'm just running right in between these machines all the time. Trying to make sure I don't leave any gaps. And this is why, an easier way of doing this would be to go downstairs, but we've changed the bottom side of the foundation, right, so that we don't see the asphalt when we're downstairs. There we go. That looks like. So, do I have what I need for like a little light or something? No, not with me. I need to get some quick wire. We can get some in a minute. But I was going to say, if we just turn on global illumination, we can kind of see what that looks like. We'll do it in a minute. I think it's worth the payoff. Obviously, we just have that now. This evil-looking glass case of emotions. Now we've got the kind of bounce lighting effect of the coated concrete as well. Anyways, let me catch up. So, I tried to use the filter to not cross over some things, but it didn't work for me. Well, it depends. Okay, it should work. I don't know why it wouldn't. Obviously, you can only do it if it's different material or different objects. I think City Skylines 2 could use some optimizations. It's not for the game to be bringing even 4090 to its knees to max out the settings. Yeah, it's had some optimizations. It's gotten a bit better, but you're right. It needs way more. I think it's more CPU problems than GPU, from my understanding. I'm studying civil engineering in the Netherlands, and I'm frustrated how much the roads in CS2 are so wide and American-like. Yeah, same. That's why I use the alleyway a lot. But the alleyway doesn't quite feel right either, because it's... I don't know, it's just like a bit of a weird road. Is CS2 worth playing now, or are the bugs still so prevalent that it's just frustrating? I would say if you're quite particular... The game isn't functioning 100% yet. So there's still bugs, but also changes to the economy are happening every week. Like, they just made a hotfix where my economy just flipped completely, so I would still wait. You can play it on Game Pass. That's what I would do, just to see, like, okay, maybe is it something you want to dabble with, and does it run for you, and things like that. But I wouldn't go out and buy it just yet. I would personally wait until March. I just pick March in my head just because that's about 6 months from the original launch. And I feel like with that amount of time, it'll probably be where they need it to be. Did you try Planetcrafter in the future? Maybe. I haven't really heard of that game, actually, but maybe. As a YouTuber looking to grow, I kind of look for games that have a decent viewership already, and that I enjoy. So you have to tick both of those boxes, kind of. If it can be new, then that's even better. So games that I will be covering, in April, Manor Lords comes out, so I'm definitely going to be playing that. That's like a realistic city builder, or a medieval city builder that's like aims for realism. Alright, where's the vehicle? Vehicle's still down there. Alright, so let's go get some materials, and then we're going to hook up the pipes next. We just need lots of pipe material. Planetcrafter is great. It's neat. Cool, yeah, I don't think I've actually heard of that for some reason. You get to terraform planets. Just while I'm here and I have steel on me, just gonna connect up some of these. Someone mentioned that this will be a real pain to upgrade because there's so many of them, and I never thought of that, and I'm like, oh yeah, actually that will be like pretty tedious to have to go around and like click all of these belts. There's so many of them, but oh well. I mean, it's ultimately less tedious than having to add a ton of machines and build a new factory. That's the idea, but it is one of those things where it's like, it's a lot of repetition. Maybe it would just be more fun to build a new factory. Only $20? The money isn't, wouldn't be too worried about it. For YouTube anyway, if I'm planning on doing videos, you'd hopefully make it back on the first one. Right, so yeah, that's basically what we need. Bonk. Need a lot more of it though, so I'll just dump some of the stuff I don't need. Put some of the steel back. Take just a little bit just in case. Put some of the iron back. Take some just in case. Put those motors back. Cable, quartz, concrete. Might have a use for all that. Maybe. Do I need anything else? I just feel like it's going to be a lot of pipes. I've brain farted and forgot where they are. There they are. Alright, let's go. At least it's not 60. Oh no, yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it's still good info for other people, I guess. Yeah, it's like, hey, this game doesn't cost that much. Planet Crafter. You know what? Let's take a look. I haven't seen this game, so let's look it up. Oh, I have seen this. Yeah, I have seen it. Oh, wow. Check it out. Super positive. Oh, it's early access. That's good. If it gets a 1.0, then I could dive in. Yeah, I've seen this before. Someone did mention it to me before. Kind of looks like that Tectonica game, actually. Terraform the ecosystem of a hostile planet. Make it livable for humans. Survive, collect, build your base. Create oxygen, heat, and pressure. Ooh, I like the sound of that, actually. Subnautica, but on its own planet. How many people playing it, though? That's the unfortunate thing. You look at something like Satisfactory as a comparison. Because I have to go where there will be viewers and players. You know, this game is like 12 times that number just right now. But obviously it's positive though. We're worth doing a little mini-series on. I'd love to do Subnautica. I never actually finished it. I got about halfway through the game and I can't remember what happened, but I just didn't end up going any further. I'd love to play it again. But I feel like it's too old now. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but just on YouTube, it kind of... You want to do series that will grow your audience. This would just keep the people I have. Not many new people would find me for it. That's the thing. So it's like, that's nice. And it's as tempting as it is. Trust me, I would love it. It's like, I got to make the business choice of being like, oh, I think I need to lean into things that be newer. They, Moonbreaker, never even heard of that. What happened to their other game? Oh, there it is. But Below Zero. I wonder if they're working on a new one. 1,000 people playing that. More people are playing this than Planet Crafter. Original Subnautica, 3,000 people. Wow. I like Satisfactory more than City Skylines. Most people on my channel do. At least on my channel. 1.0 is further... I like both, you know. Both are great. Have you tried Plasma? The game is just called Plasma? No, I haven't tried that. Subnautica was such a cool game. Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was really cool. Check the players for Dyson Sphere. Yeah, like I said, they were literally... They were asking me to be sponsored. They were offering me money to play the game, and I just told them, I was like, I don't have the time. The money didn't matter. I was like... I could do a video, but I wouldn't understand or know the game very well. And I just didn't want to make a video where I was like, oh, I don't know how to play this, and it's just the very beginning, and it's just one video. I just thought that wouldn't be a good idea. But I believe the game is super popular, overwhelmingly positive, good players. Yeah, 18,000, same, better than Satisfactory actually right now, because they did just have a recent release of that, what was it, Dark Fog or something it's called. So I'd love it, but I just don't have the time. Don't have the time. I played it before. I played it when it first came out. I thought it was great. What is Plasma? Yeah, I don't know. I beat Below Zero and liked it. I like the original a bit more. Yeah, I remember when it first came out, it was not doing that well. Why not stream it? I don't know. I feel like my content is better than in video form than it is in stream form. Like, do you think you'd honestly have stuck around if it was just streams? I don't know. Check out Occupy Mars. I've seen that game. Yep, I've seen that one. I haven't played it though. Pipes. Alright, let's get to the pipes. Alright, first thing we'll do is just connect all these pipes together, and then we'll hook them up to the extractors downstairs. That's what I needed to do, is actually check what's needed for extractors. That's what you gotta watch out for. Alright. We are hooked up. How are you enjoying the new update? Also keep up the cool building designs. Thank you. I'm loving it. Yeah, I think it's great. The blueprint stuff is just amazing, so. And I like the power towers too. The update's great, and it runs great now too as well. And it looks better. It's really just, it just improved everything, didn't it? I feel like. Let's see if we can get some other music going. Alright. Hey, I've seen some of your live replays, but I never caught you live. I like to watch you build while I'm playing Satisfactory myself. Nice. Hey, Preston. And thank you. Yeah, the City Skylines 2 launches was pretty rough, and it is still a rough game, I would say. You also get the texture bug when you place floor conveyor lift hole? No, I haven't seen that. Not that I know. Gonna make power storage. Yeah, I need to kind of do power storage myself, actually. So that has to go into here, right? Alright, we need to do the pipes vertically. Horizontal to vertical. I'm gonna start from the top down, because I found that, I mean, it should be fine because there is something on the other side of the floor hole, but I found that sometimes what can happen is it'll snap this bit on from the opposite side, if you know what I mean, like from the top floor and come down. It's not really working correctly. If you start from the top down, I feel like it tends to work better. And it's hard to know that that's happened. It's not easy to spot. Has the paint bug been fixed? Is that the bug where certain things don't get painted until you reload? I think it's been fixed for a few things, but I've still noticed it on doors and walls, like the doors with walls in them. The game Plasma, just looked it up, it looks insane, I might play it. I'll have to check that out. Just noticed the Minecraft music's playing? Yeah, I just turned it on now, actually. Pretty much always play this game at Minecraft music. Suits it very well. I hate to say it, not a big fan of the main soundtrack. I normally like synthy, ethereal, sci-fi soundtracks, but just doesn't do it for me. This particular game. Alright, we're hooked up. I didn't actually hook up all those ones. Technically, we can't use all these. I'll just cut the pipe, though, in future, rather than not doing these ones. So, this pipe has to continue over. So, how does this work on this side? Pipe runs under there. That's totally fine. Yeah. Alright. And it goes into one cross junction. All right. Okay, and then this one just needs to go into there. I know it looks like it's clipping through, but it's technically above it, I guess. Yeah, same on that one, I suppose. Can't do much about that. Not gonna do much about that. Alright, so that's all the pipes hooked up for one of these blocks. So we just have to do that again, basically. Although next time now we have to put this down again. This kind of floor pipe, pump, and valve. We've already marked out the place for it, so it should be easy enough. So we'll just have to do this again. I'm just gonna color these, though. Need the preset for blue. Yeah, so I've got a bug in the game where the preset here is actually the one below. I don't know why it does that. Seems like after you add a certain amount of them, it just does that for me. And then we can just filter here so that we can just roll along without worrying about coloring anything else. Nice. Super easy. Great. Water pipes. Alright, we just invert those colors then. Oh, we don't need to invert it. We just make it white again. And we can do our little segments. Alright, there we go. That wasn't so bad. That was pretty quick. I missed one. Don't say I missed one. You missed the pipe at the end. I think you're right. Yeah. Good call. Good call. There, I timed it with the music as well. How'd you like that? Really like punching through the screen there. But no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have you had issues with see-through walls in this update? No, but other people have. I don't know if it's just you, but someone in my Discord was posted that they placed the blueprint for the tower and they could just see straight through it. So I haven't had that, but people have. So I haven't had it personally. Having a lot of issues with floor holes and pipes. My pipes would not connect from the top to bottom, or the other way around. Had to delete the bit before the valve to work. Moog City is the best Minecraft OST song? No, it's gotta be Sweden. Gotta be Sweden. I think there's, like, the alpha is also pretty good. I think it's called alpha. Anyway, there's a workaround for the paint bug. Paint the object, then create another of the objects... Sorry, another of the same object, then immediately remove it. That will force a repaint. Yeah, another way to do it is you can change the material of the wall and change it back, and it should work as well. If it's a door that's broken, anyway. I ended up splitting the main bus to each side of the walkway. You even provided the blueprint for it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did, because that was the initial idea. The initial idea was to split the belts. So people have seen that we have the, you know, the 8 belts stacked. But I originally was going to split them and then feed them down in groups of single file. Could still do that, maybe. The reason I'm not doing that was because I have this tower in the way. But the original idea was to go straight down the middle until we hit the first glass case just there, and then split and go around down the sides. I do think that's probably more elegant. Maybe we should do that. Just get rid of that damn tower, because that's the thing that would ruin it. That might be better. Doesn't mean I don't have to change anything other than this belt here and that one there, so it's not Like I have to redo a lot. Anyways, well, just leave that though. I'm just going to continue doing more pipe work. I'm just going to hook up all these pipes first, then we'll do the floor hole and go down to the water extractors. Try to do it as quick as I can. So auto 2D, please, let's go. How can I turn down that noise? Quite loud, isn't it? Just maybe lower down effects volume for a minute while we're doing the same thing over and over again. It's so loud, so that's obviously not the noise that guides it. Just out of curiosity, would it be equipment? No, I don't know what noise. It's probably not governed by anything that we can adjust. Not everything is. Yeah, I'll just have to leave it then, I guess. UI volume, maybe? Nah, didn't think so. Oh well. If anyone knows, let me know, but I'm not going to search around for it. Just while I'm doing that repetitive task, I'll just lower this a bit. The overall master volume. It just sounds quite loud when we're right up next to it. Looks okay. Doing it quite quickly. Risky. Alright, and then we pull him down. Maybe it's a certain bug of video settings. Yeah, it could be like performance based though. Maybe it's something to do with VRAM or something. If the walls are disappearing, I don't know. I've been watching everything out of order on the replays. What plant is this for? This is the Copper Caterium facility. The most recent 2 videos. I have to prepare dinner, so sadly I have to go. See you later, Max. Oh, nice badminton. Shout out to badminton. I used to play it a lot back in the day. It's the only sport I was ever actually good at. Have a nice stream. I'm looking forward to the next video. Thanks, Max. Have fun. Hope whatever you're eating is good. If you're still here, let us know. I always like to know what people are having for dinner. Just because I struggle to think of what to have myself, so it's always good to get ideas. I've had some invisible pipes, but looking away and then back at them, or getting close to them, fixes them. Yeah, the only visual bug I've had in the game so far, I think anyway, for this update, would be the one where belts are full of stuff. Like you'll see a bunch of stators on a belt. But there's actually no stators. It's just a graphical glitch. Like there was at one point, but like if the belt is empty now, it looks like there's still stuff on it. It's not moving, it's just like frozen in time. And if you look at the belt and remove it, you can see like there's nothing on the belt, you know. That's happened to me quite a few times. Alright, there we go. Those are all hooked up. We'll paint them in a sec. We're just going to do that again to this line because these two are joined together at the hip here. These two categories work together, so we just might as well bring them together. Do their pipes individually first, then bring them together. Just skipped you through the highway blueprint video a couple days ago. Suddenly getting hit with the Minecraft music partway through gave me a massive nostalgia hit. Yeah, I love it. Love it. Yeah, some people ask me, like, why don't I play Minecraft? It'd be tempting to do that as well. I need the right mod. I want some sort of mod that will let me build factories and stuff. Back in the day, used to play Tekkit. That was the first factory game I think I'd ever played. I've often said that I think Minecraft is the first factory game. I could be wrong about that. Maybe there was some mod for some other game somewhere, but Minecraft came out before Factorio, and its factory mods came out before Factorio. And it was one of the first, like, kind of the way they did crafting and stuff, the way you could build a machine that would automate digging out, like, a big area. You'd have pipes that would send your little blocks of dirt and stone and sort them into different containers, and then you could make a machine that could use that stuff. I used to love that. Use the create mod? Yeah, that's the one that people have been recommending the most. I also had one called Immersive Engineering, which I thought was pretty cool. That was pretty cool for a while. I didn't play it that much. Played it maybe Actually, you know what? I've shown it before. I'm going to boot it up in the background. Probably still working. Oh, updating the Minecraft launcher. God help me. Did I just finish that already? Wow, that was good. Alright, let's go. And I'll show you where I last left off Minecraft. But it was really difficult, immersive engineering. It didn't have much in the way of like explaining things. I had to use a lot of video help and tutorials, but you can make trains and stuff in it. And yeah, I got like a windmill, and then I hooked up like the wire. But the wire had like a certain amount of voltage, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Even just that's a bit too complicated for me. It just seems like I have to spend so much time learning things. I could easily just do a series where I'm just like running around figuring it out, but I feel like to do a good series, you need to know what you're doing. So it's just a massive time investment then. Factory games are... Once you know it, then it's fine. You can get through them fair enough, but you don't know the game. It takes a lot of time to learn it, to then be able to communicate that back to people, come up with interesting builds, and make it entertaining in some way. And informative. Alright. We're hooked up. Oh yeah, people do complicated things to redstone. I've never been a fan of that personally, though. Well, it's probably just too intimidating for me, to be honest. Have you played Sky Factory 3 and 4? No. Nope. I never really played much mods with Minecraft, to be honest. I've just mostly played vanilla. I used to play Tekkit a lot. That was really my mod of choice. Back in the day, I had a channel for Minecraft. Way back, like 2011. Oh no, waiting on install. It should just work. I haven't played it in such a long time now. I don't know if it is going to work. I'll just let that do its thing in the background. Alright, so they're all hooked up, so we need to put down our pipe thing now. So I have what I need. So I'm going to need rubber and rotors. Okay. Or we could keep doing pipes. I guess while I'm here and I have the material, I feel like I should just at least hook all these up. I know it's a bit tedious, but gotta be done. Fast enough, actually. Whoa, what the hell's with my frame rate now? Oh, it's Minecraft, probably. Oh, weird. It just crashed. Oh no, it didn't crash. It's updating itself. That's what's happening. Not responding. Anyways, did you ever try Subnautica? Yeah, we just talked about that. I played it. I got maybe 2/3 of the way through the game. I really liked it. I just can't remember why I stopped. I think I got the biggest submersible that you can get, the really, really big one. And I was going down to like 1,000 meters. Something like that. But I still had to go further down. That I never got much further. I loved Tekkit. Yeah, same here. Would you consider getting storage and going to bed with the game open? Cheating. Oh, sorry, setting storage. No, I don't consider that cheating. I do think that whatever reason you're doing that for, you could probably do other things. Hey, Marnus, by the way. You could probably do other things in the game while you're doing that. I don't think you have to leave the game on. I'm just booting up Minecraft just for a minute. I just wanted to show some people some things. Let me just save this very quickly. I'll hop back in a sec. I can run both games, but I just thought it would at least run a bit better if we do this. This is using immersive engineering. I was just trying to learn it. That was the only machine I ever hooked up. And I had one other mod, which gave me the radar. Don't remember how to open it. J. There we go. Oh my god. Would love to do a playthrough of this. But I don't know. I probably wouldn't be as entertaining as it would just be more for me. Just because it looks so good. But yeah, this is like literally all I was able to figure out how to build. Because it was so intimidating. There's so much stuff. You have like, I don't know where it is. But I had like a little notepad or something. My god, I can't even remember how to open things. That's my inventory. How do I... Oh, I right-click to interact. Yeah. That's my inventory, right? I'm just trying. Oh, there it is. I do have it actually. Yeah, engineer's manual. So it actually does have like a little manual that teaches you things and talks about like how to do furnaces and get oil out of them and all this various stuff. Like this is a big furnace that you. I can't even remember. You put stuff into it and you get like creosote oil out of it and you turn that into other things and that allows you to power machines. And the only thing I was ever able to power, this is my windmill that hooked up one cable. And you can get electrocuted by the cables, so you have to like keep them out of the way. So I feel like that just takes it a little too far in my opinion, but whatever. So I hook it up to this like fuse box thing. I don't even know how to interact with. God, I haven't played this game so long, I don't even remember how to... Yeah, I guess I can't interact with that. Oh my god. Throwing dirt with a sword. Anyways, all I could do, this can only power 1.5 furnaces, so it really can't do that much. But at least it is technically free power. You know, you don't have to feed it with anything. It'll just keep running, and you can put stuff in here and let it do its thing. And it's obviously the very basic first version of automation. But this was a problem actually I had in it. You'll notice that it's hitching, where every now and then it kind of hitches and stutters. I was having that, and it happens more and more the longer you play. But yeah, man, I love Minecraft. I'm all about Minecraft. Minecraft for me is a very solitary experience as well. I never really played it multiplayer. I always used to just play it alone. I used to play with a friend back in the day for a while, but my most of my memory for the game is playing it alone. And I love it. How good is that, huh? Oh my god. You get that water shader in there, some volumetric fog. The little raised bits of grass on top of the grass. Oh. So speaking of the grass that blows in the wind with those shaders and stuff. I know people have probably seen this kind of thing before, but love it. But yeah, look at it. It's unfortunately, it just stutters. Like if I just spin for a second, you'll just see it hitching. In a second. There it is. Yeah. Couldn't figure out what that was. It was one of the reasons I decided not to continue with it. Tried for a while to figure that out, but couldn't work it out. It's not really a world tour. This is me just experimenting, at least, you know, with the immersive engineering mod. All right. Anyway, back to Satisfactory. The tech mod Minecraft packs are a lot of fun once you get used to them, but they can be a lot to learn. I want to play through with a gold. With a gold, you can check Sky Factory 3 and 4. Oh, with a goal. Because there's an achievement book and you can make episodes doing achievements and stuff. Mod Create is probably the closest to factory build feel in the moment. What happened to Tekkit? Why did Tekkit stop? What was up with that? I don't know if... Did the Yogscast, like, make Tekkit or something? I know they're, like, a big proponent of it, but I didn't think they actually made it. I wish that mod would just come back. That was perfect. I'll have to check out Create. But I feel like Tekkit was exactly what I want. I loved those big excavators that you had as well. You set up this perimeter and you just watch this drill, like, drill down in a grid. But, like, infinitely, pumping stuff back up. And it's like, yes! This is awesome. But anyway. Alright, we're back. Nice and smooth. Okay, yep, let's just keep going with the old pipes. How much is this? It's 2 copper sheeting for each segment, and I've got 4,000. Shout out to all the subscribers who just had Neff subscribe a second ago. Appreciate new subs. Hit 100. I didn't think we'd hit 100,000 by the end of the year. Now I've blitzed it. 110 or something now. So awesome. So thank you guys very much for that. Remember to subscribe if you haven't already. Doesn't cost you anything. You can always unsubscribe later if you hate me. It would help me out a bit. Minecraft is okay for what it is. I look at Satisfactory as Minecraft for adults. Well, it's a different game, isn't it, though, really? I mean, it depends how you play Minecraft, but Minecraft is also about, like, the exploration, the survival aspect. You have to eat and stuff, you know? Like a baby's first survival game, I guess. And it's a creative builder, obviously. You can kind of make anything. Whereas Satisfactory it's a factory builder. I kind of think Satisfactory is the kids' version of factory games, and Factorio is the adult factory game. This is the game with pretty graphics. Whereas Factorio is the game that, you know, people, especially if you mod it, the go to space mod or whatever in Factorio is insane. And Factorio is a game that you can lose, and I've lost it many times. I'm not very good at that game, or it wasn't. I feel like I'll probably be better now, having played so much Satisfactory. But I always get overwhelmed by creatures. Like, they just destroy my defenses, and they destroy everything. And I can't work out trains, or couldn't. So, like, I can get basic trains, but once it starts... And resources are finite, so I'm like, oh my god, I've run out of stuff that I've made locally. I haven't made enough to get to the next destination. Need to get across the map, and then I'm being swarmed because of all the pollution I've created. So it's really difficult, I feel like, anyway. And it's far more complex as well. It's much more difficult just to make basic science packs, I feel like, in that game. Progress your tech level than it is to feed a space elevator in this game. But I prefer aspects of this game, obviously. The first-person nature of it, the 3D building tall. The immersive feeling of building in this game is much better as well. Anyways, building in 1 meter blocks versus more advanced building. Well, technically, this is a 1 meter block. You are on a grid in this game. They just kind of hide it. Every foundation is 8 meters across. I know what you mean, though. Cube building versus... I think they're just different games. This is an automation game. In fact, Minecraft isn't. It's a survival game. You build creatively in that game. Just to make a house, make things that you want to live in and see, and... just for no reason, really, other than just the fun of it, right? You just build a bridge. You don't need one. You can make a bridge out of dirt. But people build big wooden ornate bridges and castles and things like that. But if you want to actually play through the game and get to the end, that can be kind of challenging. You have to, like, find a bunch of rare materials. So it's all about going deep into the caves, surviving in those caves, right? You're fighting mobs and skeletons or whatever down there. You're finding rare materials in hazardous locations. Getting those materials, bringing them to the surface, refining them, enchanting them, using that then to locate where the temples are, so then you can locate where the portal to the end, or whatever it's called, is. Getting to the end, and then fighting the dragon, you know? That's what the game is. You're not, unless you're using mods, it's not really about doing what you do in this game. Quite different in that respect. Alright, we've got how many more of these? 2 more? Oh, just 1 more. Alright, almost done. By the way, the game seems kind of quiet, so I've turned it down on purpose just because this bit's a bit repetitive. I'll turn it back up after this. Music's still loud enough anyway. Survive your way. Yeah. Or you don't have to do anything, right? I mean, most of the time I've done in Minecraft was just building... like, trying to find the materials to build, like, a really nice, like, sandstone house or something. Or just making, like, a mansion with all these different rooms and stuff. Or every now and then I'd build, like, a castle, things like that. I remember once I built a fortress in the Nether. That was kind of cool. That was before they actually added fortresses to the Nether, so that was cool. Oh yeah, we haven't done the floor holes for this side yet, so I can't actually... all the refineries aren't in place, so that's as good as we get there. Switch it up. We'll put on the regular music now. Alright, so that's as much piping as we can really get in place. Just gonna paint it, and then we can hook it up. A sandstone house? Yeah, I used to try and get... I guess I was using texture packs at the time. But you can dig up sand and then refine it into sandstone. And then I think if you cook it, you could get it into another type of sandstone that looked really nice. It would actually take quite a lot of refinement. I had a texture pack that made it look kind of Roman, actually. So I think I was building like a Roman villa. But it meant actually... oh no, sorry, it wasn't sandstone, it was clay. It was clay. To get clay bricks. You have to dig up clay, which is always underwater. And then you'd have to bake it in an oven or whatever to make clay blocks, and then you'd merge clay blocks to make clay bricks, and that would allow you to make this really nice looking. I mean, in the default vanilla game, it doesn't look that nice. It's like this red brick texture, but with a mod I had, it was like this terracotta white look to it. Looked really, really nice. So I was building like a Roman villa with that. And I remember it was just like, it was an effort just to even get the materials. Spruce wood, shout out to Birch. Best block hands down, spruce wood. And I still remember that when they added the updates where you could actually just, yeah, all the different types of wood, and then you could actually keep the original blocks of trees and stuff. That was pretty cool. Was standing in Satisfactory while watching your stream, and the giant moth picked me up from where I was standing. That's funny. What's the ending to Satisfactory? Is it like Subnautica when you fly off the planet? Well, they're doing a 1.0 eventually, right? So there might be some sort of end that they plan on doing for the game. Like in Factorio, you've got the space shuttle launch, right? In this game, you know, they have Sam ore, this mysterious ore that doesn't do anything right now. They have these ornaments that don't do anything right now. Or not ornaments, sorry, collectibles or whatever out in the world. And the big question is, like, I'm sure they're asking it too. I don't think they know. What are they going to do with it? I saw on the subreddit recently someone was suggesting that Sam ore could be used as like portal technology. Missed one? I'll go over it again in a sec. Which I thought was quite a cool idea, actually. I like the idea of if they made portals, but if let's just say it was me designing the game, right? The way I would do it is I would have Sam ore feeds into a portal machine, and that portal is it's a teleporter just for you. I wouldn't let you teleport material personally, other than what's in your inventory. Just to control it a bit, because I still feel like you should be using trains and things for that. But I like the idea of like you have to constantly supply it to use it. Maybe it drains a huge amount of power when you power it on, so you'd need batteries and stuff to sustain using it. I like the, and maybe you'd have a wind down as well. That's what I would do. But other people on the subreddit were just suggesting like straight up portal tech, where you use Sam ore to make some sort of big portal machine. Anything you send through it gets to wherever the other exit is. That'd be kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with it. So it's like you could do some... Obviously, there's a mysterious ore, right? There's an ore in the game that we don't know what it's going to do. And they're probably figuring that out too. There's also ornaments that they have to figure out what to do with. Or objects. I'm sure that's going to feed into some sort of mini narrative and some sort of end game. Collect this amount of things. Maybe you can power a certain amount of machines with them. Maybe you use them to unlock technologies. I would imagine the collectibles are stuff for the MAM to understand certain things. And those things will then allow you to use Sam ore. And then using Sam ore will be needed for the final stage or something, you know? That I imagine that's where it's going, but I don't know. You said I missed one. I don't know where I've missed it. It could be an old comment by now, by the time I read it, but I'm not seeing where I've missed yet. So I might just leave it. Alright. Anyway, hey Darren, just hopped in to say my words of appreciation for your content. It helps me relax and drift off after a long day. Much love. Much love back to you, Tigron. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. There's a whole plot line. Yeah, they've said that they've kind of sandbagged it a little bit recently, where Snut was kind of like, you know, don't expect like too much. I'm not expecting much at all. I think it'll be very optional and secondary to the game, really. It's a small thing. I got it. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice, cool, great. All right, so yep, all those pipes. I'm not going to do this. I'll do that side of my own. I think we get it. But yeah, so we have to just hook these up to their water extractors now. So I'm just going to run back to base. We'll get what we need for water extractors and for the blueprints of those pipe things themselves. In fact, I'll just pop that in right now. So we need, logistics-wise, we need at least 2 of those. We'll just pop down 3 just in case. And in the regular builder, then we're going to need water extractors. 5, probably about 20. Oh, and then we also need what we actually I think we only need 15. So we need buffers. I'm gonna need the architecture. That's where it is. The pipe scaffolding. I'll need 3 of those. Fine. Actually, I'll need more than 3. Need 3 sets of them, so it'll be about 9 probably. Okay. I think that's it. I don't think I'm missing anything. Alright, so we'll head out. We'll get some rubber and rotors. And some more reinforced plates. See you later, Shattered Reality. This big build will go so much faster with a few helpers. I don't know if you want the help. No, I'm good. I like to do it myself, knowing everything is done correctly. Excuse me. We're already seeing some level of quantum tech at the top of the current trees. Expanding onto that and some sort of warp tech wouldn't be too far out of the realm of possibility. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, because the game has changed so much over all the updates that I can't imagine that whatever the original concept was for this stuff is still going to be the same, you know? I just don't believe that. You'd have to be an extremely forward-thinking developer to know what these things do. Years before you actually ever implement it, you know? I don't know. Seems kind of crazy to me. Like, they've put things into the game since then that have become redundant, like gas masks and how you traverse around the map, like how you explore. All these, like, you see in the map, there's like these little areas where clearly it's like a little jumping puzzle to get to some like kind of slug or something, hard drive. But now you've just got a power tower, you can just like fly over to it like almost instantly. It's strange. Clearly they've done it for the better, but obviously I just don't believe that they forward planned enough that they know the answer to that question. They might know now, but I feel like a few months ago probably they didn't. What's coming at 1.0. Alright, rotors, rubber, and reinforced plates. Rotors. Oh, we need even more. Definitely do have rubber here somewhere. There. Alright, this should be all we need. Seeing as we have inventory space, I might as well just grab that plastic and keep doing the coated floors. Running factory complete now, without resources. Power consumption just under 20,000 megawatts. Enjoy the stream. We'll pop in later. Pop back in later. Can't wait for the next video to see where to get the resources. Yeah, so it'll be all the copper nodes. And I'm going to set up these localized miners that will then have a blueprint for a truck stop. And then we have to build roads out to them. So I'll probably do the roads in between episodes out to the various nodes that I want to tap. And then in the episode itself, I'll build out all the miners and hook it all up and start doing the routes and things like that. I hope it all works out. I've never really done delivering ore on that scale via vehicles, you know? And I'm really close to the milestone for trucks, so I'll probably do the truck milestone and actually build proper trucks to do it, not just tractors. Did you end up deciding how you're going to lay out the third Caterium line? No, not yet. Doing copper all first, then Caterium after. Because at the moment, there's Caterium there, and there's going to be Caterium here. So I believe, if I open up my other thing, how much is planned? 65 refineries are needed for the pure Caterium. 65. 26 in a row, so it's 26, oh, sorry, in a block, 26 plus 26 plus 13. So half of a row is 65. So either this will be a full row, Or that'll be a full row, full block. I've numbered that as 65. I don't know why I've done that. Could do it on this side. It's probably just for a thumbnail. Yeah, so the question is, do you fill out these ones and leave a gap in the center, or do we, you know, I don't know where the missing row is going to go, I guess. I don't know yet. I have to think about it. Depends on the logistics for copper downstairs, giving us some space and room to breathe. I almost feel like that's the way it's going to be. Like, we'll leave that one and put the other 26 in there. I think that's the way it's going to go, because a lot of the copper wraps around out that way, and it would probably just be helpful to leave some space. I'm not sure. How recent is the most recent save file you have available? It's 2 episodes behind. It's before I started building this factory. So it's... the save file is after the most recently completed factory. And that's the way it's always going to be. It's not going to ever... I'm never going to give a save file out mid-factory. Alright, let's head downstairs. Let's do some of these extractors. We're going to be using Caterium wire alt recipe. Let me see. I'm using a recipe for fused wire. Yeah, fused wire and fused quick wire is what I'm going to use to get wire out of this place. So, I don't think I have... I don't even know if I have it yet. Let's see. I do. Yes, this is one of the recipes we'll be using. Deuterium ingots and copper ingots to make quick wire. Plan is to use... I'll show you what I'm looking at, by the way. This. The temporary, quickly cobbled together kind of thing. So here we... I don't know why this image is broken. Every time I put it in there, it just breaks. I don't know why. But anyway, so yeah. So 65 refineries, 780 ingots per minute is what comes out. 180 of those ingots are going to go into making fused wire, which combined with 720 copper ingots will make 5,400 wire per minute. So it's you get a lot. Think of it. 180 Caterium in, 5,400 wire out. Obviously combined with the copper. Then on the other side of things, it's fused quick wire. That's going to be done in 80 machines. And we're going to send in 3,000 copper ingots and 600, the remaining 600 Caterium ingots to make fused quick wire. So 7,200 quick wire. That'll use all of the Caterium. That's where the Caterium ends. Don't use the Caterium for anything else other than wire and quick wire. That quick wire will then get made into AI limiters. We'll have refineries doing steam copper sheets, 52 of them. Yeah. Oh yeah, Minecraft's still open in the background. Close that. Alright, anyways. Yeah, we're pretty close to getting Mark IV logistics. Why not get it and then build a factory with the 480 belts? Just because, I don't know, just to get this one done now, rather than always saying, oh, we're on the cusp of getting the next thing. I'd rather just get this up and running, and then I'll upgrade it when I need to. I don't have to upgrade it straight away, so. I won't have the power is my limiting factor with this place, not the belt speed, really. I can't power it all on anyway, so not really a big deal. How much storage are you going to be building for the factory? I don't know yet. I haven't decided that yet. Not that much. I don't really plan on having a lot of storage. 1 container per item, really. Probably. Or 1 container per belt line. Would probably be what I'll do. Trucks are just going to take it away. And send it to the transport hub. The transport hub's going to have the big storage. Alright. Open that up. And then we'll pop down our... My music just gone off, by the way. I know it's the in-game music now, isn't it? It stays off for a while. Yeah, so to bring that down as low as it can go, basically, and then shift it over. That should be it. Nice. Alright. Now, I probably need to do the belt logistics before I hook up the pipes. Kind of. I guess we could just do the pipes. It's just because sometimes the belt will need a conveyor pole to go through the pipe, and if the pipe's there in the first place, it can be awkward to place that. But we can just cut that away and put it back when we need to. Let's just grab this. Actually, yeah, the very last thing then would be just to put down a junction cross there. And another one here. Make those guys friends. Alright, so that's hooked up. Are you going to expand the coal gens, or are you going to build a fuel plant for power? Both. I'll be expanding the coal. When I get to Mark IV Logistics, Mark IV Logistics is actually a really nice number because it gives us access. See, I'll get Mark IV Logistics, and the belts will go to 480. That's great. But we're still limited on a Mark II miner. Overclocking the coal Mark II miners to their fullest potential gives us 300 out of them. When we get Mark III, you can get 600 out of them. So it means that our limit is 300 ore per minute per miner. And there's 4 of them at the coal power plant. Because of the way the plant is designed, rather nicely, whatever the amount of water traveling on a pipe is the same traveling on a belt. The 300 is a great number to have because it just means that we stick with our Mark I pipes and we just activate a 3rd extractor. So all I have to do when I upgrade that place now is I get Mark IV belts, upgrade all the belts, right? Just by clicking them. That's pretty quick. They all have the capacity for 480. Then I go downstairs, turn on 1 extra extractor, but underclock it to 50%. You don't have to do that, but might as well. If you want a clean power line, you could do that. And that's it. That's it. And then we should get like another couple thousand megawatts of power out of it. Definitely going to do that in an episode to show everyone how easy it is. That's like the big selling point of that factory. Anyway, yo Darren, watching your video since the first Satisfactory video and finally got your live stream. Thank you for your great content. This is Marcus. Like your chill voice and playstyle. Thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Really do appreciate people taking the time out of their day to say nice things. It means a lot. Are you going to expand? Oh, I read that already. Just curious if anyone would be interested in doing community Satisfactory multiplayer server. Might be fun to see what everyone creates. Yeah, if you want to do that. If you want to do it and organize it through my Discord or something, you can absolutely do that if you want. I can even give people a role where you can notify the people who are on the server, you know? They can opt into it. So it's like, hey, I'm on the Satisfactory server, and you can give them a role for that. And if someone wanted to take charge, they could even be what I've called legates. Legate. Maybe I shouldn't go with the Roman theme stuff anymore in my channel, but a legate back in the day for me was someone who's like a kind of a soft moderator on Discord who is in control of one of the multiplayer servers that we set up. They used to set up a few back in the day for different things. And yeah, someone would have like a role that people could ping and be like, hey, there's like a griefer on the server or something, you know, and then they could get ban them or something like that. So it would be a way for me to be not directly involved with it, but still give you the power and tools to leverage the community to, you know, host the server and gain access to anyone else who wants to take part in it. And have sort of a forum to organize it, I guess. Alright, so that's the other one done. Is that it? Oh, wait, there's the one down here. Still need to figure that one out. That has to, that has to be fed from one of these. And the idea was, I think, doing it on this side. So, right on the opposite side here, that pipe will feed this one and this one. So all of them are split between 2 sections. You know, this is one big section here. This is one big section here. And this pipe split to feed both. So the only awkwardness comes in for the 2 sections on the end. This one and this one. So to feed those, I think I was going to put it here. And the pipe will branch off to the left and go around. Maybe it'll go up and over or something just to clear the door or something for this tower. Doesn't matter because the height is set anyway, so should be fine. Alright. By these pumps. Alright, let's just paint it, and I guess that's that done. Then we'll do the water extractors downstairs for this side. theoretical question, but would a multiplayer still run into the object limit? They could, yeah, if they built enough. The object limit, I don't think people realize how big it is. It's massive. But the object limit is an engine problem. So yes, everyone's shared on the same server, so in theory, you'll run into it faster. Kind of. Well, not really. It all depends how much you build. You have to build a lot. I wish they'd actually say the number, but it's like 50 million objects or something crazy. Do I want anything? Says Rosie. No, I'm good. Yeah, I have water and everything. I think I'm pretty good. A biscuit. If you could bring me a biscuit from the, not the blue packets, but the kind of beige packet. But it's okay if you don't want to do that. Where do you farm the flowers to get the color for the road blueprint? Flowers don't grow back. So there's nowhere to farm them. But I'm in grassy fields, so if you just run around collecting bushes, using the chainsaw on trees and a few things, you should pick up a decent amount. I think 100 flower petals turns into 500 color cartridges, and you need one for every pattern, so you should be able to get a lot out of it, I think. Sinful. I assume the object limit is able to be modified on the server as well. So if we hit it, we can mod the server, and then it would be a client issue. No, that's not how it works. It's an engine limit. You can't mod it or change it. It's not per client. Think of it. Everyone's playing on the same world. The objects are there for everyone, no matter what. It's not like me as a player only sees the objects I build. The game that's running on my machine still has to know and place all the objects that are in the world that all players place. So there's no way to divide it up or anything between players. Oh yeah, sure. Thank you. Rosie brought me one biscuit on a plate. Ian says not true. I'm not sure what bit's not true, but that's as far as I understand, that is true. That their engine, their use of Unreal, has a limit to the amount of objects. Yeah, the server runs the same engine. Yeah, no, I know. I don't know if you're saying what I said is not true or what other people said. My point is that simply this. The object limit is the same for everyone. If I add an object, it's just the same as everyone else adding the object if we're playing multiplayer. Just consider whatever's in the world. Don't think about who's placing what. It's whatever's in the world. You can increase the object limit in the engine. It may cause instability, but it's possible. Oh, you agree with me? Rosie for the rescue? I haven't heard that personally. I thought it was a hard limit where your memory will just crash basically because it's too much. But maybe if you have a beefy PC, it doesn't. But I thought the problem was that Unreal has a hard limit to an insanely big number. That for most Unreal games isn't a problem, but this is a game where you can add objects, so. But again, does anyone know the actual number? Because I feel like it's so catastrophically large that I just wouldn't even worry about it. Like, it's just not a concern of mine at all. I mean, the amount of stuff I built in my previous world was like, I built huge things. I built an entire big shell made out of... The walls were made out of 1 meter walls. And it went up to something like, I want to say 200 meters per wall. And there was, how many of them were there? This went across at least 8, I think, before it took a turn. And there was 6 turns. So 6 times 50 times 8. 2,400 objects just for the walls of 1, and then I did that times 6. And that's not counting the... So that was so just that build alone had 14,400 objects for the walls. And I still never hit the limit. And that's not counting all the foundations that went in there, which were doubled up. And the struts, their pillars and stuff. So I just feel like the number is so massive I wouldn't worry about it. 2.1 million. Is that it? I thought it was even higher than that. 2.16 million? 2.16 million. Yeah, because that's a divisible for floating points, isn't it? Bits hit the limit, and he was able to mod the code to increase it. Interesting. Why can't they just mod it then to increase it? Just because it's, quote, unstable. Its default limit is 2.16 million. The limit refers to data objects. Oh, I know what they said. Sorry, they didn't increase the limit this update. They reduced the amount of objects in a model or whatever. Because they said, like, a foundation isn't just one object. It's made up of 3 or something like that. But they were able to cut down. I think it was previously 5, but they were able to cut it down to just 3 somehow. So I think it also it's like a soft increase for the limit in a way. The limit's the same, but there's less objects in the game now. Jacob's code in the wiki. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yep. 3.5 hours. Yeah, man. These things take time. Anyway, what are we doing next? Oh yeah, the extractors. Right. So the pipes are all in. We've actually done good though. Look how much is in place. Be happy with that. I mean, could you do it in probably 1 hour if you're not faffing around talking so much? Probably. Alright, so we just need to basically build this out several times over. It's our lone little floor hole. Alrighty then. So, to copy how I've done that one... Well, actually, I just rebuild the pipes, don't I? Depending on how it goes. So let's just go like this. Horizontal to vertical. Bring it all the way down. We get to there. Yep. That's as far over as I went last time. Cool. Now just to make sure that these are the same. Not that it really matters, but it does. It's built on the split point of a foundation. Okay, that's all I needed. Go. I'm gonna eat my biscuit. The Discord link is discord.gg/WDP. I didn't do Fixmas, excuse me. Didn't do Fixmas this year, but I did do it last year. I actually didn't complete it though. I did most of it. I was doing it, and then in videos people were like, could you stop doing that? Nobody cares. And I was like, okay. You can change the max limit of players, yeah. You can do it to, yeah, I think as many as you want. Just about how stable it is. I think I've seen it, our server had 12 on it before and it ran fine. Anyway, sorry, I was just eating a biscuit. Alright, so. In order to line these up, pop down a junction cross. Get a water extractor, hold control. Want to come just over the edge. And then we just grab 3 of these. And I think I'll probably just bring it in from the other side. Either that or do a line. A long line. Doesn't need to be a line. Yeah, I'm not sure. I only need 3 right now. I can only power 3, so I might just leave that as 3 until I think about that. Okay, so we need a buffer in the middle of this spot. Oh, I'm an idiot. Hang on, let's just connect that back up. Getting ahead of myself. Alright, get rid of those. Our anchors. Reconnect these back in, so that's auto 2D. See you later. In you go. In you go. Alright, so just to make sure that this works, just going to redo these pipelines. Now that we have our anchors in place. So that's a fresh pipe. And that's fresh. This one can be removed, and then we're going to do a fluid buffer. The question is it here? It looks like it's actually more like here. Right there. Rygav, thanks very much for the channel membership. I think it's better if it's placed there, actually, to me. That gives enough room for the... It probably is where it is, actually. Right, yep. Thanks again, Raghav. Oh. Looking at where that pump goes. So the pump goes basically in the middle point here. Let's do number 5 and number 6. The reason I put that down is so I can snap onto it. Now again, to make sure that these work, just sever that pipe, rebuild it. That's all good. I always wanted to play Satisfactory, but it looks so intimidating. Keep up the great videos. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, I like to think that my videos make it less intimidating to some degree. I guess some of the builds are quite big. That can be intimidating, but the first few episodes should ease you into it, I feel like, a little bit of this new series. Right, so more pumps. So we just hold control and just snap onto pre-existing little locations there. And then we can do a... Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this tower. Not suitable. Oh no, I'm leaving crates behind. Alright, we'll make use of them in just a sec. So anyway, I need some pipe scaffolding. Just want to check that those connections are all good. So the way to do that, I have in my architecture section the pipe scaffolding thing. Bring it to there, I think is where it needs to go. Yeah. Alright, we can commit to that. Look at this one, grab it all. Blueprint mode. That continues snapping on all the way up. Alright, so going to rebuild these pipes just to be super safe, because there's just bugs in the game with pipes, so just to be super safe, just reconnect that one. The one at the top definitely needs to be reconnected, because that's the one that definitely is bugged, where the floor hole connection from a pump. Put a pump down on a pipe that already has a floor hole connection, it stops working, so I think I already just did that one, but I'll do it again. Basically, once your pumps are in place, you should just redo the pipes. They should work then, as far as I understand. Alright. Okay. And then I'll just leave that scaffolding there so I can kind of go in and check on it later if there's problems. Alright, no crates left behind. That's what we like to see. So there's another line done. So that's 3 water extractors. So I can't remember the exact amount we need, but we only really need to power on 3. I suppose, though, in the spirit of this, you should just probably do the extra ones that we're not going to use right now, but we will in future. So I'm going to do it in a straight line. I think it just keeps things a bit more simple. So let's grab this. But they won't actually be connected. In fact, I think even the third one's not going to be connected until we power up the factory further. Let me just finish this and I'll catch the chat. Alright. And we could just redo those last little bits that were just redone now, just to make sure. That into where you need to be. Alrighty, there we go. that's that. We just gotta do that again one more time over there. Let me catch my chat. Excuse me. When's my next City Skylines 2 stream? Probably not till the new year. Gonna start a brand new playthrough. Because I just wasn't happy with how it's coming together. Not that it really mattered. That was an experimental city anyway. But I feel like I was messing it up pretty badly in the last stream. And that stream got copyright claimed. I was saying I was going to take it down anyway. Or thinking of taking it down. Because I was just like, oh, this is such a mess. And then it got copyright claimed anyway. So I was like, oh, screw it. Just take it down. Your videos make it more intimidating because you're so good? No way. You should see what real creative people build in this game. It's insane. Create In. He's a great channel that does some stuff. Fluxo, I think, is another. These guys just make these like crazy, like this unbelievable architecture in the game. It looks so good. Excuse me. I'm aware. Sorry, I can't get snowballs to work. Yeah, that's weird. I was able to do that. Obviously, they see the thing is the engine has changed, so I want or upgraded. I wonder if they've lost any functionality in that. Why did it get claimed? I was playing, well, actually, I was playing music that's from my, I have licensed music on a website called Musicvine. I pay, and I get to use licensed music. So the way it works is there's a bunch of artists and loads of different songs and tracks. And I click an individual track and I click license each one. Now, I pay a monthly subscription, but I have a certain amount that I can license then for individual use. So I did that before the stream. For a bunch of songs that I have in a City Skylines playlist, and the same ones I use in the videos. But I think because it was a stream, I don't know, like it seemed to just flag a bunch of them and think there was problems with them. I think like it didn't recognize that I'd licensed it, so I could claim it or counter claim it and be like, hey, I do own the rights to this or whatever. But I just decided I'll just can't be bothered to just leave it offline. Plus, I just wasn't happy with the stream anyway, so it was kind of that kind of thing where it's like, this just pushed me over the edge to decide not to do anything with it. I do have a video that got claimed recently that I have pushed back on because I do have the license. I literally have the PDF file of the license and the amount I paid for the song and everything that still got claimed. And there's just been no response. But after 30 days, if they don't pursue it any further, it'll just come back to me anyway, so it's not a big deal. Alright, so that's what we're working with next, this floor hole. So most likely won't be concrete in the future. I'll probably use railing. You don't equip the snowballs. They function as an alternate Nobelisk ammo. That's what the person said. Preston said, I know that you have to use the detonator, but it won't let me change ammo to the snowball. Yeah, so you take out the, you're supposed to take out the detonator and then you hold R or E, is it? And you should have a radial wheel where you can switch it. I think that's it. It might be R, actually, like the ammo in the rifle. That should be the way you do it. But they sound like they know that, so. Alright, so again, same thing, 5 extractors, hook them all up, then we have to put the pumps on, etc, etc. So know that we start our first extractor in line with this seam here. To get that anchor point, we just put down the junction cross. Don't really need to do that for any of the other ones because they snap to each other after that point, so it's just the first one that matters, I suppose. Holding control, try to bring it forward until it starts to say like it's kind of clipping over a bit. About there, I guess. I know I don't mean to be that picky, but it is a little closer than I would have liked, so not that I think it's really going to have an effect, but something like that would be a bit better. Just keep it the same as the other ones. Alright, and then we just do 5 of these in a row. Get some distance. Is that 5 or is that 6? It's 3, 4, 5. Yeah, yeah. I have it so that nighttime goes pretty fast. This is the only mod I run in the game, actually. We can just switch it to daytime, though. Just speed it up a bit. It's called Sky UI, by the way, this mod. Don't have to drag it that way. I just thought it was kind of nice to do that. Anyway, never fear. Farai is here. It's Blue Dragon. Raghav, our newest channel member, he said you should counter. Sorry, you should counter. Otherwise, the bot might do it again. No, that's not how it works. Unfortunately. Good logic though, but yeah, it's not how it works. It's so MusicVine tries to run a detection on. Well, it's like a whole thing. I don't feel like explaining it, but that. It's good logic, but unfortunately it's not how this particular system works, because I'm also using, like it's using as other website that's trying to track things. You have to place like things called auto-clear codes in the description. So if you actually look at the description of my City Skylines videos, you'll notice all the tracks are listed with this weird series of letters after it. And that's for a bot to go in and detect that I've placed it in there. So the bot's not the one doing the claim. The artist is doing the claim. I'm supposed to be whitelisted by MusicVine generally, but there's just like an artist basically that's either left MusicVine or something. I don't know. You could maybe make the argument that maybe that artist would whitelist me, but I don't know if they really do that. I feel like it's just someone manages them and they don't really think about it that way. Anyway, but yeah, you're to be honest, I shouldn't have pushed back really. You're probably right that it couldn't hurt to just push back on it if I'm in the right. But it's just it's kind of effort. It's like I have to go into MusicVine and get the auto clear codes and like list it back into the video and then claim against it and say, hey, I paid for this, which I have. I have actually paid for it. So it's just I've got a million things to do. It's just one of those things I let fall by the wayside, I guess. It's like I'll let them have this one, you know. Not using smart, question mark. I don't know what smart is. Hey man, wanted to stop in and say thank you for all the Satisfactory Let's Plays. Thanks, Doug. I'm glad to hear that. Usually happens when someone downloads the song and uploads the song to their own platform. Oh yeah, that could be it. It's not that big of a deal. Think of it this way. Well, actually, yeah, I might have to check that. I was going to say, like, the quote money, I don't really get anything from the streams themselves. It's mostly the channel memberships. And then it runs ads after the stream ends, when it becomes a video. But because I'm not making the video live, I don't think it's really taking anything from me, you know? It's like, whatever. That's why I'm kind of like, I don't really mind. But I do think actually a tiny little bit comes in from ads during the stream, like a very small amount, $5 or something. So there's probably like $5 being held or something like that. Making sure that this is aligned centrally. Yep, that seems good, and it's in the center. Is that where I had it before? I think so. Yeah. Alright, good. That's our scaffolding. Done it before the pumps actually went on, but it's not a big deal. Alright, so we know that here needs to be a boofer. And that here needs to be a pump, right? Yep. Alright, cool. We are hooked up. So now we just redraw these pipes just to be safe now that everything's in place. Sorry, what is it? Horizontal to vertical? No. Yeah. So just reconnect all these basically now. I think should be fine. That should be that. Oh. Alright, those are our 5 all hooked up. Buffers in place, scaffolding's in place. And we just need to redo the pipes going vertically now. Make sure that they're fresh, bug free, ideally. I'm gonna start from the top down, just tends to work better. And this little segment here. Alrighty, and then just to make sure it's powered in a second. That'll be kind of temporary power pole placement until I get something nicer. Alright, good. Anyway. Hey, thanks for the super chat. I'll check that out in just 1 second. So, why are you not using Mark II pumps? Not unlocked yet. Then what's the 6th item on the toolbar? It's a valve. Ah, okay. Why do you keep changing the pipes? There's bugs with water in the game, so to just guarantee that there's no issues, I'm basically laying the pipes first so that I can then snap onto it with these things, the crosses. Then once they're in place, I'm deleting the pipes and putting the pipes back down. I would just put the crosses down first, but I wanted to actually like orientate properly and get snapped onto the pipes and have the proper distance away from things. So it tends to be easier to do it that way first, and then just redo the pipes. So I'm only just doing it just to guarantee there's no bugs, or at least to hopefully guarantee there's no bugs. I've done a bunch of testing, and for the most part, pipes do work just fine. There is a bug, though, with... There's 2 bugs, right? One of the bugs is this. If you place a pump on it... Well, I'll actually just show you. Just show you really quickly. I'm sure some people might know this, but just for those who maybe don't, it's worth knowing what this bug really is. So, let's say we had a... We just had a floor hole here. Alright, so there's our floor hole. So, you can only place a pump... Oh, actually, you can just place it on the ground, I guess. But I can't place a pump vertically. Oh, sorry, I said I'd read that. My bad. Creendo with the 5 super chat. Appreciate it. He said, hey, Darren, saw you were live. Have some quids. You've been carrying my Christmas break by binge-watching your Update 7 Let's Play. Keep it at it, my man. Thank you very much. I hope you like the Update 8 one if you make it there. And thank you for the support. Really do appreciate it. You flattened your power line, Hans. Nice to hear it. A lot of fun, thanks. Good. It's all about keeping that line as flat as possible. Unfortunately, later on, you just cannot make it flat because of the way truck stops work, trains work, and drones and things. They just activate your power line. But as long as you can keep it consistent, that's what's important. The erratic jumping up and down is what we don't like to see. Anyways, so because I can't place a pump vertically here, what we have to do is drag the pipe down first, yeah? Let's say we just drag it down horizontal to vertical mode, right? We can obviously change our pipe mode. So we want to horizontal to vertical, gives us that nice 90-degree angle there. So great. Let's just say that this pump goes off and does whatever it does. Doesn't really matter. Now we want to place a pump onto the pipe, aiming up. Go through this floor hole that we've created. We'll do so. This pipe has now become bugged, right? We can't tell, but it's never going to send liquid through it. Ever. Can't. For some reason, it's just a bug in the game. My understanding is, it's if you place a pump, if you place a pump on a pipe that is connected directly to a floor hole, that's going to have an issue. Now, if the segment above it connected to another floor hole, that's not a problem. It's just the one that's immediately after the pump has the issue. So in order to rectify that issue, I just delete this segment and place this back in. And it should fix it. Before, I used to think it was much more complicated than that. You have to place the floor hole, etc. I don't think it's like that. I think it's just this. That's all you got to do. But just to be certain, because sometimes when you're building pipes, what can often happen, it's really hard to make it happen, but what can happen is I'm building out from this segment here, totally fine. But sometimes what you might not notice is it's actually building from the other side. It's like it's flipped into the inside. It's a little, user error bug or UI bug or whatever you want to call it. A selection bug. Where it's clicking the inside here and then coming out. And what happens is water that's flowing will never go through because its segment isn't aligned correctly. So just to be safe, with all of this little building and being a little finicky with it, putting all the supports and junctions down first, getting the pumps in their places, and then drawing all the pipes means that it should give us the best chance for avoiding any issues. And that's why I've done it in the order that I've done it repeatedly. So hopefully that just makes sense. And in my testing, that does seem to be the bug that I've been trying to avoid anyway. And it seems to be a way around it. My testing isn't super foolproof, but, you know, I run a couple of tests and I'm like, okay, what's the real issue here? What's the minimum amount of things that I can remove to get the pump running again? And that seems to be it. So that's how you, like, kind of isolate that one. All right, so there we go. So we've just added up. So now I've got to do all the mergers and send them all back up. It's the last bit of belt work. Then we can actually tick off most of the stuff. Belts and pipes. Storage would be the last thing that I want to do. Storage is actually to do with the truck stations. Actually, I don't need to run up here. What am I doing? It doesn't go anywhere. I suppose to even this out, we could put the 5 down on this side. They're facing on the wrong side. I might line that up so that at least they're on the same side. Let's do these ones again. 3, 4, 5. That should be okay now. Alright, cool. So because I'm only going to be using 2, I'm going to cut this pipe. It's not going to be needed. I'm just going to do the same down there as well. We only need 2 extractors. We will use 5 eventually. Not 600 water. I think we'll only ever use 540 water. But it's worth just cutting off the segments that aren't going to be active. Thanks again, Criendo. And thanks for everyone dropping super chats, channel memberships, and even just subscriptions and being here as well. Do appreciate it. Alright, we're in the clear. Now I'll have to do that myself on the opposite side. I'll do that probably later today, before I record the next video. And I'm also getting rid of the large... yeah, the large tower that we built there. Gonna change it, either remove it altogether, see if I can cram something in later, after I do the logistics. I think that's probably what I'll do. If there's room for anything, then we'll put it in afterwards. What do you build? The fluid buffer is a very specific thing for me in this build. So I talked about it before. I don't want to be redundant because I did mention it for a while ago. But basically, we're feeding a bunch of refineries upstairs. And we're feeding it the exact amount they need in terms of water. So let's say we're feeding it, just as an example, 300 water out. And they're consuming 300. We turn everything on all at the same time. Because of the inventory slots that the machines have, they have a reserve of 50 potential water. They can fill up with 50 water, each refinery. That's like their inventory. Because of that, if everything just came on all at the same time, they'd actually never fill. Some of them would just always continuously like turn on and off, even though the numbers are balanced. Because it's not the same as doing a manifold system like normal resources. Manifolding water along a pipe, you need to make sure the pipes are fully primed. They need to be full of water. Fluid in the game basically works where things only flow as fast as the as full as they are. So unless the segment is full, you can't get 300 per minute flowing unless the segment is full. So the problem with that is upstairs, where if you were to imagine these machines are taking water off the pipe, let's say this takes water, suddenly we're not flowing at 300 anymore. And then even less, and then even less, and then even less, and it keeps happening. And it creates, pipes will then start flowing back and forth, because there's no pressure in the game. It's simulated, fake pressure. There's no actual pressure. When you start lowering the amount that goes into a pipe, they can start rolling backwards. And because there's 50 inventory slot space in each thing, they might roll into and feed into the 50 that's behind them. And it just never seems to fill up, because there's a consistent 300 coming out and a 300 going in. But there's this reserve of 2,000 inventory space that's chipping away at little bits of water and then feeding it back out to itself and stuff. And it just never seems to fully flush the system with water and just like get everything running properly. That's what I've noticed anyway. So in order to somewhat control and prevent that, we want to activate the water extractors first and then send the copper into the refineries. The refineries have to be on, I think, to get their water. I need to double check that, because sometimes you can actually flip the little switch and then they don't get their water, or they'll still receive water. They won't actually power on, which is fine. Anyway, ultimately what we're trying to do is turn on all the water extractors, and I'll be down here. We'll flip a power switch to do so. They're all going to ramp up, do their thing, and then after a couple of minutes, the upstairs machines will fill up completely. So how do we know that they filled up upstairs? We can check our buffer. When the buffer starts climbing, then I know that the machines upstairs are likely full. So I'll probably wait till the buffer just gets full, and then I know, okay, the refineries are now full, and then what I'm going to do is activate another switch that'll power them all on. That's how we're going to do it. You don't have to do it that way. You could just run upstairs and do it. But I just thought it'd be kind of cool to have a buffer there, and that way we can identify whether or not the machines are full or not. That's basically how it'll work. I was thinking, I'm not sure if I'll do this or not, but I was thinking we could actually even have a release of material, right? So if I only want copper to flow in when I determine, the way you can do that is with a smart splitter. Do we have what we need for a smart splitter? No, I guess not. But I'll just use a regular splitter. Just imagine it's smart. So let's say that we're feeding this from here. Copper ore is feeding along from our truck station, going into a smart splitter. To the left of the smart splitter is an awesome sink. Right? Our copper ore is going in. And then we've set this to... Yeah, the left is to receive any, not overflow. Any, right? The left is to set any, right? Give me copper ore. So all of our copper ore is flowing that way. Yeah? This is hooked up to a little power switch. Right? So imagine that's a power switch. I don't have one with me right now. To the right is all of our refineries. That's our manifold line that we're seeing there. That's all of the manifold line, and that's our awesome sink. So I'll just talk it through again. So our truck station is here. Copper ore is flowing along like this, and it's straight up going into the awesome sink. If we flip a power switch to turn that off, then the overflow will kick in and send resources down into our machines. That's kind of what I was thinking of doing, which is we could just sink all the copper we get immediately. That's coming in all the time. And then when we flip a switch, we can then send it into all the machines. So normally people would use an awesome sink to send overflow in. This is inverting that to send the regular in. And then when we turn off the awesome sink, the quote overflow redirects and goes out towards the actual machines. And that's a way of doing like sort of basic logic in the game. Kind of. Anyway, so what's next? What are we doing next? So we just did the pipes downstairs, the water extractors, all of that. Oh yeah, I need to hook up the mergers. That might be kind of it then for today, actually. And merge they shall. So, yeah, let's go pull this first one down. We only need to do 5 on each line, actually, so I might just do that, because that's all that's actually needed to be active. I'll just put this first one down here. Get a merger facing out towards me. Oh, and then we do actually have to hook up this line, don't we? Yeah. There's actually still a bit to do. But I'll try to get a bit quicker at it. So, the good thing is these all line up with each other. Is that right? Yeah. Just want to make sure that that's right. It didn't feel right. Yeah, okay. For some reason that really doesn't feel like it's going the right way, but apparently it is. Is that the way they're done? Yeah. Probably just blueprint the mergers, to be honest with you. Maybe a little bit quicker. Anyway. Just turn the sinks off. He doesn't want to do that. He wants the sinks to stay on. That may not work, because sinks work as fast as you feed. Overflow would only work if you limit the sink's belt. No. I don't think you were listening properly. And it's alright, it's a bit of a complicated thing. I'll tell you what, let's just make it happen. You'll see exactly what I mean. I'm going to save this, just to add some variety to the stream and do something different. I'm going to activate my hacks. Do creative. I'm going to fly and go no clip. I haven't done any hacks and saved it, by the way. This is just when I test things. I always want people to be able to follow along and do what I do without mods. Right, so awesome sink. Let's grab ourselves some power. Although you could actually do this with hacks as well, but we'll just do it this way. Alright, we're now powered on. Okay, so let's say that we have a container here. We'll throw some copper ore into it. Build a smart splitter. And I don't know, whatever, man. Construct it here, yeah? Imagine this is a line of machines. We'll do Mark III belts, why not? For both sides. So, straight ahead is going to be Annie. To the right, overflow. Here we go. We'll need a power switch. Alright, power is on. The awesome sink is running. So just give me a bit more copper ore. Alright, so this is the setup. While we're waiting for our water to hang on one sec, actually one thing I need to just do. If that's something, and just help to make something at least. There we go. Oh, it needs to be a smelter, doesn't it? If it's gonna be ore. I'm gonna lose all my copper. Let me just get a smelter going. So we're actually producing something with this that's gonna be in. I'm sure people get the idea now, though, anyway. Just set these all to just to make something, just so that we're feeding it. And 300 power shards. There we go. I meant to say 3. 369. Okay, so they're all basically ready to start making stuff. And are they all set to copper? Yep. Okay. Just let me do this. Couple this stuff. Give copper or 5,000. Whatever, man. Just throw it in there. Alright, so here's the situation. This is the thought experiment, or the idea. We're gonna have this. These will be copper ingots, I guess, in future. But anyway, let's just imagine it's copper ore, and well, actually, it will be ore. It'll be going into refineries. Thinking about it, yeah. I assume these switches go into the machines. Yeah. So very simply, obviously, now that it's presented like this, and I've explained it a bit better. Awesome sink. So we have our source, right? This will be the truck station sending out all the ore. It could go into a smart splitter that's directly going into an awesome sink, which is powered on, controlled via a power switch. The overflow of which is going out to the side, whatever side, into the machines. Normally this would be the reverse. Normally you're flowing into machines and you'd want the overflow to go this way, but we're inverting it so that we can control when this belt gets activated. Why? So that we can flood the machines with water, and when they get filled with water, then we turn on our machines. So you could also just, yeah, because the machines need to be on, that's the problem. So to receive the water most of the time. I think sometimes you can get away with it, but anyway. Then we just go like boom. And then it's coming out this way. Obviously not as satisfying because we need to use the Mark III belt. But there you go. And then if we wanted to redirect it back the other way, just turn that back on again. And that should stop. But that's how you do it. A very simple way of doing that. Yeah. Can't do it any more complicated than that without setting up more splitters, I guess. But that is one way of doing it. Oh, alright. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone do that. I'm sure someone has, but that's one thing I was thinking I could do if I wanted to have this kind of controlled release system for releasing ore, you know. You could also just hook up a straight up hook up the switch to the truck station, I guess. But it's a little less elegant. Truck station would probably be full of stuff. You'd have to wait a long time for it to empty out. That is clever. Yeah, I don't know if I've invented that or not. I assume someone else has thought of that. There's way smarter people that play this game than me. And someone in my Discord was talking about power priority switches. I haven't even used those yet for doing things like this, so what the hell do I know? Alright, so I did say that if we're going to hook this up, we're going to get rid of this tower here. These are two different segments. Patch this floor back in. All right. So let's test this out. We can get rid of. Can I get rid of that? I'm just a bit confused. So this is the AB belt. AB, so it breaks off once there. And then it feeds down and around into there. Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, so that stays where it is. Well, actually, it could... Yeah, here's the idea. The idea is to bring it further over this way and then split it down the middle. Yeah, I'm just going to redo some of this. Get these out of the way for a sec. Alright, those are our targets, right? That's where we're sending things. This area is going to be cleaned up a bit now, so let's just remove... Do I have inventory space for all this stuff? Not really, actually. I just don't want to create crates. Alright. So I'm just going to redo this bit because I feel like we're going to use that split, and now that the tower is out of the way, we can split down the middle and send single belts out to the left and right, and it should work out a little bit better. This requires redoing a little bit of the look and feel of the logistics, but it should be basically the same thing happening. Rightio. Okay, so blueprints, logistics, stacked belts. Yeah, let's go with the signed ones again. Actually, we need to go with the right-hand turn, or left-hand turn. Left turn. Left turn. So the only thing for this is that it needs to be aligned centrally. And we can put the door somewhere to the side or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Worry about that. Some of the, or to the, literally to the sides. They can come out the sides. We preferred that. Is that lined up there? Yep. Okay, so the next thing then would be to get the blueprint where it splits. This one. Gap of 2 foundations. Does that actually line up here? No, it doesn't. Maybe it should. Then that belt coming here can yeah, that could be kind of cool. Actually, no. I would make it too messy. Just do this. You missed the extra belt further out. One missing. Thanks. Thank you. Alright, so we have our split here. So what I need then is blueprint like this. The stacked belts 1x4. Heading down this way. And I'll just join these up manually. 1, 2, like that. That should be okay. It's going down the center. Yep. Make sure that's okay. We'll just make sure that this is good. Alright, nice little fork in the road. And this is AB. So now basically all we have to do is just continue this down. Can we go over that? Does it mind? No, it's fine. Yeah, this is much more elegant, I feel like. It wasn't really as good when it was all slammed onto one side, I feel like. So I'm leaving a gap of 2 every time. That's the length of this anyway, so it keeps all of our segments the same distance from each other. Really, I don't know why I'm doing it this way. If you just start from underneath here and just run forward, it's much easier. There we go. Alright, gotta attach them all. Gotta attach them all. Be a little t-shirt or something. Can we put on some music? I feel like the game soundtrack just decides to go off every now and then. What other music could we put on that'd be nice? Has to be a game soundtrack. Subnautica soundtrack, maybe? Oh, sorry. No, not forgot to delete, but deleted one that should be there. Okay, I could check against that. I thought I made sure I didn't do that, but I'll have a look in a sec. I think I know the one you're talking about, though. A little Subnautica music for us. Right, so when I was deleting, the only ones I could have deleted were ones at the back on the right, right? So, somewhere over there. Nope, we're all good. Yeah, I know what you saw. You saw that I had highlighted this one, right? But I got rid of it. I'm assuming that's it, unless there's something further down. Oh no, you're right, you're right, you're right. No, you got it. Missing 2. Good spot. Thank you. I'll be connecting all of them anyway. I think, I'd like to think I would have got it, but you never know. Might have missed it. Alright, good. So yeah, let's just connect this bottom line at least. And that's where we're headed, so... Tiny little belt into there and then here. Tell you what might be better than that is doing it this way. 1, 2. Okay. That one's done. And we just need to send it in here. Oh yeah, I clipped away this segment as well, actually. Finally fixed my OCD. Didn't catch that one. That could have been rough. Alright, it needs to come into here. Yeah, so this just needs a splitter. It just splits once, doesn't it? Good. I saw the belt freak out, so that means it's connected. Nice. Alright, so Belt AB travels here, goes into A, splits, continues down, goes into B, and that's as easy as that. Now we'll just do the same for C and D, which is the belt that's risen above it. This is much better. I can see why I originally had that split blueprint, because it is way better. Don't know why I changed it during the video. Alright, so this just continues down. We don't ever need that bottom one anymore. That's gone. Handled. And then I'll recolor it in a moment as well to make it matchy. Sorry, the only one thing missing from blueprints is if it could negate overlap. Are blueprints not allowed to overlap each other? I'm sure they are. I just overlapped this one with that one. What's the reason you choose this spot for this factory? Because it's close to oil, which will make making more advanced stuff easier later? Question mark. We're not close to oil. Oil's all the way up there, so I feel like this is a copper factory. It's got nothing to do with like oil or power or anything like that. We're just going to be making things that don't require any oil products. Like this place is making largely stuff that has nothing to do with any like rubber, plastic, or anything like that, as far as I can remember. But yeah, the reason I chose this location is because it's 420 refineries, or roughly around that number. And they all require water, so it needs a lot of water, and it was too much to build out over this area. This area I've already built a power plant over that entire crater. It was really the only other location that we could get that had this much water. Unless we wanted to build a water facility and pipe it all along, you know, to a distant place. No, I mean that if we could place it continuously, like the stacked belts. Oh, like as if they connected to each other, like the belts knew how to connect? Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be really nice. Alright, so I haven't actually thought this through, but we need a center point for the two, yeah, so for basically somewhere here. And I'd chosen to do it about there, I think. That's our spot. And it would be nice to have a hover pack or something. Yeah, so in order to turn this nicely, it has to kind of cut through that pipe, so I'll just have to delete that pipe for a second. I did say that earlier. Ah. Right, same on this side. Okay, so that's our first one done. We have to do that down at the next block as well. This is block C. Next one is D. And we know that we need at least one splitter here. Aha, see, that didn't... I have to look at the belt and then hold control. But it won't snap. I hate that. There we go. Maybe that'll do it. Nope. The only way to do it then is to put one in front of it. Or behind it. And then we can look at the belt and hold control. Should be able to. It's, again, not letting me do it, though. There we go. Alright, so first connection. The next one doesn't need a splitter, it just rolls into it. Make sure I made it Mark 3 on the other side, because I'm not sure if I did. Alright, all good. I think we're all good. Then we just connect that one in. But it needs one of these. 1, 2. Sweet. All right. Things are moving a bit faster now, I feel like, you know. All the pieces are falling into place. All right, let's just keep doing this. We have to do this for another 2 blocks down. The final block I might do myself or something. I have to figure that one out a bit. Actually, I don't think I do. Yeah, I think it'll actually be okay. Let's just hook these up together. Well, see you later, belt. Anyway, sorry, let me catch my chat. I've missed a bit there. Will you make a pure iron factory eventually? Yeah, I don't know. So the next one, to avoid just doing massive factory after massive factory, I feel like the next few videos are going to be a little smaller. So iron, I'm going to do an iron factory and a what's it called? Quartz factory. And they'll just be a little bit smaller, just to be able to be done in one video, ideally. Kind of like the modular frame factory. So, you know, I don't know what we're going to make yet. I haven't decided it. But tap a couple of iron nodes to their full potential and build a factory around them. Just a little local one. And have a truck bring it up to this future transport hub that I have planned. At the moment, our iron factory is just out in the open. So I'd like to make more rotors per minute. The volume of plates and everything is actually fine. I'm not even sure what I'll really need the iron for. I'm sure I'll need it for something. But we'll definitely just get it up and running so it's a proper building. It's got stuff rolling. Just like this place. And we can kind of get rid of the quartz production that's just out in the open and the iron production that's out in the open. And then the copper production out in the open, that's all going to go. All of these kind of, quote, temporary places that were just built out in the open, want to remove them all and build bespoke factories for them. But they're not all going to be huge builds. So that'll be it first. So I think the next videos probably will be quartz. I think that could be a fun one to do. Then iron. Then probably an oil refinery, I think. Will you make it... sorry. And what did Salamander say before? I'm on the final space elevator go for my first playthrough and realized I didn't build anything at a big enough scale. Yeah. That's why I'm building big now. At the very beginning, basically. Also, the dam looks really cool. Thank you. That would be awesome. I'd also love a flip conveyor direction button, like Dyson Sphere Project has. Have you tried to force? Have I tried doing it? I've tried doing it before, yeah. The logic of the belts don't connect to each other across blueprints, no. So you can put them next to each other or even overlap them slightly. They don't seem to get it. Yeah, I wonder is that possible, you know, for the devs to do. I'm sure anything is possible. It would just need oh, sorry, I thought we were facing the other direction there for a second. They would just need to have a blueprint do a quick check when you place it for things next to it to see if it's connecting to the same thing, you know? That would probably be the way I'd do it. So at this coordinate end, the bounding box end, it just quickly checks next to it. Is there the same object right next to it? And if so, then it continues in. I would even say then if it's a Mark II belt, it doesn't auto-connect, you know? It would have to be the same thing. But, I don't know. Maybe they could do it. Maybe they will. Or maybe they decided they don't want to on purpose. They've been quite coy about people just using blueprints rather than actually getting down there and building themselves. But A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then that's H and I. Okay, yeah. A, B, C, D. We've just done C and D. And that's where that one ends. So now we can get rid of these two. Oh, gotta be careful. Even using a filter, you might hit something behind it, I guess. Alrighty. Alright, so belts E and F and G. G's on top. Just for my own sanity, just gonna get rid of this one. I'm gonna place one down that has the signs on it, so I can just list those again, so that if I'm ever confused and I'm just running around in future, I can know which one's going where. These signs are probably gonna be wrong, I think. Well, that doesn't exist. That's fine. That doesn't exist. G. H-I-J-K-L-M-N. Yeah, that's okay. That makes sense. I was just making sure that I have done this right. Conspiracy dude. Is the home icon your permanent home area? Or will you change and make a permanent home? I'll probably change it. That's just where we started. Haven't moved it since we started there. People want me to make a central storage, and I think I literally will make it central. So the center of the map's roughly around here. So somewhere there, I'll probably move the hub and build a little building around it, and also have a lot of storage there so we can get lots of different materials. So yeah. But that's not going to happen for ages. I feel like the hub will just move or come with me wherever I am, to be honest. You can just pick it up. Same with the space elevator. I think if we can update the belts on the fly, overlapping them in the blueprint shouldn't be that difficult. I don't know what you mean by if we can update them on the fly. Basically, what it seems to be, like, think of it this way. The game has some sort of methodology for object creation, right? So it's creating an object like that. I don't think it's ever looking around it to see what anything else is doing when you create an object, except for if you're specifically connecting a belt into another thing, onto an input or an output. Other than that, I don't think it ever does that, right? These are considered inputs from game logic. Conveyor poles, floor holes, those are inputs. So in order for a blueprint to work and just connect two belts together, it would have to somehow put down a little bit of logic on the edge of a belt. Because we're talking like, this could just be a belt that just hangs off on its own. What if there's no pole, right? Does it connect then? So if that's the case, then it would need to have some sort of logic to know that, like, this is a connection point. It doesn't know that otherwise, like an input. When an object is placed, I mean. So, I don't know, it kind of depends how they've done it. Blueprints are done in an interesting way. When you watch them get built, the belts go last. So maybe there is like a kind of a hierarchy to that, and the last thing it could do, the second to last thing it could do, is see if it needs to connect in those final bits to the neighboring blueprint or to a neighboring object that's the same. But it could be potentially a lot of checks. A blueprint could have 100 belts on it, you know, in theory. So you'd have to then have a check for like 100 points. So it would have to go through a long list of things. It could slow down your game dramatically. So I don't know. It just depends how they've done it. I'm just trying to think from their perspective. Like, technically speaking, it could seem like it could be really easy. Just check what's next to me. But they could have ramifications depending on how they've done it. The logic on how they check for things in the first place. Are there any other objects that do this in the game? Like, is it just a matter of copying and pasting it to a blueprint, or is it more complicated than that? Like, you know, I don't know. I mean, anything's doable. I just wonder, would they do it, and how difficult is it for them to do? Right, anyways, so let's continue this down further. Alright, almost done. And then storage will be the last thing I need to do, which is a bit of a pain. Because I built truck stations and they're all hooked up to these belts, but I never gave them a buffer. We need a storage buffer, otherwise every time a truck pulls up, it's going to be quite frequently, everything will stop. That needs to be rectified. Right, so starting from here. We have to put down the splitters again for this side. They have to just get built taller and taller every time now. This is so tall, in fact, that a pole won't reach that high. We'll need to use a stackable pole. Actually, stackable pole would probably be better for us because it can go over the pipe. Okay, this should be better. Very creepy music. Right, Mark III belts, in you go. Connect across. Keep the look and feel. Just gonna cut that because it's the same on the other side, so we'll just imagine that the belts are holding them up. They're made of steel after all. Right, and then the same has to happen in here. Somehow just built... I don't even know how I did that. There we go. Okay, so that one's fed, and I just need to do the next one down. Have you seen the method to make blueprints extend beyond the boundaries? Yeah, I don't really play with exploits in games, to be honest, so... I have seen it. It's interesting and impressive that people figure that stuff out, but... Yeah, it's not something I'm gonna do. The same with the water tower thing, it's like... Okay, cool, yeah, you can use water towers to not have to ever use pumps, basically. Yeah, it's an exploit, though, so... Fine. And I say that not in any way thinking, like... Other people shouldn't do it, but I'm making videos on YouTube for people to follow along, and if they patch these things out, well then suddenly the video is redundant, you know, so I just don't teach these back to people or do them myself because it might not be relevant eventually, you know, so I just wouldn't want to risk that. Shannon, thank you so much. And they're a channel member, drop in 10 fat ones as a super chat, thank you. And said, between your videos and Update 8, I've been really enjoying Satisfactory again. I was burned out on it for a while. Thanks for all the effort you put into your videos. Yeah, I get that a lot. A lot of people seem to have been burnt out and then come back for this update. And also maybe found my videos and come back alongside that, which is really great to hear. So yeah, glad that I'm glad that this update has brought people back, basically. I imagine that's the same. It's going to be true for a lot of people, and then when 1.0 comes out, a lot of people will hop back in. I would imagine. When you say water towers, you mean like how water towers work in real life? No. A lot of people keep saying this to me, where they're like, water towers work this way in real life. In this game, the way it works is basically... What's a quick way of explaining it? So, if we go downstairs just really quickly, we've got a pump on every single line here going up. There's a way to cheese that though. Instead of having 3 lines of pumps all going up, like so. Let me just save it actually, real quick. I won't do it, but I'll fly around to show you what I mean. But it's interesting for people who want to do this, because you can do it if you want. I don't know if they'll ever patch this out, because it feels like it's... Unless Fluid gets a big overhaul, I don't think they will. Okay, so imagine that these pipes are all connected, right? These lines, these are full lines. And then we've got 3 lines here with 3 pumps on each. Man, that's a lot of pumps. Wish we could save them. Save having to use that damn 4 megawatts of power. But apparently some people are desperate out there, so fair enough. You want to make back your 50 megawatts of power after you get rid of all your pumps? Let's try. The way you do it is you get 1 line of pumps to go up really high, right? So let's say we go all the way up to this case, just whatever, somewhere here. Yep. And then we go into some sort of buffer. Just a fluid buffer. So we do have a line of pumps, and we are pumping up from our initial extractor. Maybe we're just pumping 1 extractor up. 120 water going all the way up into a buffer, and then we'll send a pipe all the way back down. Right, so the game logic now thinks that because we've started up here, that this pipe traveling all the way down, its head lift is as high as that. Which, fair enough, it kind of would be. So through gravity, the water comes all the way back down. Here's where the kind of more exploit part comes in. If we drag that pipe all the way over here and connect it into the back of this one, and then connect it into the back of that one, and into the back of that one, and keep all the water extractors where they are, we then get the head lift of that tower across all of our pipes. So we'd no longer need pumps on any of these. So we've just shaved off 6 pumps because we've done it once over here, brought it up, brought it down, and then just slyly connected it into the sides here. The amount of water that we're producing doesn't matter. It's the fact that on the overall pipe network, the highest point of head lift is, I guess, attributed to all the subsequent pipes, even if we've got new extractors feeding water out. And people are like, oh, this is how it works in real life. But no, it's not. If that was how it worked in real life, we'd have infinite hydropower. That's not how it works in real life. Pressure is a thing in real life, and the source of the water, where it comes from, matters. You don't get free head lift just because you connected a pipe up really high somewhere. But you do in this game. That's how that works. I don't need a splitter for that group. Let me have a look at it. Doesn't take into account the water's weight. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it just sets the height of the pipe basically across the entire pipe network, because a little bit of water is traveling from a high point. So if you're feeding anything else onto it, you can just keep doing that. You could do the whole world with one pump, really, if you wanted to. Now, I'm totally sympathetic to the idea. If you want to go up high, I think this place is actually pretty high up, relatively speaking, because it travels a waterfall down. If you want to set a few extractors up there and flood that down and bring your pipes along, do whatever that... Yeah, that's fine. But this, to me, might eventually either get patched out, or if not patched out, if they overhaul fluids, I just don't feel like it would work that way anymore. So let's see what you were talking about in terms of that splitter that should be deactivated or not be there. I think people miss the fact that there's new water being introduced in the bottom. I think that's it, yeah. They kind of say, like, well, this is how it works because water's pulling down. If that was the case, then... you know, it wouldn't make sense. Like, you're pumping it up, though, so you don't get free energy anywhere. What goes up must come down, right? The gravity that pulls it down is going to be equal to the energy of the pumps pushing stuff up, ideally. If anything, be even less than that. But, yeah, so you don't, you know, nothing comes for free. Right, so... Oh, yeah, sorry, that was my bad. I did that wrong. Yeah, you're right. Whoops. Good call. Almost did it right, but I forgot to actually put in the splitter. I can't do it with this. I need to do it with a... These. But yeah, it's probably the most frequent comment I get in my videos is anytime I place a pump, they're like, you know, you can just use a water tower to avoid ever having to use pumps. It's like, yeah, I get it. So, I get it. You know, you can just mod the game to remove pumps altogether, so that if you want to just exploit it. I know it's not the same, but yeah, I don't know. If they never patch it out, then it's no problem at all. And I really don't begrudge people. You should do whatever it takes to avoid. People really hate using pumps, and they're glitchy and bugged, so I can totally understand why people would avoid using them. I think they look really cool when they're all working together. They sync their animations. Alright, there we go. Now, I will actually hook up that last row, because it shouldn't be a problem to do. It's just this belt has to split once into these two rows, so... not really too big of a deal. We do have to go pretty high for that one. Oh, no. There we go. Alrighty. Alright, the final thing is just to bring this guy down, connect him to his little buddy. And I'll just make one final thing here. That'll be 2 spaces across. If I want to keep it consistent, I guess we'll go to here and then we'll put one forward. Alright, there we go. Final group done. So let's just remove that, that, and that. Hook that last one up. Whew. Alright, man, that took a long time. But now we just have to do the mergers. Now, there's only 5 per row, so we don't have to do every single floor hole. And then ideally, they have to travel back out to this area, so let's do that. We might as well just keep doing it. We got to do this at some point. So, does 300 M3 or 600 matter? Can I pump 300 and cheat it into a 600 system? If you're talking about the exploit thing to avoid using pumps, no, that doesn't matter as far as I know. It's whatever comes out of the fluid buffer. So you put down a buffer, and you know you're pumping up into this one. You can pump whatever amount you want into it. I think it can be a tiny amount as far as I understand, like nothing at all. You can have an extractor underclock to 1%, as long as something is flowing in and something is flowing out. Whatever comes out though, that matters. So that would have to probably stay at, oh no, that doesn't have to be 600 actually. That could be a small pump pipe as well. That pipe just needs to connect to the other pipes that then connect to the other water extractors that are down at the bottom. You know, so they get, basically it's like an infinite source trick in a way. Well, it's an infinite head lift trick. Well, it's not infinite, it's as high as this buffer is, but it spreads that head lift to every pipe it touches after the fact. As long as you don't go higher than the buffer, then you're fine. For the higher conveyor lines, you could use ceiling attachments. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the ceiling attachments, but they might work. It depends. I feel like they won't work. Here's the reason I'm not a fan. Let's see if I can get it to work just really quickly. As an example. It's that their height is never really the height that I need them to be, and I don't know if I can get them to space out correctly. Logistics. These things. Now, I might eat my words here, but I've done this many times in the past where, let's say we're in the center of this foundation here. I want to come down, and it won't line up. Yeah, see? It's too low. So I don't like ceiling mounts because I can never get them to line up correctly with the side, you know, because I'm perfectly aligned from the bottom up. But obviously my floors aren't exactly aligned correctly. Like there's 4, 4, 4, 4, and then 2. Because I've got a foundation here and a foundation there. I'd have to remove that one and have a floor sitting over the wall height, and then it would come down correctly. So that's why I don't use them. They're just a bit messy that way. Easier to work from the bottom up, I think. But they can look nice. That's for sure. Alright. Outputs. Let's do the outputs. Always 1 meter off. Yeah, the rule I have when I'm ever building walls, this is all, or walls and floors. That's going to be my wall. And the floor always has to be here, aligned with the top of the wall. And that tends to be a good rule of thumb to work things out. But some people do it the other way where, and in fact, it actually wants you to do that. But if you put another wall here, for instance, some people do it where they sit on the top of that one. I can't even seem to do that right now, but they do like this. And then they start finding out that things are offset and not aligned and everything, so I always think it's better to just keep that on the same height this way. But that means the ceiling mounts don't work correctly. For me, anyway. Because they're not lined with the floor. Anyways. Yeah, well, if you didn't have a 2 meter offset, you'd always have at least one, though, wouldn't you? Unless you're building your floor on top of your wall. Which I think is crazy. Crazy. How the hell did that happen? Yeah, don't know. Oh yeah, it's from the steel that I built earlier. Alright, let's do this thing. So 5 on each side. All my factories have this problem. Yeah, it's something I dealt with for a long time as well. We want it to be on the inside, not the outside, so about there. We need to be aligned with this guy. I know it's facing the wrong way, but I just want to test something really quickly. Yeah, it's too close. There we go. Cool. They're gonna feed out towards this area, basically. Yeah, that's the idea. Alright, so these just need to be aligned now with and facing to the left with every other floor hole coming down, or a conveyor hole. I don't get a green line. Oh, I do get a green line. I get a green line if I look at it from here. If I look at it from here, it won't give it to me. How annoying is that? Like, yeah, you're aligned. No, you're not. Yeah, you are. Like, I knew I was when I looked at it. Yeah, it's a funny one. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's 5. Alright, it's as easy as that. Getting low on steel. Maybe we'll go for a drive over to the steel factory actually and just pick up some stuff there. It's probably backed up by now. Get out of this hellscape of a factory. My initial thinking was this won't be too difficult to build because it's only really 1 or 2 resources, just copper, right? And I thought like, oh, okay, it's going to be big scale, but I didn't really think like the belts are kind of challenging for people who are still a bit newer to the game. The Nudge has been a contender for my favorite. Yeah, definitely. Blueprint Dismantle, I think, is my favorite. Actually, yeah, probably Nudge first, then Blueprint Dismantle. I think I could live with dismantling components, but I don't think I could really live with not aligning things correctly. The two work together brilliantly, though, don't they? All right, so. Oh, this might be an easier way to do it. Whoa. Okay. That's us. We're out of steel. All right. And I'm out of plates. Nice. Okay, cool. Used up a lot of stuff. All right, let's go for a little drive. Go for a little wander and explore around a bit. Oh, I do have other stuff there. I might paint some flooring actually while I'm at it. Yeah, we're gonna go grab more steel. I do already have some here, but it'd just be nice to break it up a bit and go somewhere. Get some more things. All right. Well, you will probably stick with your bus design, but I'm gonna draw something in PowerPoint and get your opinion. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna redo it now. Got too much time on it. Ran into a problem with the half-meter difference between 2 factories. I think it's when you start with the 1-meter foundation, and it's not a 2-meter one. Look at this floor, beautiful. It's getting there. It still needs its lights and things. In fact, that might be a fun little thing to do just for the stream. Again, I feel a little pressure to do something other than just put belts down all day, but that was kind of the goal of today. But yeah, maybe we could just temporarily put down some lights and get that look and feel of it when we turn on global illumination. I love that. Yeah, coated concrete's so good. I wish there was a concrete that was like this, but didn't have the little symbols on it. So when you grab this, you get that effect. I want that texture, but flat. Like, not vertical. I hope they add some things like that in the future. I posted it in the Satisfactory channel in my Discord before, all the materials I'd want. I think there's about 20 in total. I think would be reasonable, and a lot of them are in the game already, just in different places. It's like, I just want that, but on a foundation. Yeah, another one is like wire metal. I'll show you that one. It's over at the hub. And that would be a perfect one, I feel like, as well. And I know mods do these things. I'm willing to get some mods once 1.0 comes out, or if I finish this series. Love to do a modded playthrough then. Plastic is clean. Yeah. This game. This little section here actually isn't filled with anything. I was thinking it could be a control room for some of those power switches I was talking about, but it would mean a lot of messing around with the power lines on the roof. But maybe we'll do it. I just feel like it'd be hard to tell people how that's done. I have to make some sort of complicated diagram to show them where the lines go, because you have to keep them all separate. Feed them into a big control room. This factory is for copper. Copper and Caterium. It makes it's basically a giant refinery. On the very top floor. We'll just get some distance and I can show you. Oh no. Well, totally intended. That's fine. Yeah, anyway, that's a temporary ramp, obviously, and then we have truck stations. So the idea is that on the bottom floor, we deliver in tons of ore via several different trucks that are pulling from lots of different deposits around the map. Bottom floor here is the logistics floor. This is where all the piping and belt work is done. The top floor, the floor above that is the refinement. All the refineries are there, 420 of them or something like that. Then there's ventilation. You'll notice their chimney stacks rise into the floor above. That's just a little ventilation floor. Floor above that, Logistics 2, that's the logistics floor for handling all the copper ingots and Caterium ingots that are then going to be fed up to the very top floor, which is assembly, where things get assembled into fused wire and quick wire and all different manner of things. So that's the idea for this place overall. I just need to empty out my inventory for a sec before we go pick up some steel and things. Those steel beams, drop some in there. Steel pipes, drop some in there. And copper sheeting. Stuff we just did. Plastic can go back in its box, quite literally. Concrete. Yeah, I didn't actually do much with concrete today. Because most of it's done. But we'll need a lot for the walls. That's why I've got just many containers of it now. 24,000 in each one. Quartz crystal. Rubber can go back up here as well. This is that. Alright. I think that's basically it. I'll just leave a little bit on me just in case I need it. Get going. One thing actually I might do while am I gonna go? Yeah, we could head over to the coal power plant. Might put some windows in. If that's the case, we'll just take some silica with me. And we're picking up steel anyway, so I think that's what you need, right, for a window? Yep. Those are the two I'll be building. Cool. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, let's get going. Just remember, if you just joined the stream, sorry, I've been quite a while, been quite bogged down in some logistics on that big factory over there. But if you have just joined, welcome. My name's Darren, of course. And this is a continuation, or an in-between, almost behind-the-scenes look at what I do in between videos for my Satisfactory series at the moment. There are currently 10 videos in it. Beginner-friendly, but it ramps up quite quickly. Beginner-friendly at the very beginning, and then it's like, okay, now we're going to go up to the next scale, and then we're going to make blueprints. And I share all my blueprints, all of that's out there for people for free. And production rates and what we're doing in the various factories and everything. So that's the factory that we just came from. That's what we're building in the distance. The copper and Caterium factory. Obviously, it doesn't have all its walls on, any of the walls on yet either. But you can see from here all those pipes that we put in. It's actually cool. They retain their color even at this distance. That's interesting. They didn't used to. You'll often see things at a distance unload and become like the default kind of orangey color. So yeah, so you can actually see more clearly from here. That's like the water floor, right? That's where the water is. That's where our dam is. Then we've got our logistics. Then we've got our refineries. Then we have ventilation. Then we have another floor for the same, well, basically logistics again. And then the top floor, finally, for the assemblers. That's great to hear, John. Says that the series has been a lifesaver just starting out. That's good to hear. I'd love a cosmetic change to paint the steel beams to make them look like bundled cable. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Plastic is not good for the world, though. Ah, that's fine. Future generations will figure that one out. Right, just wanted to grab some steel. Yeah, it is full, as I imagined it would be. Let's take all that with us. This is scary music. Don't like it. Back to Minecraft chill music. I just bought some. Oh, sorry, I read that already. Your ramp roads have pretty sharp angles. Is there any way to smooth things out? I've never found out myself. Yeah, other people have put blueprints online that are actually curved. So you can do it. You use a lot more material to do it, and it's very hard to build yourself, but you can do it. Effectively, the way you do it in a blueprint designer is you get something like this, and you just do these little increments of turning it. And if you do that enough and you build out far enough, you can then seamlessly kind of blend the corners into each other, and it looks pretty smooth at the edges. I just don't really want to do that. You know, I am aware of it, and there are blueprints out there for you. So I recommend, if you don't like the 90-degree angles, you know, I've tried to soften it slightly. I'm doing an in-between method of using like little curves here, but obviously it is 90-degree angle roads. So yeah, so I would say that, although you did mention the ramps, actually. Yeah, the ramps themselves, I don't think there's a way to kind of have a smooth curve of a ramp. There is the quarter pipe, but it goes up too high, I think. Like, yeah, these things. So that would give you a really nice smooth incline, but like this one. But it's you can't set the height of it, you know, it's just very tall. So you'd be like going way up really quickly. There's no like smoother line like this. It's a shame you can't just curve that, you know, like have a nice from here to here just curved. But yeah. You got me playing Satisfactory again. Thanks. Thank you. No worries, Dark. Your roads are too wide. That seems pretty tight for spacing if you want to have cars traveling both directions. If you don't have them traveling both directions, they can end up getting bunched up on each other. And they stop. That's true, you could do it with beams. Yeah, using beams is a way to orientate pretty much anything in any directions. That's another way of doing it. I think if you look at creators like Fluxo, Stinarchi, or CreateIn, they do all those kind of tricks, and they make very unbelievable, like beautiful looking things. Everything's circular in their worlds. But yeah, it's just a matter of time for me, really, time and priorities. I would never have figured it out if they didn't do it first either, by the way. I'm not saying I would have thought of it or anything. I just wanted to put in some of the windows here. I was going to pick up some stuff while I was here anyway. These are going to be hex windows, aren't they? Yeah. Oh yeah, I've actually got plastic with me. I might coat some of the flooring here as well. Make it look better. Oops. Oh wow, it's not actually even full up yet. Wow. I guess I did pull some earlier. For 2 hours of being AFK, finally back. Felt like 20 minutes, man. Time is flying. What time is it actually? How long have I been going? 5 hours. Wow, okay, yeah, I gotta wrap it up soon, I guess. I think we'll just go back to the factory, turn on a few of those lights, and then leave it at that. Yeah, I reckon, you know, without the talking stuff, you could probably get this done in about 3. What I had done over there in about 3 hours, probably. Which is still a lot of time, don't get me wrong, but not that bad. We turn on global illumination here. I need to add lights to this place. That's what I'm going to do now. We're going to add lights to that other factory, just to see what it would look like a little bit. The nice graphics on. And I don't know if I'd coat this with concrete. Maybe. Yeah, it obviously needs lights. It's basically pitch black. So this was if you haven't seen it before, this is my coal power plant. It's another forward plant build. So a lot of the coal generators aren't online right now because we don't have the belt speed to feed them all. But we will eventually. I mean, by the time we do, we won't really have as much need for the power out of this place. But I just thought it was kind of cool to put everything down, finalize the build from start to finish. And yeah, basically then well, you know, it's free power either way once it's all in place anyway. When we get Mark IV belts, we just go downstairs, upgrade it to Mark IV, turn on a water extractor, and that's it. And I think 3 extra machines will power on in each row. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 24 in total could be powering on. Something like that. Maybe even more than that. Anyways, get out of here. That's full up as well. I guess I'll take some of it with me. Can't take anything with me. Just full up. I don't come out here very often. It's the furthest away factory. And it doesn't really make anything. It does now with the oil production area, I guess. Alright, so the main reason for coming out this way is to pick up the steel. I'm going to go back and finish some of those belts and then just put a couple of lights in. See what the teal lighting looks like. Got the AI limiters and everything up there already, I think, to do that. I don't exactly remember what you said in the first video of this series about the beginner-friendly aspect, but you ramp up pretty fast and high yours factories to beginner to follow, by the way. But your plans and explanation are good, though. Yeah, I do understand that things ramp up, especially with that coal build. I feel like it wasn't... The logic, I feel like, isn't... It's a difficult thing. I feel like it's not that difficult because the principles established in the first few episodes are like, okay, here's how you make things. Yeah? And then the quote difficulty or the ramping up really is just in scale. It's like, okay, now we're going to do what we've learned, but just on a really large scale. It doesn't get any more complicated, really. I will say, though, that this build has become quite complicated, and I didn't really anticipate it would become as complicated as it has. Because the principle of it at a small scale is actually quite simple. We've done it before. It's a water extractor that feeds into a refinery, and that takes in copper ore. That's it. That's all it is at the moment. But it's like, okay, now do that, and do it over the course of 400 machines. So it's like the difficulty comes in the scale, not in the complexity. If you want to see a complex factory, you look at something like a fused frame factory. That has a lot of moving parts. Gas, liquid, regular resources. Things go up and down different floors. They come in via rail and truck. That's where things get really complicated. I kind of thought to myself, like, this is totally doable for what level people are at now. It's a matter of time. It's a big build, and it is even bigger than I think I thought it was going to be. Is there anything else I need to do here while I'm here, just thinking about it? Just trying to think. Motors? I don't have room for anything, actually, anyway. Yeah. I took silica with me thinking I'll build loads of windows, but now I've realized the time of the stream, I kind of want to get on with it. Uploaded your idea to Discord? Okay, I'll check it just when we get there. Primer text isn't it? Oh, no problem, no problem. I'd do the angles if blueprints connected to foundations. Yeah, exactly. Because they don't, it makes it all that more tricky then to connect things up. But that's why some people they go outside, use mods, use mega prints to make even bigger blueprints connect together. Alright. I'll put that silica back. Steel for the... Yeah, so let's see what it would take to make a couple of these ceiling lights, just even temporary. So we need a light control panel, a couple ceiling lights. Maybe we can do a wall-mounted floodlight as well. Alright, so we need quick wire. And we need AI limiters. Copper sheets and industrial beams. Alright. Do we have what we need for wires and things? Cable, wire? Yeah, let's just get a little bit more of that. We'll have to connect it to power. Oh, sorry. Cable and wires over here. My bad. Alright. That should be it. Do we have concrete? I do. I still have to figure out like a cosmetic design for the outside of this. I mean, I imagine it's just going to be a big box. You could spend a long time putting big fancy pillars and everything. I might try to do it a little bit, but everything just takes so much time, and that's the one that has the least purpose. But it would be nice to make the place look decent from the outside. The dam was part of that, to making that look good, I guess. Alright, we're cyberpunk now. So yeah, ideally what's going to happen is we'll put some lights up here. I'll need to work out their spacing, but it'll be something like this, I think. The snap point probably being central to these foundations, so it's kind of like it uses 6 foundations in total. And then this will come over with a gap between the two. I think that will give us a nice spotlight on the ground. I wish they had a slightly smaller version of the refinery to make all the wet ingot variants. Yeah, the thing is they consume a lot of power as well. Alright, just need to go over there and drag power up because it's just this place right over there. I could play this game, but I can only watch and enjoy when you play. You did a great... Hey, thank you. You did a great job. Build one of these? We can actually, even just temporarily. We'll just stick this somewhere like here. Drag some power in here. Just want to see what the lights look like, basically. Can't do any skylights in here because it's, you know, it's got a floor above it. Alright, so let's say that the lights control panel will be hidden maybe in the stairwell or something. Or in some other place in the future. Like the logistics floor below. This is the light line. Connect it to there. Connect that across. That across. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, just really quick. I feel like we need even spacing between here and there. That's probably too close to the glass. Let's just move it slightly. That'll give us more space. Hang on. I don't know what. I'm losing my mind with this. Yeah, sorry. It's supposed to go there, isn't it? Yeah. I think so. Now it's like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Even spacing. Okay, cool. Anyway, hook those up together, and then we just need to hook this up to power. That hooked up? Yes, it is. Oh. I was like, why is it not turning on? Bonk. There we go. Okay, so the idea was that it would be like a kind of a very, very light teal color. That's so cool. You can actually see there's like a delayed effect at it changing. Probably quite low intensity. I would imagine something like 25. And then this would probably need to be really, really faint. You can see the spacing on the ground means it's pretty well spaced out, I think, at that spacing. Kind of a blue steel color. Pink? We could make it pink. Have a look at pink. Hell yeah. We're vibing now. It'd be cool if you could make it rotate or something, go between different colors. Yeah, so that was kind of the idea for how it's going to look. Now, the problem... Oh my god. With my digestive system now. The problem is that... Yeah, I'm not sure how we get lights to go down between the machines, you know? What you can do is place a floodlight, like this kind of floodlight thing, but if you angle it straight down, I can make a blueprint that fits inside one of these foundations, so you kind of get rid of that foundation, and then we're up to the ventilation floor. The floodlight would sit inside of it, and then the foundation would go back over it, so you wouldn't see it. And then all you'd see, really, is a little bit of the light, like the actual LED part of the light, and then the lights coming down. That could work. I feel like that's probably what I'll do. Because otherwise, it's very difficult to light this area. Any better than that. Now you have a nice contrast between the two areas. I think just kind of looks cool. And remember, the machines are colored this way too. That was the idea, to kind of have that theme going throughout the factory. Disco time. I am still here. Some earlier said they play this on Steam Deck. Does this have controller support? No, it doesn't have controller support. But there are... It doesn't have official controller support. In fact, they actually dropped controller support just recently. Because they said that on Steam, at least, people can make their own custom controller profiles to rebind keys to a controller. So it's kind of like just using Valve's system of doing that. So you can play it because people can make their own profiles on Steam, especially on Steam Deck. Basically, on Steam Deck, it'll just literally remap WASD to the analog stick, and it works, you know? Same with the mouse. The mouse input will be remapped to the right analog, and also the mouse touchpad if you prefer that. Corpo, yeah, it's very corpo cyberpunk, isn't it? Kind of wish we could see everything working and flowing, but I can't turn really anything on right now. Yeah, that's kind of the idea for the lights. Might just hook up a few of these belts and then call it a day. Wonder, let's just try that with the floodlight really quickly, just to see will that work. Just even broadly speaking, how would that look? Just gonna head upstairs and try place this in. Need floodlights in the stairwell as well, actually. Here we are. It's kind of like this, although we can actually raise it slightly up higher. And if this is blueprinted, you know, obviously we could just do it quicker. About like that, I think. And then you rotate it all the way down. It might be too high up, actually. Maybe it does need to come down lower. Let me just see what it looks like from down here. You got this light angled down now, which looks fine. I'm just wondering... No, yeah, that would cover it completely. So it does have to go lower than that. It has to go one lower than that. And then a little bit of it sticks out, though, unfortunately. I don't know if that's really a problem, though, is it? Kind of is, because I know it's there, but maybe we can disguise it somewhat if we make it black. And you could... This is what I've done before. We did unlock painted beams earlier. Do something like this, where you just try to make it look like it's its own ceiling light, right? Can we go sideways, please? Thank you. And obviously I could push that maybe up one tile to bring it more in line with the center, because it's obviously a little bit to one side right now. So, again, something like this. Go across. Don't need them really, but we can put the beam connectors on the edges and just say like, yeah, that's its own little thing, right? It's a little light that sticks here. And you barely notice it because it's black. Sits on the roof. Now we'll hide the wires, but that's just an idea of it. Give it its color as well. Alright, let's see. That actually works pretty well. That works pretty well. So imagine the little line, the cable, you won't be seeing the cable. Yeah. That could work pretty well. Do that every 3 or 4 rows down. Not too shabby. I didn't necessarily think of what's going to be in the center here. Is it just... I think the idea was that it was just asphalt the whole way down, but I would have some sort of railing or something in. I have what I need to make a blueprint designer, just to pop that in there right now. I actually do. Let's go up to the top floor. Maybe we can make that as a blueprint. Give me that back. Although without vertical nudging, it might be a bit tricky. Still have to do this top floor as well, but I actually have the materials for it now, at least. Right, so in order to make this a blueprint, to just see if we can do that kind of quickly, I feel like I can. Just use a center point here. Something like that. Make it kind of raised, but I feel like it has to be. Right, so get that light again. That would be it clipping through the bottom, but that's okay. Aim it straight down. That way it's just below the foundation so that we actually see the light. Ah, but it's not center aligned. So in order to get it center aligned, we'll have to just cheat a little bit. Move this forward. That's pretty good. In the words of Matthew McConaughey, we are lined up. Although, are we? We're still a little bit off, though. I feel like that's the center, you know? And that's what we're aiming for. Can't go any smaller than that, though, in terms of increments, can I? Not really. Just 1 meter over. We need to go a half meter, but I don't think I really can. I'm sure there's a way of doing it. This across for a sec. Son of a bitch. That would have done it, but I can't snap onto that. Must snap to a wall or similar. Hey Darren, love the videos, man. I have a question though. Is there any way to overlay your save onto mine, where basically your buildings are in my world? No, it's a very long... I'd have to spend a long time explaining this, but there's kind of a way to do it. Just very quickly, I'll try to explain it for those who don't know. Go to a website called satisfactory-calculator.com. Satisfactory-calculator.com. Go to the interactive map. You can upload a save here. Right, so you just drag and drop it onto that thing. Your save will then load into the world, and you'll see everything where everything is. Okay, and then you can turn things on and off. Let's just do it. Right, so drop my save in there. Loading all the objects. Alright, so now on the right side of the screen we have filters. We can turn off things that we don't want to see. So here's our big build that we're doing right now. That's where we're at. And everything that's there. The only thing, it's a bit finicky to play around with because there's this Z-axis filter, right? So if we want to Because obviously we're building on top of things. If you only wanted a certain floor or something, you can bring this floor way down until you start seeing things disappear, and then you know that, like, okay, I'm chopping off that floor, I'm getting rid of this one. You can keep working your way down. But let's just presume that we want everything. Let's say that you wanted to copy in, I don't know, just to keep it really simple. Well, it's not simple, but you could copy this, for instance. So I'm not sure exactly how you can do this, but let's see. So if you go to resource nodes, you want to turn all that off. We don't need to see any of the resource nodes. Right, the map layers, that's fine. Here's our stuff, and it includes my map markers and things. So you could turn off player position, hub spot, beacons and towers, get rid of that. Fauna and all that crap, turn all that stuff off. Okay, so here we have just the structure. So now what you need to do is basically grab something like the rectangle selection tool, and you go, okay, I'm going to copy this Darren's entire coal plant because I just can't make mine work like his. So that's it. It's once you can delete everything as well if you want to mass delete, and you're given the option to leave a little bundle or a container of all the resources if you want. So there's 10,000 items built into that coal power plant. What we can do is say copy selected items, I think is one way of doing it. There's another one as well, I thought. No, actually, I think copy is the right one. So you go copy and submit. I'm not going to do it. And then you load your own save. Think. And then you go paste. Can't remember where you do that. But you can do it. I've done it before where I moved stuff and brought stuff from one save into another of my own. I think you might have to make it into its own mega print though first. So when you've hit copy, that's done. Yeah, there's some, I can't remember where it is, but I thought there was like a button or something you click. Oh, I think I remember. You need a foundation in your world to do it from. That's the thing. You look at a foundation, just anywhere. You right click it. Need some sort of foundation. You need something to click onto. And then you can go, damn it. I don't know where it is, but it's doable. You'll have to look into it. But I thought there was a thing here that normally says like paste, because I did just copy. Oh no, I didn't actually hit copy. That's why. Yeah, so because I didn't hit submit, right? But if I hit submit and I copy that area, then you'll have an option here to paste it, and then you can actually just move it as well. If you ever want to move an entire thing, wrong button. So basically, if you just maybe drop the foundation somewhere here, that would probably give you a way to paste it onto that location. And then what you could do is click the whole thing and click, I want to move it. Move selected items position. Right? So I want to move everything. And this is its current X, Y, and Z. So I don't know why the X has a little decimal point after it, but I suppose I would just leave that intact. It's probably because of the cable, actually, that's connected. Probably considering part of the cable or something. And then you can just move it or align it to the world grid and move it around. It's finicky, but you can do it. So that's a way of doing it if you really insisted on it. People in the chat might have another idea, but I'm Kibitz has a video on how to do it. Well, there you go. Yeah, go check that out then. He had to move his power plant when they did the map change to the north. Yeah, so that's how you move things. It's the very same thing then. You just hit copy, you load up your own save, you select the foundation, and then you hit paste. But I feel like if you load another save, you lose the copy info. So I feel like you have to go from one save to another. You have to like create a mega print of it, and I can't remember how to do that. So it's doable, but it's all done on Satisfactory calculator, I guess. But yeah, hopefully that somewhat helps. It's the best I can help you with for now. All right. Anyways, back to this just for a second. Yeah, I think we might have to, unless I can move that forward a half foundation, which I think is possible. I can't really remember how to do it. I can do it vertically, but not horizontally. Yeah, I can't remember how to do it. Anyway, let's just try to create a little blueprint right now of the way we had it anyway before. I mean, it's pretty center aligned. It's not super center aligned, but it's pretty center aligned. Right, so now what we can do is just grab this and hook it up to like a little power pole thing. Now, I've had to do this before. Yeah, my other save actually, I made something very similar. So now we've got a light on a foundation tile, right, aiming straight down. And we have a way to access its power on this side to keep the cables hidden, should we wish. So, in order to prevent it, because this floor will be really small, we don't really want it to be a power pole. I'd rather it to be something a bit smaller than that. So I would do something like a beam support, maybe. Here. And this could be a painted beam that just comes up a small bit. Connector on top. And then because there's a connector there, what we can do is put a power connector on that. Connect those two together. I don't think a wall outlet will go through that, so it's fine just doing it that way. And connect that to that. Alright, so now we've got our foundations, basically. So this is going to be grip metal, or it was before. Yeah? I'm not sure how this is going to fit in vertically, but let's just save this and test it out. Light test. Alright, let's give it a shot. I can even just try it here. Yeah, so that's going to be one of the problems with these flipping blueprints, is you can't nudge them vertically. And because of that, it makes things really awkward. So you'd have to like snap onto a lower part to get it to line up. But then they should snap to each other, actually. And I suppose you could actually build it with the spacing in mind. So that's actually snapping alright, even because it's in blueprint mode already. So that's effectively what we'd have, right? That would do it. That would do it. Okay, but yeah, I think I will do it with the idea of the spacing in mind. I'm not sure how much spacing we need. If the light is here, and that's one foundation, maybe just one either side and then another one. So that's every foundation there's a light. I don't know. I feel like now I should have done this. Should have done this on the side or something. Damn. Oh, you know what? Let's just redo it. So we don't have to redo the whole thing though. We can actually put a blueprint inside of a blueprint. So I'll do that in a sec. This will just give me better spacing, basically. Alright, so we'll start here. Blueprints, light test. Does it really matter which way we're facing it? I don't think so. Right, so let's get rid of the old one now. Damn it, I think I got rid of the wrong one. Ugh. Alright, again, not a big deal. I don't know why I didn't just do it separately, actually, thinking about it. So just get rid of that. You just pop it down now. So, light test. Okay, so this is our blueprint now. So, yeah, that's all good. Paint it black, just so we don't see it as much. Oh, actually, I forgot to put in the painted beam as well to hide the kind of seam. Do that as well. Quite a tricky thing to do from the bottom, but it can be done. Yeah. Bring that across this way. Oh, maybe not. Damn. Oh, that didn't work, actually. Hang on. Blueprint designing. What a chore. Can I not do this vertically? Don't know how to do that. Basically, I need another beam under this beam, so we just have to come down by one. And come across then. That'll mask it. I also need it to be not so long. Okay, so there's that. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. Okay, we're almost there. Yep. That's a line going across there. That hides the kind of seam point a little bit. To make it look kind of somewhat like we did this on purpose, we'd have to then do it on the other side too. So just to get that anchor, how far over is that from the center? It's just one in from the edge. It's there. Alright, then we go across to this side. Tick, tick. of black. Okay, so now we have 2 straight painted beams going across our light. That's going to be in the middle. The light is going to be slightly closer to one side than the other. Like I said, I'm not sure if I can fix that. At least I don't know how to do it quickly anyway. Lock this and we'll save it because that's the entire spacing I want for one light. And then we'll just save this as light test. See how that goes. 5.5 hours coming up. Ah, no worries. As long as you guys are here. Well, not true, but for quite a while anyway. This will be the last thing we do. Said that a few times today, but this probably will be the last time. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, in order to get this right, we need a snap point, so we need to bring one tile down just a little further. Point to look at. I need to go even lower than that, do I? Oh, yeah. Guess so. I didn't think so. Actually, let's do it from upstairs. It's probably easier. Alright, we are lined up. Now, is that a good spot to start for our first light? That's 1, 2... If it was the other way around, what would that be like? So the light would be there. So it's 2 foundations. The other way it's 1. Okay, actually, yeah, maybe the other way then. We can get it to cave. I feel like I keep snapping into the same way, don't I? There we go. Alright, that seems to be it. Lock it in. Now, in theory, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cut away this, grab and that. That was our anchor. We shouldn't need the anchor anymore. Now we can just grab this, go into blueprint mode, think, and snap it together. It might be really difficult though, I feel like, because there are other blueprints here. Ow. So that's the way we go. Yeah, there we go. There's 2. Hey, Mark the man. Hey! Tier 3'd out of his mind. Caster, thank you very much, man. Appreciate that. Alright, so we've got 2 lights in position now. So now, the way it would work is on the ventilation floor, we just hook these up together. So, I could even give it its own light source. Alright, so the light will be here. Connect the light section into the power pole that way. That's already connected over. This can then just connect straight over as well. Yeah, so it tends to drag the cable through the foundation, unfortunately. I might have to... Maybe I'd separate out these little poles and just add these every couple of foundations so they can just keep the cables traveling above. That would probably be, you know, solve that. In fact, I'll just do that just right now, just to do that temporarily. But I feel like it would need its own thing. Or just bake another one into the blueprint, obviously, is probably the way to do it, right? So, that's how we learn. Yeah, so I want to go from the light, really. That one. Alright, so that should be 2 hooked up. And then we'd have to access it from either up here, or we put this in some place where we can access it a bit more directly. And, you know, I don't know, we could just keep it the same teal color for now, but maybe it has a different intensity level, like 33. And you can make that come on only at night or something. But this needs to be powered then normally. Saying that clipping would occur, huh? What a joke. Alright, and just like that, they've turned on. That's what we're left with. It took a little while, but that's the idea. So we made a blueprint to make ceiling lights. How good is that? Alright, I'm happy enough with that. Gap of 3 between each, so little shading spacing. Little shadow on the space. Not much. Pretty good amount, actually, I would say. Like, they're almost as close together as they could be without that gap. So 3 foundations. I think that's reasonable. Any closer and they'd overlap their light. Same with this, right? Pretty good spacing on that, I think. That's how we light this place up. That is how we light it up. So the big ones for the wide walkways, right? These wide walkways with coated concrete will have those big lights on them. And then the narrow walkways will just have maybe 1, 2, or perhaps just 3 of these little strip lights. That could work quite well. Gives the place a pretty decent amount of light, I feel. Nice. That'll be another blueprint that I'll release in the future. I'll have to just maybe make a little amendment to how the power connects along the top and explain that again in a video and stuff. I've noticed actually, yeah, with global illumination, these lights, the bounce lighting doesn't work at a certain distance. You can actually see it fading away. Especially with these things. Let's have a look at this. We go all the way over here. They become very dark. You can't see like the belts at all almost. But when you get up to it, you can see all the strip lights turn on. It's almost like it's motion sense activated or something. Not, but it's just proximity for the lighting to kick in. But, you know, basically it is motion sensor, I suppose, in that regard. My music is freaking out. It keeps reloading. But anyway, there we go. So I think that's going to have to be it. Let's just hop downstairs and see what we did today. Do a little bit of a recap, shall we? Sorry if I've missed some chat there. Wall outlets should go through a beam. They go through pillars. You think it will? Okay, maybe I could try a wall outlet then on it. Oh, they do go through, but they don't change their gap. I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, that's what I meant. I knew functionally they go through anything, really. But, or if you can place them. Yeah. I just didn't think you'd see the other side coming out. Easy way to snap a blueprint with foundation, just to have a normal with a single foundation, then place them together. I'm happy with how I've done it, but I don't disagree. Put the power pole in the same foundation of the light, so that you have a blueprint of a 1 foundation wide. No, because, I mean, oh yeah, maybe. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I kind of thought it'd be good just to build in the spacing. I guess for flexibility, you'd almost want to say like, well, I could just put the light down wherever I want that way then, right? Ooh, we have this backlighting coming up though. Hopefully it's masked by that floor, is it? Oh, I can just about see it creeping up through here. This might not work. It's very faint, but it's there. Do you see it? Do you see it? And that's why, yeah, those floodlights aren't the best, because they have that kind of cone to them that comes up. Especially the further away you are, the more you see it. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't see it unless I'm... Although this would be in the logistics floor, so I would see it if I was up here. And I'll have to work on that. But anyway, before putting down loads. Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying. So you're saying like, oh, just if you put that power pole on top of where the light actually comes up, then you could build everything onto 1 foundation as a blueprint. Yeah, that's nice. It'd be good to have that option and keep that flexible. I agree. Totally agree with that. It should be definitely there. The reason I did this there in my head was like, oh, I can work out the spacing in the blueprint itself. This way we've got 1, 2, and 3 tiles there. But you could just go 1 and then leave it, move forward, and then put 1 down. So I agree. That's probably an optimization. So I'll do that. For sure. All right. Let's hop on over to our logistics. Alright, here we are, global illuminated out of our minds. Actually looks pretty cool. I haven't colored everything yet, but obviously the bigger the belts, the more the lights they have on them. That can look quite cool. Ready for action. It's actually got some of the lights are bleeding through from up above, is it? Is that what's happening? Oh, no. I think it's the car light, is it? I'm not sure. Not sure where they're getting that light source from. It could be the car. I'm going to move the car and see if the light's still down here, just to test that theory out. Need to add some strip lighting in here as well, for when you walk up and down the stairs. Yeah, it seems like it to me. Alright, we turn that light off. Would be great to see an episode on how to light well with global on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd need to learn that. Yeah, that looks like it was it. It was the car lights were coming through the map or whatever. Alright, so just to quickly go over things, I just want to hook up a few of these belts one last time, and then that'll be it for today. Got a little OCD brain on, where it's like we didn't quite finish that. But, yeah, I didn't get the storage bit done. So that's going to actually be kind of important for the next video, so I guess we'll leave it in the video instead. But basically, at the big point down here, all these truck stations are feeding in copper ore onto this 8 belts, right? These stacks of 8 belts. And I never built in any kind of storage, right? You normally have a storage container in there to give it a sort of buffer so that when the trucks are loading, they don't stop sending stuff out. We've got all this space here, all this white tiles. There's nothing going to be here. What I'll probably do is start laying out 8 containers in a row and break the belts into each one and then feed them back out just to create a buffer. That's all. But it is a bit messy, so that's just one of those things I'll have to do. But after that, then we're back in business to just keep going. And I'll just have to basically connect all of these up, you know. Just take me a bit of time, pop a podcast on, and just do some repetition. Think of how good it's going to be when it all gets up and running. It's going to be great. When does it all get turned on? At the next video, which should be later in the week. Should be. That's all I'm really going to be doing now for the rest of the week. I've got a little bit of City Skylines to do, and then another Satisfactory video. Yep, that's going to be... It'll be turned on then. A few things are going to be turned on. We'll be turning on the miners, the water extractors, the refineries, and then I have to build out the assembler floor, so I hope I can fit it all in one video. It's probably going to be a long one. But that's why I want to do this on stream, is just show people like, yep, we're just connecting all the belts up, and this is going to be done in between episodes, really. We did it once before. Or one section before, so hopefully it's fairly straightforward. And any changes I've made then I can let people know at the beginning of the next one. Only changes so far were that I got rid of the central tower. But I didn't actually focus on that too much in the build itself for that purpose. I thought it might get moved. Hey Peacekeeper. Just again, I mentioned it before, just want a special shout out to the channel members. Just an extra shout out because it's gone over 400 now in total. It's just an incredible amount. I never thought I'd get that. Like even if I had hundreds of thousands of subscribers, like loads, I just never thought I'd have that many channel members. There's channels that are far bigger than me that don't have that, so I just really want to say thank you, especially since I don't really offer any incentive. People are just being very kind, and I give out the blueprints and everything for free, and it seems like people are like pretty happy with that, so they're like, yeah, it's kind of like modding in a way. It's like people just support good stuff, I guess. So not to toot my own horn, but you know, giving out blueprints and stuff for free, people are like, yeah, I'll support it either way. That's been really nice, and I just want to say thanks. But yeah, a good problem to have is I just can't, I can barely fit all your names onto the credits now. I have to like extend the credits. But yeah, I also do consider maybe checking out my other series from time to time if you have a passing interest in some other games. Satisfactory is quite popular for me now, but I do like to play other games. I like to keep a little bit of variety on the channel. Don't want to do just one thing. Even though I really like the game, but I just worry about getting pigeonholed into it, and then, I don't know, if something happens with the game and it falls off or something, then people lose interest in you, right? So it's good to have a little bit of diversity. So consider checking out my City Skyline series. I really like it. Last 2 videos I think are really good. And then yeah, Manor Lords will be coming up in like April. I'd like to have something else in the meantime though as well. But for now, January and February I think will be pretty much just Satisfactory and City Skylines 2. Alright, almost done. We're just connecting it up to the glass case over there, and then that's it for today. Hey, thanks Peacekeeper. I mean, very, very kind. I dare not even read it out. It's too flattering. I want a factory series. Yeah, I don't want to only just play factory games. I'm not going to diversify like crazy or something. It's like, hey, I'm doing a Battlefield series now. But, you know, city builder, simulation game, factory game, those kind of things. That's for sure like the meat and potatoes, I think, on the channel at the moment. I'd like to do something like that SnowRunner game, that new SnowRunner game that's coming out soon, the Expeditions. That could be kind of cool, but it could also be extremely slow-paced, so I don't know. Manor Lords is like a city builder, but it's got a little bit of an economy to its back. Some people mentioned some games today, you know, if another sort of Subnautica came out, if some games came out that were a bit more recent, I need them to be recent or have an update. What was that other one? Was it Planet Cracker or Crafter? Planet Crafter or something? That looked good because it's in early access. If it gets an update, that could be one worth jumping into. Positively reviewed as well. Sounds good to me. Dyson Sphere. Yeah, so I had mentioned before, Dyson Sphere program, they actually reached out to me and offered to sponsor me for their upcoming DLC. And I was just like, I honestly just do not have the time for it. I do not have the time. Because I prioritize doing this series over it, basically. Because it just feels like it would take me a long time to learn. If I needed to show off the DLC in some regard, it's like I don't know that game well enough. I'd have to spend like 50 hours learning it, getting to the point of the DLC, and then like doing stuff in it. And I just told him that. I was like, it would either have to be... I didn't list any number, but I was like, it would have to be like an incredible amount of money. Because the amount of time I would need to get that ready, which is just too much. And they were totally awesome about it. They were like, oh yeah, we understand like doing factory games like takes a long time and everything like that, but maybe in the future, you know. I told them like, I've played the game before, I really liked it. It's totally one I would have loved to do. I just felt like I couldn't do it right. I did also say to them, I was like, hey, if you want to just include a little 60-second ad or something, you could do that. They didn't want to do that. I felt like that would have just been the good option. You just tell people it's out now, hit a little summary of what's in it. Don't need to put in 100 hours just to learn the basics. Alright, there we go. We're all hooked up. Gonna do one thing now, which is travel the entire belt on the top. We'll just run along it. I was gonna say take the sponsor, free money, but learning time is a good point. Yeah, it's just... I mean, I could have just been like, hey, here's the game, and I don't know anything about it. We're just gonna run around and see what you can do. You could do that, but I don't know. I like to feel like I put a certain amount of effort and quality into my videos, so... Turned it down. Alright, so obviously I have to connect at that bit, but this is our little journey we'll be taking. Our little copper belts. Oh. No sound when running on these belts anymore. There used to be. You have to do all the outputs. Actually, this row has its outputs, I guess. I only need to activate 5. I'll have to work that out for the next video, like how many of all these machines need to be active. I think it's 5 per row. 4 need to be fully active and 1 needs to be underclocked on each row. Because we can do 9, basically, per block. I think this did work out better as well, coming down to... Oh yeah, I forgot to look on Discord what that person did. I'll have to do that now in a second as well. In fact, I'm just gonna... Oh, you can actually see my screen anyway. I'll just open that up. Bro, you're still streaming? Mad lad. Yeah, this is a really long one, but almost done. Just hitting that... Coming up to that 6-hour mark. I feel good though. The progress is pretty good. I feel like I can do the other side now in probably like a third of the time. But it was nice to kind of play around and get a few ideas from you guys as well. It was me? No, it wasn't. It was a channel member who mentioned it. I can't remember. It began with A, I feel like, the person's name. I mean, you did it too, but no, it was, I can see their name now. Jord P. Harvey. Yeah, so I'll just show people my Discord. So you can join this Discord, discord.gg/WDP. If you are a member, you just get a bit of recognition on there, but you don't have to be a member to join it or anything. And they just said, Darren, this is what I might do with the bus when I'm able to play. So my design from the side-on view is to just keep everything level and then chop away the belts we don't need at the bottom. Their design is to bring it down a level every time it gets consumed. My design? Question mark? I gotta say, I prefer mine because the lines stay straight, but maybe that's just a weird OCD thing. I don't know. But certainly it makes more sense to bring it down and to cut the pole at the top rather than to have 4 stackable poles. The material-wise, you save material doing it your way. Angle-wise, I just like mine better, I guess. And then Ian, if I've said that name right, did also show that he's, oh yeah, look at this. What was this? I finished decorating my input buffer. Oh yeah, this is someone that almost reminded me that I needed to do a buffer. So the 8 belts that roll in. I don't even know where that begins and ends, really. Yeah, so it comes in. Love the split. Looks great. And then they all go up. But oh, they go down to the floor below, don't they, for you? Into some sort of storage area. And then they come back up. Do you have 2 going into 1 storage container? I feel like that's risky for some reason. I don't know why, but it just feels risky. I'm just trying to look for his previous thing. Oh yeah, and then some people were going straight through the tower in the center. Gotta say, it's really heartwarming to see people actually following along. It's like you don't really see it until people post pictures, you know? It's like, oh, that's quite cool. People are actually doing it. Yeah, I can't remember where the other thing was. Yeah, containers under the floor. That's the output. Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, to go under the floor. Maybe that would be more elegant. What is under the floor? Nothing but the water extractor. So you must have carved out a little area where like storage containers are just sitting somewhere, and that maybe has its own floor or something. I wouldn't be against that. I would not be against that. I'll think about it. I think it would look better than what I had in mind, which is trying to break the belts like 8 times over. I like the symmetry of yours. Oh, just 1 small one. Yeah, that makes sense. What's the live stream schedule? At the there is no schedule at the moment because we're just coming up to Christmas. There'll be a new one in January. But I don't know right now. At the moment, I stream every week just once. And the videos always stay up as videos. Or sorry, the streams always stay up as videos. It was every Monday doing City Skylines. And then every Tuesday, I do a Satisfactory video. But if I miss the video, if the video is not ready yet, I stream instead. That's basically what's been happening. So going forward in the new year, I'm probably going to start a new City Skylines series. And I feel like I'll start, or stream series. Depending on how it does, I'm planning on streaming it twice per week. And then 1 stream for Satisfactory, where it makes sense. The Satisfactory ones do better, actually, but I just feel like I just want to make the streams as good as they can be, or at least do stuff that's meaningful. Don't want to just stream for the sake of it. And I feel like doing 2 per week, there'd be not enough to do, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, that's going to have to be it for me today. So again, we hooked up all the logistics for the water extractors, all of the belts for the 7 of the sectors instead of 14. So we've done half of them. And we have the format now and the spacing, so that's a bit better. And all the belts are done. All the material saved up so I can do a bit more. Played around, made some new light designs, and coated the concrete flooring. Added some windows to the coal power plant just briefly as well. So yeah, I'm happy with everything we got done. Could have done it a bit quicker, but for taking some time and chatting with you guys, obviously, I feel like felt like we got a decent amount of stuff done. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Again, just shout out to these channel members. Just throw up the credit screen on the way out. And I just want to say thanks again just for the people who are supporting the stream, but also just by being here, liking the video, subscribing if you haven't, and maybe even watching after the fact, or if you are watching after the fact, you are appreciated as well, sincerely. So thank you. Alright, yeah, and if I don't see people, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever you celebrate, it's all good. I'll be here for Christmas, so I'll be doing videos and trying to get them all ready for when I go. I'm only going away for about 4 or 5 days, so it won't be away for very long, so at worst, you know, maybe a week without a video or something, but I'm hoping to avoid that as best I can. So we'll see how it goes. And just, yeah, I appreciate everyone's support. Thanks to you guys. I've had a really great winter so far, so it's been really good. So thank you. All right, have a great one. Have a good evening. Goodbye.